those damn sound wizards. Oh, good. Can people hear me? Hello, everyone.
Dang it! What's the capture? What's the audio?
Today will be
okay.
mines.
Okay, so let me help you out here. So I want that miming. I'll tell you. You need to import a audio input,
Yep.
and then you need to select what your default is. So hopefully default will be fine.
Okay. Oh, hang on. I've got two of them. Oh man, I feel like that guy that made his image the cat that was the lawyer.
Because I don't think you have a routing table, do you?
No,
Yeah,
not
okay.
not in the budget just yet.
You might also need to add an input as well.
So I've got input capture and an output capture.
Should just be input.
Just input. Okay, I've got an input and it's set to default. I will see if everyone can.
Did it work?
Can you hear
Someone
me?
can hear us.
Oh, okay, cool.
Out came
My-
the dragon's blood, bathed in it. And that's the end of the game.
Dad,
Thank you
we're
for joining
finished.
me, everybody.
Good.
Did they not hear? Oh, okay, well, I better start again then. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Heist Aches, a heist one-shot run by me, Robert Hartley, GM, for GaryCon Live. I'm joined by some tremendous Dungeons and Dragons players and content creators. We'll go around in a moment and learn who they all are.
We're
But
having
first,
issues with audio still.
issues
Oh,
with
my
audio,
God.
tech goblins.
Oh no.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Try deleting that source.
Okay.
We'll get there eventually.
We'll get there.
So just.
All right,
well,
go for it.
Try
my
audio
fan
output.
club just came in and said they can hear. I'll
Try
delete
audio
it.
output and then put default.
Put it
Tech
output.
goblins.
Output.
More than meets the
Default.
eyes.
Okay, we have output and input. Everyone's putting something.
You hear us?
Inputting, outputting. Hello. Can people hear us? Doesn't seem like it.
I feel like that very cool robot in that very cool movie once that said need input.
Do we all
Much
sound
better?
like we're in a bucket?
Much better.
Yeah.
People are saying much
Nice.
better.
There we
Oh,
go.
yes.
You know what? I'm used to slaying tech
Why don't I
goblins.
get a
so-
bucket?
Oh,
Do
hang
I
on,
get a
we
bucket?
do still have one tech difficulty here. Someone called
What's that?
Wraith85 says the girls and Heath sound fine, Rob and Dread sound like CRA.
Is that just a comment about
Wow.
our voices, Wraith?
Testing,
Or-
testing.
I think that might just be right digging a hole.
Wraith might just be
Alrighty.
taking a dig.
Now, over to you, Rob. We
Hello
are good
everyone.
to go,
let's
mate.
give it another try. Can we? We've got to stat up them tech goblins. We do, yeah, because then you can slay them. All right. So, if you are a follower of my channel, you do have a tech goblin emote and a tech sword that you can slay those tech goblins with. Because I'm a streamer, so this happens all of the time.
Yeah.
So let's start again. Third time's lucky. Let's roll a d12 for it, d20 for it this time. Let's see. And hey, it genuinely was a nat 20. I was going to say it was nat 20 anyway.
Get 'em out
and it
now,
is genuinely
Rob.
nat
This
20.
is
So
it.
that's my
The time
performance
has
check
come.
for this game. Here we go. Welcome everyone to Heist Aches, a one-shot crime syndicate special from Robert Hartley GM. I'm joined by some tremendous Dungeons and Dragons players, creators, and DMs. I'll introduce them in a second. I'll get them to introduce themselves. But first, before I forget, I would love to thank the sponsors of this GaryCon Live event, particularly this stream. Firstly, I would love to extend a warm thank you to Wooten Forged. Wooten Forge Gaming Accessories are an Australian company that make all sorts of high-quality wooden equipment and accoutrement for your gaming table, such like dice towers and dice trays and GM screens and all sorts of things. I happen to know that my good friend Josh, who I'll be introducing in a moment, is actually sponsored by Wooten Forge as well, so maybe he can tell you a little more about it as the game goes on. Wooten Forge, although they are an Australian team, they actually... Oh, and there you go, AJ's showing them off as well. Although they are an Australian team, they do ship all over the world as well. They ship internationally too. So if you like their stuff, get online and buy yourself some. Next up, I would love to thank Dragon's Lair, a gaming store in North Adelaide, particularly Salisbury, that has sponsored this event. They do all sorts of weekly events there at the gaming store. They've given us a giveaway to a prize for later in the stream. So if you want to win, what is it they're winning, Heath? Remind me, it's some kind of box set of something amazing.
Here it is. Here it is. Oh,
You got it there? That thing.
Something amazing, I guess.
Nice. Good ref. All right, what is it, Heath? Can you tell us what are they winning?
This is a gift, like a gift box set of D&D. It features oh, that's upside down. Well, we're down under, so I should be able to read that. Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Monsters of the Multiverse, Xanathar's Guide to Everything.
It's a multi-pack gift set of D&D stuff. A lot of cool things to get you started on the game.
Heavy.
If you want to be in with a chance to win that giveaway from Dragon's Lair, all you need to do is watch the stream and pay attention, because after the break, the halfway point, I'll be asking you a question about something that's happened in the first half of the stream, and if you get it right, you are entered into the draw to win. Moving on, I would love to also thank the other sponsors, Meeples and Dragons, an online gaming store that, again, brings all sorts of joy to your RPG gaming tables. And Hobby Nights, another gaming store in Adelaide, this time in Rosewater in Port Adelaide. So thank you very much to all of the sponsors for sponsoring today's stream. And thank you to you guys for watching all of the GaryCon live events so far. But without further ado, let me introduce my wonderful players for this evening, starting with, I'm going to start with the Eyes. The Eyes, playing Valentine today, is none other than Daily Dale. What can you tell me about who you are and where you come from and where people can find you?
Me as a human being, I was here ready to introduce my character.
I want to hear about you first.
And then you said where people can find you, and I went, wait a minute.
There's time in the game. There's time in the game for introducing your character.
Yeah, we'll get round to that.
This time is for introducing you.
For me, hi, my name is Dale. I make YouTube videos about D&D, lots of sort of homebrew stuff where we have fun tinkering with the rules of 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. So you can find me on Monarch's Factory on YouTube, as well as Daily Dale or Dale Daily on other social platforms. Really, just Google Dale Kingsville.
Because who needs consistency? Right?
Not me.
All right, the next one, I'm going to go down to The Hands, playing Elliot today. Luna, who are you? Where can people find you? What are you doing here today? How did you make it onto the stream?
How did I make it onto this stream? That is the question I asked myself.
By being great.
Hi, everyone. My name is Luna. I'm from Adelaide, South Australia, and I also make videos for YouTube. My flagship show is Crit Roll Conspiracies, where we talk everything Critical Role, and I also like to do a lot of chaotic D&D streams, like cooking and crafting and making a mess in my house. That's, pretty much it. You can find me at Luboffin everywhere on the internet.
Wonderful. Going down the line to The Muscle, playing Terry today, is AJ Winters. Who are you? How'd you get here? All of that jazz.
I joined a Zoom call, and now we're streaming on GaryCon Live.
Correct. Did not answer who are you.
Oh, my joke.
My name is AJ Winters. I am a world builder, dungeon master, and player from Western Australia. I make world building videos, and I am building a world one step at a time for an upcoming tabletop RPG show later this year. I'm very pumped. And I'm so keen to be the muscle today. I've even got props.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's what I like to
Get
see.
it.
Going down the line to The Brains, playing Bannerton today. None other than my good friend Josh, the Dreaded GM. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Josh, the Dreaded GM. If you want to know what I do, all you need to do is go and search Dreaded GM on Google. We're on all the places, but we're predominantly on Twitch, where we live stream D&D. We also do cool homebrew stuff, and we have a variety night where we also just hang out and do whatever we want, which is super cool. If you might know me from the many charity streams that I've done in the past with my good friend Rob and others up here as well, where we just endeavor to do as much good in the space with something that I absolutely love and everyone else absolutely loves as well. So I just try to bring as much positivity and wholesomeness to the internet as possible while playing Dungeons and Dragons with my friends.
And thank you very much for that exceptionally long introduction of
Yeah, I
yourself.
know.
As always,
Sometimes
staying on
they're short,
brand, Josh.
sometimes they're long.
And we're going to go down, last but not least, The Heart, playing Joltar today. Heath, who are you? Where'd you come from?
Who am I?
Where'd you go?
I'm a nervous
Got an
wreck
joke?
running all
The
this
Heart.
horrible tech. No. G'day everyone. My name is Heath. I am the Antipode ND20. I just have a passion for bringing Aussie RPGs and gaming accessories to the world stage and to the local stage and to the internal stage and stage left and to stage right whenever I can get some free time to do so. I love playing RPGs, have done for a long while now, and this is my third virtual GaryCon, my 4th GaryCon. I've done one physical one. That was a lot of fun. And here's to many, many more with such a fine, fabulous audience and an absolute smashing team such as yourselves.
Wonderful.
And
Thank you very much.
So do we
We'll
want to say
we'll get onto character introductions during the game.
Hell yeah.
Which we're about to crack into. But for those who don't know who I am, I'm Robert Hartley, GM. I am a dungeon master full-time. I run a game for Viva la Dirt League, a comedy group on YouTube. I'm also the writer for the comedy skit series D&D Logic. And I'm a dungeon master in my own right on Twitch and YouTube and all of the things as well. So if you want to see any more of my work, if you like what you see today, you can find me at all of those places. But for now, everybody shut up.
Oh, gee.
Oh boy,
Shut up.
That escalated fast.
That's a very on-brand thing for me. Okay. We see a very dark room. As the eyes adjust, we can see that there is conical walls that seem to be indicative of us being in an attic. We see a small circular table in the center of this room, and at the chair, at the table, we see a figure, humanoid, robed, with his back to us, hood up. He seems to be poring over something on the table, and as the camera seems to move past his shoulder, we see that he is illuminated from the front by the light of a crystal ball around which his hands are clamped. He's muttering to himself slowly, and then there is a flash, and he is jolted back into his seat. All that he can bring out of his mouth is, "Wow." Before his eyes start twitching, the camera gets closer to his profile, semi-illuminated face, and we see there is a crazed look about him. His hands goes to his temple, and he starts rubbing frantically. He seems to be in the middle of a psychotic break when away comes his hands, and in them, seemingly held, electrified chaos. He brings them out of his head and looks at them, his face going still. He smiles. "I might finally have it." He takes the chaos and places it in an empty jar on the table. And as soon as he drops it, he sticks the lid back on. And as he drips wax around the seal of this small jar, he puts his hand out to the crystal ball and says, "And it's all thanks to you, my lords." The room fills with fog, and the camera pushes through this fog until it starts to dissipate into mist, and we realize that we are now on a misty street, a cobblestone street in a dockside. We approach the shoreline of a river, and we go around the wall to the warehouse as it is being loaded. There is a side door onto the main floor of this warehouse, and at this side door, a very large gentleman, seemingly some kind of a sailor or dockhouse worker, he's smoking a pipe and leaning against the wall as if he's on a bit of a break. A smaller gentleman in a dark cloak approaches him and says, "Can I get in?" And the warehouse worker says, "Well, that depends. What's your view on the world?" To which the younger one glances around slyly and says, "Lord Avisher be damned." The man smoking the pipe also looks around before stepping aside from the door frame and slamming it. It's only about 2 foot wide, but as you would pass into the room proper, instead the door frame clicks and opens as if a secret door has just been revealed. The man with the pipe squeezes it to the side, and the other guy turns sideways to climb a very narrow set of stairs that is built within the wall of this warehouse. Upstairs, the camera follows him into a very dark room lit only by candles, around which there is a table, 2 chairs, and a man in a swiveled around chair on the other side of it. The man who enters takes a seat beside the other one as we hear him saying, "Well, that's what she said, sir. Was too scared to give me her name, but I think she had reason to believe he's working on something dangerous. Powerful. I think it's finally time we step in." The chair spins around, and you see a very strong, handsome gentleman with a rugged face, as if somebody who has had a lifetime on the streets. He smiles back at the unseen man in the chair and says, I think you might be right. I've always wanted to know what's in Moonsin Manor. And you know what? I think I've got some folk in mind. The camera zooms back out, and on the screen, Heist Aches. As the title music starts to play, you can imagine how it is, because I'm not actually good with music. So I just evoke the music in your mind, and you can imagine amazing music.
Yes.
We then shift to Valentine. Where would you be at this moment?
Oh my goodness. What time of day is it?
It's let's say mid-afternoon.
I would say there's a good chance that Valentine is, hiding behind a bunch of barrels after having just come out from a job. Just waiting for things to die down a little bit.
Waiting for things to die down. It zooms down this alleyway, out from past a bar where people are screaming about something. Which way did they go? Yeah, you got it. They went to the left. The camera whizzes past a crowd of very confused people as they spread out onto the cobblestone streets, darting which way, this way and that. The camera whips between one of them's legs and under another one's cloak, and then across into a very small snicket that seems to have been where a portion of the wall has collapsed just through wear and tear. And hiding in that wall behind a barrel, what does your character look like?
My character is sort of a wiry, I don't want to say scrawny, but skinny but muscular little halfling, kind of browny hair, bit of an undercut, and she's got sort of this bandit mask sort of pulled up over her face, and then this big sort of fluffy hood draped over their heads, so that really you can only see the eyes, but you can tell that this sort of cloak and hood really dwarfs her frame.
You're hiding there waiting for it to die down when you hear a voice say, you really like this hiding spot, don't you? It's to be hoped they never find it. And you recognize the voice as Penelope, or Bandor as she's known.
Bandor, oh, thank the stars that you're here.
You come sort of scooting out of the hole, and then a foot gets placed against your upper shoulder and pushes you back into the hole, and she says, not yet. And then a moment later, some running footsteps down the cobblestone street. All right. She reaches down and helps you out of the hole. And you look upon Penelope. What does Penelope look like?
Penelope is kind of all muscles. She's human, she's tall, and she's probably got, a couple decent scars on her here and there. She really is, muscles are her thing, and so she makes muscles her job.
She's very strong to look at. She is powerful. She takes no crap from anybody. She looks at you and says, if I can find his name. She says, listen, Jeremiah wants a word. He's got a job. I know you haven't worked for a while for the guild, but if you are interested in work and not this little, and she kind of just gestures to this low time crime that you've been committing. If you want actual work, it's a chance to prove yourself to the guild.
I would say that Valentine, swallows audibly, loudly, just like, Is it a team job?
It's a team job.
Then I'll take it.
I think someone of your expertise would come in handy. As she says this, the camera gets uncomfortably close, right up, sort of extreme close-up across your face, and then the splash screen, the eyes. We whip away from the eyes into Elliot. Where would you be right now?
Probably in like a dingy bar somewhere, like in a booth. She probably got her feet up on the table, just kind of.
Yeah. The camera pans away from the eyes as very quickly as it whips down that same street from where the people were coming, tearing out of the bar, into the bar that is now mostly deserted, but except for one. What do you look like?
Well, at first glance, she looks human. She's got like black hair in a very slick high ponytail. She's wearing kind of all black with like a lot of straps that, you know, are they logical? No, but they look good. And
straps.
Exactly. And but when, on close examination, she kind of has like slightly pointed ears and tusks. And she's kind of leaning back and like she's got some like arcane runes in the air that she's kind of like swiping through almost like a tablet. And she's just kind of chewing on something, keeping to herself.
Nice. As you're sitting there, feet up on the table, the camera comes swooping over to you and stops and drops down next to you as another figure drops down next to you as well. Comes into the camera and into the frame and drops down beside you. This is a gentleman you've seen around before. He's young. He's in his teenage years, and he works for Jeremiah, a criminal contact that you work for also. He says, Elliot, I thought I'd find you here. I've been sent to find you because there's work needs doing. If you're interested, not in the middle of a task or anything, are you?
Well, is it interesting? Is it interesting work that I'd be interested in?
Well, it's interesting enough that Jeremiah didn't tell me what it was.
Ooh, I'm intrigued.
Usually the jobs. You're
sure.
You're on board then? He said times of
Absolutely.
the essence, so chop chop, and he stands up and he goes over to the bar and says, "I've got your tab." He wants you there as soon as possible. He pays your tab while you get up to your feet. And as you get up to your feet, you walk past the bar where he's just put down the gold coin, and your hand comes out and swipes that gold coin straight back up off the bar. And as your hand does so, the camera extreme close up on your hand taking the coin, splash screen, the hands. The camera whips back out, and Banadin, where would you be right now?
All right. Banadin is currently in his workshop. You hear the sound of whirring gears, the sound of buzzing electricity, and he's currently sitting hulked over his workshop table. You can see that he's working on his helmet, and you can see the fur on the back of his head, and it's littered with scars. And as he's like building it, you see him pick up the helmet, and he just slips it on, and you hear this hissing sound from pistons that are pulling the face mask closed. And he stands up and he turns around. You can see his eyes are glowing red as well.
There is a sort of a clicking sound from a stone nearby. It gathers your attention, and you look across to it. It's a small circular disc of a stone, and it is a sending stone that you know is tied to a particular guild that you've worked for a couple of freelance jobs in the past. You go and pick it up, and no sooner do you do that than a voice, a dwarven voice, says, "Jason, Jeremiah's got a job for us. If you're interested, we've got some work." And you realize that this person's trying to get in touch with a fellow artificer, someone of your talents, known as Jason, somebody you've not particularly had good dealings with in the past, someone that whose work is a little derivative.
Okay.
No taste in this town.
And you see him start to move over. The sound of the mechanics are like clicking with him as well. It's then that the magic circuits start to glow a faint dull red as he bends down. The light seems to just drunk by the dark armored plates as well as he picks it up.
You're wasting your time with that one.
Wait, is this Benedin?
The one and only.
No. This job isn't for you. You can't do it. It's too much for you.
Too much for me.
Yeah, this would be too much. You wouldn't be able to handle it.
I'll show you. Tell me the job.
You see he gets aggravated by that.
Yeah, if there's one thing I can do, it's any job. And as the guy replies, "Well, you'd have to speak to Jeremiah." No sooner is the word Jeremiah past the stone into your mind, then the metal suited individual comes tearing out, this rocketing like ability behind him, speeding up his voyage through the workshop that he's in, and then the camera whips past him and over onto the scrolling intricate designs and just incredibly complicated mathematics that he's been doing, these schematics of all of these crazy designs that no one but him would have the brains to work out. Splash screen, the brains.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go.
Terry, where would you be right now?
I think Terry is nursing a drink at some sort of dingy bar, trying to hide their hulking figure and not get into a fight. I think Terry's just sitting there with like an ale. Terry is stark white hair, kind of albino vibes, with these bright copper eyes and just muscular. Like, cannot hide it under the leathers. This woman is bulging, arms, legs, fucking 8-pack, everything. And yeah, just sort of nursing her drink, just like, don't get into fights. Don't get into fights.
The camera comes whipping back down into the through the back door of a bar, past the person as they're putting down a barrel, under their arms, out into the front where there is a huge, massive man. He's human. He's got these muscles upon his muscles, and as he swings his fist forwards, the camera slow-mos, splash screen, the muscle, but no, it's only there for half a second when it sort of does a record scratch. The time speeds up again as the fist connects with this enormous orc of a man. It seems to break the orc's tooth, and then it comes across to the orc and says, the muscle. And then another record scratch. Time speeds up as the orc comes flying down, falling through the table at which you are sitting, Terry. It knocks the ale from your hands and splashes all over the ceiling. And as Terry slowly stands to their feet, how tall is this Goliath?
6'3".
6'3".
But hunched. Not
6'3", hunched. Yeah. Small for a Goliath, tall for the human that has just knocked an orc through your table. Finally, whoosh, onto the screen, the muscle. Yeah. And then the time starts again as the bartender says, 9 here, please, Terry. Please, don't take it outside.
Okay. Outside. Now.
The muscle man looks across at the orc he's just knocked down and looks up at you as if following his gaze up as you stand up. He says, "Oh yeah, and what are you gonna do about it?" "All right, yeah, fine, outside." And then he walks outside with his confidence a little bit lackluster.
So good.
You follow him outside and into the street. And as you do, you see a familiar woman. She's a young teenager. She's probably about 16 or so. She's got her hood up and she's just like leaning against the wall opposite, just tossing a coin in her hand and watching. You recognize her as one of the younger members of the guild. And usually her presence means that someone wants you for work. You have the option of continuing this fight or going to see what Sarah wants.
Can I do both? I'm going to.
You can do if you can quickly end this fight. You can do both.
I'm going to quickly end this fight. I'm just gonna. Before this orc even this human tries to make a move, I'm gonna grab them by the shirt and slam them up against the wall.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just hold them like a good foot or two off the floor.
Awesome.
You want to fight?
No, I'm just messing, mate. Just messing around.
All right, you owe me a beer next time.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I'll be around here tomorrow. Yeah. You place him back down, drunk. He loses a lot of his confidence and his bravado, and ends up back inside. You walk across to the young girl who says, "We've got work for you. Someone of your caliber. I know it's been a while. But if you're interested, it'll pay well."
Okay, well, let's go.
The camera zooms back out. Jolta, where would you be right now?
Jolta would probably be either if there's a bookstore, library, or like a temple with literature and artifacts.
Oh, nice. All right. The temple of it would be a university, which in my world is a place of worship to the knowledge gods. You would probably be surrounded by the acolytes, the librarians, the acolytes to Fifka. Fifka is one of the knowledge gods. As you are sitting at the table, what is it that you would be doing? Would you be studying anything in particular? Would you be looking up research for a particular job?
Joltar would probably have a couple of tomes open, maybe either a little trinket of some sort in his hand, or just idly playing with a holy symbol on a chain, and flicking through sort of 3 or 4 dusty tomes at the same time.
As you are doing so, the acolyte to Fifka comes by and says, just so you're aware, the library will be closing for the public soon in order to open for service. If you'd like to stay for service to Fifka, you are more than welcome to do so, but if you wish to continue your studies, you will have to come back in about an hour.
I'm almost done, my friend. And he rubs,
Very well.
A wound on his throat. For your trouble! And he gives him a silver coin and starts putting some of the tomes together.
As you start to collect the tomes, there's a voice that says, "Don't worry, he's got things to be doing anyway." And you turn around to see this is a 12-year-old boy that has been haranguing you for some time now, because ever since you had fallen into a bit of bother and were helped out by a certain guild, they have been asking you to repay your debts from time to time. The little boy is named, let's name him Grant, and Grant says, "Listen, holy man, I'm afraid the time's come to do another job for us."
You again?
Afraid so.
Oh, what do they want now?
Well, you'll find out when you get there. And time is of the essence, so
I've
quick as you
paid
can.
in more than one way.
And if you do this task, they've said it may even be the end of it. Depends how well it goes.
News to my ears. And he kind of shuffles his long black hair with sort of a little streak of silver to reveal just a ever so slight point on an ear.
He's got relatively clean-shaven face for the certain areas, meaning that there's a hint to this person having elven blood.
Yes.
And as you reluctantly stand, wanting to finally repay your debt to this thieves' guild, you move to the doorway. And what's your holy symbol? Where do you wear it? Is it a pendant? Is it on a shield? Is it tattooed?
He has one on a chain on a pendant sort of thing around his neck, but on his shield he also has the holy symbol. The holy symbol of whatever we decided.
Whatever we decided it was
Let me
last
just go
time.
into my notes.
I believe you're a life cleric, so it would probably be.
Kivaris?
It would probably be
I think it was,
somebody unimportant. It's
holy
the
symbol is
god of
3
healing.
mountain peaks in a row.
Through Mountain Kivaris. Yeah, Kivaris, the mountain.
Even though
Yes.
he's a cleric of life domain, because of his association earlier on with the dwarves,
That's
took,
right.
He took
You're
that as
a
well.
cleric to Kivaris, the god of caves and underground and all of that thing.
That's right.
So the camera comes zooming extreme close up on the shield, the holy symbol, and the splash screen says the heart. Hard cut 2. We're in a meeting room on the upper floor of a warehouse. Each of you is sitting, standing, however you would be around the room of this meeting room, looking out over the view of the water. And in the room with you is the same attractive human male that looks like he's had a job on the streets for quite some years, Jeremiah Steele. You've all been acquainted with this gentleman before. You know him to be the brain, as his position is known, the brain of the acquisitions department of this city's chapter of the Displacers Guild. Heath, if you could put up the map, we can have that at any point now.
Absolutely.
So to give you guys some context as to where you are in the largest city of this particular island, Lorenthiel, and you are in Iwanenburg. Iwanenburg, down there in the sort of lower left of that map there, is a very large town. Mostly humans abound. and it is upstream from one port town and several kilometers from anywhere else. Each city or town has their own chapter of the Displacers Guild, a very secretive organization of criminals that basically do a Robin Hood deal. They steal from people who are too powerful, people who are too rich or despotic, and take them down a few pegs by giving those items of power and wealth to the more needy. So you've all been involved with the Displacers Guild for one reason or another over the years. You may not have all worked together. That's up to you to decide. But Jeremiah is the head of the acquisitions, the breaking and entering and stealing section of the Displacers Guild. He says, listen up. So the deal is, have you heard of the wizard, Amaskin? Now, you have been in this city for long enough to have heard of Amaskin. Amaskin is a bit of an eccentric wizard that lives on the outskirts, about 20-minute walk from the town proper. And he has always been a little bit of an enigma to the town. Everybody has an opinion about him, but those opinions are never the same. He's very involved in the politics of the city and always attends town meetings. But other than the town meetings, he's rarely seen outside of his tower. So everybody's always rumors abound about what he's working on there and whether or not he's interested in the politics for good or evil, nefarious purposes. Everybody's been making up their own mind, but Jeremiah tells you that we've got reason to believe that he's finally on the turn. He's working on something powerful, something dangerous, and we don't think you'll be able to control it.
Microphone, my dear. If you
We need you to. We need you to. Well, we're actually combining the departments for this particular job. We've got the people from the knowledge department because we need to know what he's working on. We need to know how to deal with whatever it is. We've got the people from the acquisitions because, of course, we want to take it from his hands. And we've even got people from, and he looks across to Terry, the enforcement division, because, well, this is the sort of job that will definitely go wrong. However, I'm afraid you guys haven't worked together before, and I can't just send you on to a job like this in such a dangerous manner. And I know some of you have worked together on minor jobs, but you haven't worked together as a fivesome. I need you to do a little proving yourself task first, because if you ain't got what it takes, I'm going to have to turn to the alphas. And as he says the alphas, there is a flash in the room, and over in the corner, the camera whips around, and we see materializing a group of 5 characters standing in a superhero pose. The camera zooms in to frame all of them. Flash screen, the alphas. We can see as part of the group a human female in a very cat burglar-esque attire known as Pepper Wright. You know Pepper. She is a rival of sorts and is very, very proficient in what she does, but doesn't she know it? Behind her to the left, the dwarf that seems to have summoned them here, a dwarf called Samson Norkuth. A dwarf, Banadin, this is one of your adopted cousins. You know him to be proficient in the arts of conjuration. He's still got the purple remnants from around his hands from conjuring them into the room. Behind him is a high elf something. They are completely shrouded in mystery. You barely ever see their face even, and when you do, it's such an androgynous elven look that it's almost impossible to know what they specialize in or what their backstory is. All you know about them is that they wear an eye patch over their left eye. Off to the side, almost missed entirely, is a very small kobold. Small even by kobold standards, less than 2 foot tall. A kobold that is very shy called Kibble. Kibble holds a single rod that does not have an end on it. Just a single rod that you know to be able to summon weapons of Kibble's choice. Kibble is actually from the enforcement division, and then stepping out from behind them all, sort of unfurling into view as the camera kind of pans back to encompass her, a large Goliath. You've never seen her before, or rather, no one but Terry has. Terry, you recognize your sister Juniper. As she stands up with her wraps around her hands, she says, "All right, Terry." And then the scene is yours.
Dale hates the alphas. Valentine is scared of the alphas. Dale hates them.
The dwarf Samson says, "Did you see? Did I hear someone say alphas?" And Jeremiah says, "You know, you did. You were waiting outside to hear that whole time. You don't need to put on such a show the whole time." And Pepper says, "Au contraire." Don't worry, folks. We've got this from here. Whatever the job is, my team can do it.
Ugh.
Oh boy.
It's just Elliot at the side.
Oh
Kibble,
boy.
Kibble sort of looks across and says,
Hi, Valentine. How's it going?
Hey, Kibble.
Good to see you. You've been on jobs? Yes.
Yeah, little
I've been on
bits
on
and
jobs.
yeah,
Sorry, you go. Sorry.
No, you can. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm just saying. There was a guy. I had to get some money back from him, and it was quite a lot of money. I've actually got quite a bit of money now. And the high elf just in the dark hooded robe just grabs Kibble by the shoulder and just sort of pulls him back into a formation with the rest of them as he was inching forwards towards Valentine.
Bye, Kibble.
Amazing.
And I inch myself back behind our Goliath.
Well, as impressive as you all are,
That's the wrong voice.
I think we're going to get the job done first.
Presses a button on his helmet.
Yeah,
sorry,
it's
wrong
accent
voice.
change. Yeah, accent change.
This is the way.
Go on. What did you say?
You're not going to get the job done if we get it done first.
Well, then we'll see about that, won't we? What is the job, Jeremiah? He says, "Well, it's a tough one. Of course, it'd have to be to make sure that I'm Scottish now, but deal with it."
Yeah, I know it's happening. It's contagious.
He was cutting money. Listen, the job's a tough one, as it would have to be, is in order to warrant making sure that you're up to the task. We need a golden tooth. There's a bit of a hush falls among all of you because there is one very prominent person with a very prominent golden tooth that is known about the town. A halfling, or a hobbit in my world, called Randall Gallagher. Randall Gallagher is a very high leading member of a crime syndicate. And unlike the Displacers Guild, is not about helping out the little people. They're about helping out themselves. The motto of their crime syndicate is, if you can't hold on to it, you don't deserve it. Randall Gallagher lives in the most ostentatious mansion in town, even more so than Lord Avarish himself. And you need to acquire his golden tooth to prove your worth before the alphas.
I am good at procuring teeth.
Well, how you do it's up to you. Whether he knows about it or whether you take it by force, I don't care. Either way, you'd prove you're up to the task. I should warn you though. If you do take it by force and he knows that it was you, you weren't anything to do with us. Got that? Usual rules apply. You never heard of the Displacers Guild?
Yeah.
I wish I had never heard of them.
Do you need the lozenge?
Joltar, don't worry about it, mate. You do this task for me. I'll write off your debt completely.
You will.
I will. And tell you what, I mean, if you'd have still had Salazar when that event went down, maybe you would have kept your voice.
Say that name. This is why I am a shadow of my former self.
Yeah, well, he's long gone now, ain't he?
Wretched thing.
Harry just kind of like half punches him to see if he's actually a shadow.
There's very much meat and bone underneath your fist.
And what say you for the rest of us then? What's in it for us, apart from the glory?
What do you reckon old Amaskan keeps in Moonsin Manor?
A great many things.
A great many things. You get to keep whatever you can keep, mate.
Right. Oh.
We just want whatever he's working on, whatever the dangerous thing is, whatever it is that he's apparently got power of. I know a little more, but there's not much more I can say until you've proven your worth. At which point Samson says, "Well then, say no more." Whoosh, and a purple light encompasses the alphas. And as you hear the last little squeaky voice saying, "Bye, Valentine," they're all whisked away outside, and they have begun.
Amazing.
Jeremiah, you know I will do any job for you. Why do you have to bring them in every time? It's embarrassing. You know.
I mean, you need some amount of encouragement, don't you, darling?
Ugh, fine.
Don't worry, Elliot. I've got every confidence in you, love.
She just starts pulling out some runes already, like.
Valentine is just sweating profusely. Like, from the moment the Gallaghers were mentioned, it's just like rivers. It's just dabbing. And
Valentine, are you okay?
Are there? I mean, like, what about other golden teeth? Like, what if, sailors sometimes they get golden teeth, right?
It's a fair question.
Jeremiah just looks at you as if to say, like, you know the answer to that.
Okay.
Terry's gonna pick up Valentine, just like to eye level. It's okay, Teeny. You'll be fine.
I like having enforcers on the squad.
Well, I can't help but notice they've got a bit of an head start on you, he says.
Could I don't know whether... So it's in my backstory that I may have infiltrated the home of the Gallaghers crime family and stolen some information in the past. Would I be able to maybe leverage that? Do I know?
You definitely know. Oh yeah, you definitely know the layout of the mansion. You know that he does not employ magic traps, as he does not believe in them. But he does employ a lot of physical traps, i.e., his many people that work for him, and he's got his dogs on the premises. He's got an electrified fence around the exterior. There is 3 ways in that excluding windows, there are 3 ways in. There's a main big door. There is a back door that is a servant's entrance, and there is a coal cellar that on the outside will lead into the kitchen, essentially, through a stairway inside. And then, of course, there's windows and just getting in through the wall or teleportation. There's lots of different ways in it.
Right. I would love to relay this general information like a heist movie where it's like, here's the problem. Even if we can get into the,
The camera pulls away from Valentine's dripping sweat, and the extreme close-up. It follows the drip of sweat down to the ground. As it splashes on the floor, it goes back up, and you're now in a different room, a different part of the warehouse, where Valentine is still sweating, but is now like holding herself above the table, on which is blueprints to the house, and Valentine's pointing out. So this is the situation. There's an electrified fence. There's dogs. There's guards.
Standing on the table as well is Bannerton as well, because I don't know if anyone realized he's actually small sized as well. He's just
a small iron gun.
Yeah.
Nice. So just like a tiny little robot, essentially, in your massive armor.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's plate mail, your armor, isn't it? It's like full plate mail.
Yeah, plate armor. Yeah.
Armored Energizer Bunny.
Yep.
An armored Energizer Bunny. So you were all aware of the situation and the dangers of the respective mission. You know that the mansion in question is about a 15-minute walk from where you are currently, and it's starting to get dark.
Can I use my intellect to determine if there's any flaws or anything that we should be aware of with the various entrances that there are?
From what you've been told and from what you know, there's nothing that would stand out. From schematics and blueprints alone, like you'd have to go and check the guard, check the pattern of the guard, and the dogs and things. The weaknesses would be just general things that you would be aware of, like the dogs would be weak to anything that can manipulate animals or like distract them with food or anything. There's guards that can be controlled or manipulated or blackmailed or bribed or threatened. Usual things.
Check my spells quickly.
I'd say most of us are pretty good at we're kind of small, can sneak around. I can certainly sneak around. I feel like Terry. Terry,
What?
baby.
What?
You're are we gonna go in like swinging so that you can just really shine, or are we gonna try and sneak us all in?
I can sneak. You look up.
I mean, I could make you invisible if that's hopeful, but maybe Valentine knows the joint, can scout ahead.
Okay, but
I will be
I'm not sure that
backup.
you understand. But if I'm the one, if it's me, but if it's me, then I'm skinned. They will skin me. They will skin me alive.
We won't
No
let
one
them.
will be skinning you.
I
Yeah.
will not let
That's
that
comforting.
happen.
That's comforting. I like that.
We've got
Because
you.
we won't get caught.
I'm worried for my sister. She no fighter like me.
More of a lover.
She the pretty one.
Rob, does the sorry, keep going. Sorry.
Well,
I can see that.
All right.
we best
So-
get to it then.
Yeah.
Otherwise, something might happen to her.
Yes, we should hurry up.
Yeah.
The
Right.
blueprints are pretty, but took a long time.
As we travel, I'm gonna like.
Just
Question
like
is,
3
so,
days,
are
3
we
days
going
to like
loud or
8.
are we going quiet?
we cut back to that. Valentine's got a ruler and a pencil out, and we're like, we're really on a time crunch here, Valentine. Can you not just tell us the information? No. I need to be able to point at something.
I just want to get it really exact. That's all.
From memory, there was exactly 33 feet between the front door and the.
I think she's
Wait, I think
stalling.
my scale is wrong. I need to start again. Don't worry.
Start
about
again.
that.
Crunch. When she's got it laid out, she just points and goes, so there's dogs here, and there's a guard, and there's a front door and a back door.
Teeny, I will follow you. Make sure you're not skinned.
Thank you.
So we're going in quiet. Maybe a
Yes.
distraction.
Yeah, I say we go in quiet until it goes wrong, and then we go out loud.
Going quiet,
Which
come
will
out loud.
inevitably what happens in my experience.
Yeah.
Does anyone have something to help with dealing with the dogs?
I can maybe put them to sleep,
That would definitely
like actual
work.
sleep.
Harry
just
just cracks
euphemism?
her knuckles.
Same thing work on human.
I can put dogs to sleep.
If I put them to sleep with some magic, they might not bark. But I think if we use your method,
We
some
put
of
them to
them
sleep
might
with
be a
yours.
little noisy.
Well, sleep, the spell only lasts for a minute, so you put them to sleep with
Oh,
magic
that's
so they
true.
don't bark, and then you put
Yeah.
them to sleep permanently.
Well, yes. Oh,
It's up to you.
We shouldn't do that.
We shouldn't do that.
well, we can get inside in 1 minute. We just need them to not bark while we're getting inside.
You can. That is true. You put them to sleep
Yeah.
for a minute. You got a minute to cross the lawn and get inside.
Yeah.
Where's this fence that hurts?
Yeah, the fence is around the outside of his property. It's a
mhm.
relatively large
The outer
mansion.
perimeter.
What if we get meat? We get fresh meat and we put dogs to sleep but leave treats.
Mhm,
So when
mhm.
they wake up, they eating. I don't fight when I eat.
I know when I wake up, I'm a little bit hungry.
That too.
That sounds good.
Right.
Cool. So that's the plan. You're getting some fresh meat for the dogs, so that you put them to sleep with magic.
I
Put some
know,
meat
man.
out for them so they don't bark when they wake up. And
I
in that
know.
minute,
I know a meat man.
You know a meat man. Tell me.
I
Tell
know
me.
a meat man.
Tell me who your meat man is. I want to introduce him.
There's a meat man in like a very weird back alley that sells.
I can get you meat. He sells
I
meat
can
from
get you
inside his
meat.
coat.
Meat.
I
It's
hate
like
the
a-
meat man.
It's like
Yeah.
a late night meat store, only open at nighttime. And there's like fresh
Meat
meat.
store, not a butcher. A meat
Yeah,
store.
meat store, not a
Meat
butcher.
store. Yeah.
No. He doesn't butcher the meat. He just not on
He
premises. anymore.
requires it,
Yeah.
and he gives it in like nicely wrapped packages that like Terry looks really proud of by the
It's
time
very,
she comes out.
It's so inconsequential, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. But I definitely am going to role play this meat store. So you go in to get your meat from the meat man, and he looks up his little wiry frame with an eye missing and an eye. He doesn't even wear an eye patch over it. He's just got a bare socket. And he just
Patrick.
looks up. Hey, Terry! What are you in for today? You want Griffin? You want Giant? I got some Giant in today.
What do dogs like?
What do dogs like? Do you want dog meat?
No. What do dogs eat?
Oh, dogs eat anything. Isn't that right,
Anything.
Skip?
And he kicks his dog that's sleeping next to him, and then he drops a little. He just taps him. I don't mean he like boots him. He taps him awake, and Skip looks up and drops a little piece of offcut that he pulls out of his pocket. He just had raw meat in his pocket that he drops down to his dog, Skip.
Nice. I flick him a silver or whatever the equivalent of. It's like, surprise me.
The thing is, he never actually asks you for a particular price. You just pay him a particular amount, and he gives you that much.
He
that
gives
much in
me
meat.
like that amount of meat. Yes.
He gets the silver and goes, "Oh yeah, right you are," and he disappears behind a curtain that falls with surprising silence. Like it should make a little noise, but it does not make any noise as he passes it. And no matter how often you've seen him walk past that curtain, it seems to be pitch black back there. That whenever the curtain moves aside to let him through, you cannot see anything but him on the other side of it. A moment later, silently it opens again, and he brings out a beautifully wrapped package that's in wrapped brown paper and brown paper string. Brown paper string. and he parcel string. And he hands it over to you. Right you are, Terry.
Thank you.
Always welcome.
Drops a little piece of meat down to the dog. As you
The
leave.
store smells nice.
You now have meat for the dog. What else are you preparing?
I'm outside probably babbling to Bannerton about the electric fence. Like the first time I tried to go in, I just thought I couldn't move, and then
Yes, your muscles were seizing.
Bad,
You
and
were
it's
being
bad
electrified.
time. That must make sense to you probably. I mean, to me, it hurt me, and I would like that to not happen again, please.
Well, we will make sure that we can get a blanket to put over the fence.
Okay, great.
I will make sure nothing happens to you at all.
I have a blanket, man.
I have a blanket man.
I have a blanket man.
Here's one I procured from him earlier.
You're not gonna. Okay.
Cut to the blanket.
We've got a lot more prepared today.
The blanket man.
We've got a lot more prepared today than me just role-playing all of your acquiring of items to get into the first thing. That is only the first mission
Blanket
to make
man
sure
is
that you are
also missing an eye,
able
but
to
it's
do the
another
next
one.
mission.
I have a man.
Blanket man's missing the other eyeball.
Valentine.
He's like an
You're gonna be
identical twin,
okay.
but a mirror image of the meat man.
It's like really heavy curtains.
And he is on the other side of the same alleyway. So he's on the other side of the building and also exits into this middle space that is through a dark. I'm gonna have to. Damn it! Now I have to roleplay the scene. You go into the black man. And he goes in this exact same voice. Hey, we've got all kinds of blankets in. I've got. I recently acquired mammoth. Do you want mammoth fur blanket?
Yes, that should insulate the electricity.
Wonderful.
Well,
I'll be right back. And again, he doesn't ask you for a particular price. He just comes back, and there's in the exact same brown paper with the parcel string, wrapped up, much larger package though, a mammoth blanket, and then he holds out his hand for payment.
Do I know that? Well, do we have the name of this merchant?
This merchant is called. He just goes by K.
Okay.
Here you go, Kay.
And give him.
And the meat guy goes by J. and they never like you said, the meat store's only open at late night. This guy's only open at like dusk, like right before late night. They never have overlapping hours.
So good.
All right. You come back with your blanket.
You do you.
You give him some amount of money that he accepts. You leave with your blanket. You have a blanket and meat.
Yep. Blanket and meat. I got my.
Right.
my
On our way to a party.
Got it.
Perfect.
Rob, what else is the plan?
Rob, hate to break the flow, but someone in the chat said, please don't tell me there's a singing barber in there somewhere.
We'll find out.
Hells yeah.
Do we need disguises?
I know a disguise man.
I know a barber shop.
What's your plan? Because every minute that you waste is another minute that the alphas are
No,
going.
I think Valentine
let's
has
go.
properly run out of excuses to delay this.
So so Benedict will just say one last thing to Valentine.
Valentine, we won't let anything happen to you. I've got you.
It's a little like 2-finger like salute. Pat on the back.
Let's do it.
All right, and you head off towards the Gallagher residence, with Valentine getting more and more shakier in the way. the closer and closer you get, the floor is basically dripping in sweat. You're wondering how she's not dehydrated entirely by the time you get there. You get there, and she's a desiccated corpse. You arrive at the edge of the street, at the end of which you can see the gate to the Valentine to the Gallagher residence. Are you just walking right up to the front gate, knowing that he has a gate man and he will be on duty? Are you going around the back? Are you trying to stealth up and get reconnaissance from afar?
Whatever side I approached last time that I got in, I'm going to go to the other side.
Yeah, you went in from the right. Let's say you cut a hole in the fence. You'd acquired or borrowed, let's say, some lightning resistance gloves, and you'd snipped a hole in the fence on the right and screwed it in that way before. So this time you're going around the left-hand side, which the reason you did not go in through the left last time is it's closer to where the dog kennel is. The fence is about 2.5 meters tall. So what's that in feet? About 9 feet, 10 feet. 10 feet's 3 meters, isn't it? So let's say 10 feet.
Do I risk it? Yeah, I'm gonna run up and jump.
I start unwrapping the brown paper, getting the blanket ready.
You're starting to approach. You've got your plan ready. I'm going to put this over the thing real quiet. We get over to the other side silently. We give the dogs the food and all of this, and then boom, 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 boom. Out comes this running athletic jump. Whoosh. And your strength is high enough to do a 10-foot high jump, is it?
Yeah, and I've got acrobatics.
Oh, nice.
that I'm proficient in. So there's like a moment where just the strength and might of leaping transforms into this beautiful little flip.
Osby flop over the top of this.
Pole vaulting style.
You do so. It is easy enough. You do, because you already have the high enough strength to high jump that amount. I will get a dex check not to vault the fence, but to land quietly and
got it
without falling over.
Ooh, 16 plus dex.
Acrobatics is fine.
Plus 5.
Cool, 21.
That's good.
You land down, almost 3-point landing, and the camera lands with you and then zooms back and then pulls focus to the people on the other side, all 4 of them in the alleyway opposite the left-hand side of the fence, who are just holding up a mammoth skin blanket and watching, mouth agape, all 4 of them. What are you guys doing as
she does this every time? Swear to God. Okay. Is there a way to get under the fence? Like
throw the mammoth pelt over, if possible.
You're gonna go up to the fence and
try and
pelt over.
Yeah, and hopefully get the help.
You easy enough to throw the mammoth pelt up and over the fence.
Hell's yeah.
I scramble up the fence.
You scrabble on up. All right, I will have you are climbing the fence. It is making noise because it is a chain link fence, and you haven't done any sort of reconnaissance on where the guards are or what's going on with the guards or the dogs.
It's gonna be fine.
And so all of you are just climbing into this place. So I will get stealth checks from everyone, Terry included.
Well, can I please Misty Step? Can I see past the fence?
You can definitely see through the
fence.
fence.
I want to Misty Step and then like immediately cast Sleep on the dog kennel.
Awesome. What does your Misty Step look like to anybody watching?
So it's very much like some arcanes come up in the air. She does a quick like swipe, and then sort of like spirals into nothing and then spirals out on the other side. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. And as you spiral out on the other side, you're about 10 feet from the front of the dog kennel, and you hear. And as the first nose pokes its head out of the kennel, what does Sleep look like?
I play some like ASMR. Just kind of like
just throw some hot cocoa at them.
Yeah, exactly.
Get a pillow out.
It's all like digital, like the white noise app on your phone.
Some like lavender incense.
Exactly.
She's getting really tired.
Yeah.
Go to sleep. I'm really Amazing.
The eyes are getting really heavy, and as the dogs are hit with this wave of ASMR, their eyes go drooping. I will get you to roll sleep to see if you roll really poorly and can't put these birds to sleep.
Come on, baby. All ones.
Oh no, that's it's okay. I got 2 8s, 10, 18, 22, 27.
27. You know how many hit points I gave them?
Nope.
I gave them 9 hit points each, and there's 3 dogs.
Oh. I can't
You know
do
what
that.
you know what that equates to? 27.
27. Oh my god, really?
I gave them 27 hit points, and you've put them all to sleep.
So good.
Amazing.
You are. I will get you all to make that stealth check though, but now the DC is lower because it's no longer
I
the
got a
dogs that you're having to
26.
sneak past.
I got a
Yeah.
13.
Strangely, 23.
26, 23, 13. You said, Bannon?
13, yeah.
I got 19.
13, 19. And did I get one from Jolta?
12.
12. All right.
Too busy slaying the tech goblins to be quiet.
That is fine because it was a group check and there was a particular number that you had to get. When I do group checks, I add all of the numbers that you get together, and you have to beat a certain number. So that means that people who fail dismally can be accounted for by people who roll really well. So Jolta is not quite as experienced as breaking and entering as you all are, as he clambers over the fence, making a little bit more noise. But some of you are there on the other side to help him down. Terry just reaches up, grabs him from the top of the fence, and brings him down. And just as you're landing on the other side,
Thank
hear
you.
this. Go to sleep. And the dogs.
I'm gonna
And
put
then
the
legs start to go.
I'm gonna put the meat pack in front of them and unwrap it.
You unwrap
nicely.
it. As you unwrap it, it's got a very purple texture, purple color, with a very
texture.
Yeah,
That's
a purple
even more
colour.
frightening.
a purple color with a marbled texture. It definitely has veins of some other kind of lilacs and things coming through it. This is not like any meat you've ever seen before, and you're not sure what they'll be eating, but hopefully it doesn't hurt them or turn them into mutants or something.
Dogs will eat anything, the meat man said.
As you
Who wouldn't trust the meat man?
as you leave the meat there, you have like 50 seconds left to make your way to the house. Are you going through the front door, back door, windows, ceiling? What's your plan?
Windows. Is it multiple stories?
It is. It's a 3-story house.
Okay, cool. Oh,
And
man.
4 if you count the cellar.
All right.
Any open windows?
As you look at the house, I'll have you make a perception check, see if you can notice any open windows. There are quite a few windows.
Yeah.
So you're sort of scanning over all of them, seeing if any of them are ajar. I will meanwhile.
14.
14. 17. Somebody got?
Also a 14.
Yeah.
Did someone else say 14?
I said
I heard-
14.
I had 14. I think I heard a 17, maybe.
Oh, maybe I got 17. I'm gonna drink.
Anyway,
Red got 17.
I did.
the 17 is fine.
Natural 20. I get
Anyone with a 15 or more.
perception with advantage. I rolled a 3. Rolled for a 20.
No.
Hey!
So anyone above 15 sees that there are multiple windows on the front that are not opened. In fact, most of them don't look like they do open. But looking as you sort of cross the lawn, you sort of banana around, and as you're approaching the rear of the house, you can see that one of the servant entrances, right by the servant entrance door, there is a window that is slightly ajar for ventilation. It is large enough for each of you to fit through, but it is about 10 to 15 feet off the ground.
Love that for us.
Okay.
So I have a feat. I have
two feats.
climbing.
You do.
I have really, really good climbing. Where is this?
That's the name of the feat. Really, really good climbing.
Really
Really
good
good
climbing.
climbing.
It's called I've got good climbing, trust me.
So my climbing is equal to my walking speed, and I can climb on difficult surfaces, including upside down on ceilings, apparently. So
Do you have spider climb? What feat is this? Spider feet. It's called spider feet.
It's called climbing. It's part of my bestial.
Oh, it's your beast thing.
Oh.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's
well, then you can climb up. I'll take your word for it. You can climb up difficult surfaces, including upside down on ceilings. So it should be no problem for you to climb up to this thing. However, it is obviously a glass window. So putting your weight on the wall as you're climbing up it, there's a chance that it might cause some damage to the window if you're not particularly light on your feet. So there will be a check involved.
I think what I'll do is I'll like stay next to the window and sort of help my small friends get to the window to do the delicate stuff.
Nice.
I'm just the like forklift.
All right. As you start to help your friend, you walk over to the back wall, you clamber up onto the wall next to the window, and then you assist other people to get up to the window. For Valentine being tiny and for Banadin being small, you are both able to fit through this window without problem. You are helped up there by Terry, who opens the window a little and then sort of just helps you through. But now you're on the inside and you're about to drop down onto the window ledge on the inside. I will get a dex check as you land.
Hells yeah. I'm gonna look over to Valentine and say,
It has its perks, right?
Oh, I'm nervous to roll dex. I'm nervous.
wait, do we all have to make the dex?
It's no, just the people who have gone through the window so far. It's just Banadin and
And
Val.
it's just straight dex.
Just
Straight dex for now. I just want to
Very
see
cool.
how light on your feet you can land on the other side.
I got a 16.
13, that's fine. 16 is fine.
Okay, cool.
You land down on the windowsill without falling, without twisting your ankle, without knocking anything off of the windowsill. You land down on the windowsill on the inside of the room. Both of you are on the inside. You can hop down off the windowsill without issue.
I do so. And
I
as we
shimmy
go,
into the nearest shadow.
I'm going to offer Valentine, while in the shadow, a crisp high five.
And how loud is that high five? Let's find out. All right.
Roll for stealth.
And because he's an armorer artificer, so as I do so, I activate my thunder gauntlets. So you land down. You two are on the inside. The other two, are you entering as well?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna fit through this window.
You are going to fit, but it's not not as easy as the other. It's definitely more of a maneuver for you than to just kind of like climb through that issue. So you're up next. Elliot approaches with Terry's help. You can make a. Let's make it. I'll give you the choice of athletics or acrobatics, depending on the flavor of how you're getting through the window.
Definitely acrobatics. I'm trying to like. Yeah,
you have
wriggle my way through.
You have advantage on it because of Terry's help.
Yay! Thank you, Terry. Oh, good. Thank God I do.
You're welcome.
That is 17.
You are fine. You are through the window.
Whew.
I will get that dex check to see how well you land without making noise.
Oh no. 10.
10 is what you needed. You land without making noise on the inside, without knocking anything off. There is a let's say you're in sort of the servant's kitchen here, so there is a ceramic jar that seems to be holding some kind of ingredients, probably flour, and it's pretty close to the ledge. And as you landed, your hand kind of went out and knocked it like a good 3 inches closer to the edge, and it's like an inch hanging off of the edge. But you put your hand on it and scritch it back and scooch it further away for Joltar to come through.
Just try and stay as still as possible.
Joltar, are you going in as well?
Nice.
I can do. I will fit through the window because we just had two small people go through the window. Will I
Easy
fit
peasy.
through? Cool.
You will fit through.
All right, I will do.
Luna,
Just to clarify, is Terry's 6 foot something?
Oh, sorry. I thought. It was...
And then the rest of you are tiny? Is
yeah.
that how it is?
No.
From Terry's point of view, yes.
We've got one large person from Terry, and then we've got 2 mediums from well, you're not actually technically large, but you're Goliath, which are basically on the edge. Then you've got a half elf and a half orc, an Uruk, and then you've got 2 small races.
Yeah.
So you run the gamut.
Small.
Like a babushka doll.
Yeah, you're all inside Terry.
Amazing.
All right, so in you go. You've got advantage on either an athletics or acrobatics, your choice, to fit through this window without smashing the window or making too much noise, getting stuck, anything else that can go wrong.
An 11 on the dice, and
11 is fine. 11 plus stuff, unless both your athletics and acrobatics
no,
are negative. You should be
no
fine.
negatives.
You make it on the way through easy enough. I'll get a straight dex check just to see how well you land.
Ooh, 18 on the dice.
Easy peasy. All right, so the only one left outside is Terry. Terry, you staying outside? You squeezing in?
I said
You-
that I would.
you
I
will
said
be a
that I'd
squeeze.
stay with Teeny. So I think.
All right, so you're squeezing in.
Oh,
In she goes.
Thankfully for your spider climb ability, it means that you can reach through the window onto the inside. You can stick your hands to the wall on the inside and then use that to try and like bring yourself in. So
Harry's
I will give
a
you
prime athlete. I feel like
true.
this
You are a prime athlete.
Yeah.
This is pretty
Good for
athletic
this.
of you. I will give you advantage on the athletics check to get in without causing it
Okay.
undue
Okay.
damage.
Got it.
We're master heisters.
That is 21.
21. With a 21, you easily fit through the window, and I will get a stealth check as you a dex check. Sorry.
Dex? Yeah.
Straight dex.
17 on the dice.
Easily peasily. You scurry down the wall instead of dropping and landing. You scurry down and land on your feet, light as a feather. All of you have made it into the mansion. As you look around the room that you're in, you can see that it is essentially a servant's kitchen, and the door to the main quarters is just ahead of you.
Well done,
There's
team.
no servants in this kitchen, it seems. There is a staircase off to the side that goes downstairs to what Valentine knows is where the servants live.
Well,
Not
where
the
now,
guards,
Valentine?
where the servants live.
I have a general idea.
Yeah, you would know that he is upstairs, which means you have to go the door to the main quarters, and then you go from the main hall up the stairs into the main master bedroom.
I tug my mask closer, and I don't speak. I just gesture as I lead the way.
Gesture to the door. You lead
Holding
your way
my
over
breath.
there. You listen at the door. You don't hear any noises moving about. You move the door open real quietly. It does not creak because he prides himself on having a very nice house, and having creaky doors is something
I'm
that
also keeping
peasants
an
have to
eye
deal
out
with.
for any physical traps because I know that's his jam.
You do know he has physical traps, and that's his jam.
I'm going
Sorry,
to
go
look over to Valentine, and I'm going to go.
Maybe this will help.
I'm going to push out have my finger hold up, and then you start to see this hex sort of like honeycomb sort of pattern come up.
I'm gonna cast invisibility on you.
And I'm just going to touch you on the shoulder, and that hex honeycomb pattern starts to go around you and bends the light around you, and suddenly you're just like invisible.
I'm
Fantastic.
really scared
Love
right
it.
now, but that's the coolest thing that's ever happened to me.
Oh,
That is incredible, and just as I was
Who
about to
said
give you
that? I
inspiration
can't
for that,
see
I was reminded something I forgot to mention at the start of my streams. Whenever I start a game of Dungeons and Dragons, particularly when I'm playing one shots, you all start with inspiration, a hero point, as I call it, because there's nothing worse than doing something that you like really, really want to go well because it's heroic and it's something right for your moment, and then you roll poorly and there's nothing you can do to reroll. So you all get one free reroll for the day.
Sweet.
And then you can earn inspiration by doing cool stuff or describing cool things. So you push open the door, looking out for physical traps, because you know that's what he uses. First thing you notice is there is a guard. One of his guards is on the other side of the door immediately. However, he is slumped down, unconscious, next to the wall. He seems to have a very large dent in the top of his helmet,
no.
and blood is trickling from beneath his helmet.
They've been here.
We gotta go fast. Fast.
You move past him very quickly and into the now empty, very lavish, opulent main hall of this mansion that is mostly marbles and imported stone, with pillars on either side and a very grand staircase off to your right that you are passing down the side of. Once you make it all the way out into the hall proper, you turn around and you can double back up the grand staircase. You know his master bedroom is right there at the very top of this stairs. Are you going upstairs?
Quick. Yes.
Yep.
Upstairs.
You're going upstairs. You are aware of, as you are halfway up the stairs, you remember a little bit too late that there were traps on this stair the first time that you went up this way. And as you are wincing, thinking, "Oh God, I've set something off," you look across.
I really
to the
hope
other
they
sides.
had someone to disarm these traps.
Yeah, you look across to the sides, and etched into the wood of the banisters running up either side are these arcane runes, none of which are glowing, most of which have been scratched out on one side and dispelled on the other.
Nice.
Ooh, it's very elegant, isn't it?
You make your way to the top of the stairs very quickly and into the doorway of the main abode. There is who's got the highest passive perception? I believe that's Banadin, is it? No, it's not Banadin. Jeltar. Yeah, it's Jeltar Jeltar and Valentine.
Yeah.
Jeltar and Valentine, as you are approaching the top of the stairs and the very large double doors that enter the master bedroom, you notice just a very small squeaking sound.
coming down from about your sort of left-hand side. And as you look down that way, Valentine, even looking down from you to about the size of maybe 3 inches tall at most, is a tiny guard. And he's running around in circles, not sure what to do. And he sees you thundering up and starts waving a tiny little knife at you. Terry reaches out and grabs the tiny guard.
Terry.
And you put the tiny guard in your pocket.
I do.
I'm sure that won't come back to bite you.
Maybe
Literally. Yeah.
Rob, can one of us? What's the? I refresh my memory. What's the role to recognise what the spell is and to know how long the duration is?
That would be Arcana.
Arcana. I can't do it, Captain.
I can't do it.
Oh, 18 on the dice plus 2 is a 20.
Well, that would be. You would be very well equipped with the knowledge that this is transmutation magic. He's been transformed into this smaller size, he's been reduced. You would be aware with that roll that there is a spell called Enlarge Reduce that can usually shrink or grow people. You would also be aware with the 20 that it does not work to this extent usually. If he was something of medium size normally, he would be reduced to something around Valentine's size. So it seems that something else has happened to reduce him even further than that.
Shrink ray.
How curious!
Are you pushing the doors open to the master bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right. As you do so, the doors swing open, and you see that there is a large 4-poster bed in the center of the room. You also see that there are 2 people in that bed with the curtains all drawn back. They're asleep, it seems. One of which is Ronald, whatever his name was. I'm not going to check my notes. Ronald Gallagher. Randall, thank you.
Aha.
Randall Gallagher. One of which is Randall Gallagher, one of which is his wife. You see Randall and his wife asleep in the bed, but you also see standing over him a cat burglar in a skin-tight black suit. You see on the other side a dwarf holding out his hands in sort of a Doctor Strange-esque way with purple glows around them and a very faint purple glow over both of their eyes. You see that there is a very small kibble that is panting a little bit and sitting off to the side with an enormous axe, an axe that should be way too big for him to possibly wield, but it's sitting on his lap. And then you see that there is a very large Goliath standing over on the other side, almost keeping watch over the door, and is the first to see you. You do not see the elf anywhere.
I'm still invisible, right?
Yes, yeah. So you push the door open. The rest of you are all just standing behind, though, right?
I'd say I would be like towards the back, though. I don't want to. I'd be like trying to hide.
I just want to creep over near Kibble and go, "Hey, Kibble."
Hey, we've got company. He says, "What? Who's that? Who is it?" He kind of just puts his hand out in your direction.
Tap him on the other shoulder.
And as you tap him on the other shoulder, what was her name? Perry? Not Penelope. That was
Pepper.
The other one. Pepper.
Pepper.
Pepper, who was going down to Randall's face, stops and looks over to where Kibble said we got company. She looks across to him and then across to the open doorway at which the other 4 of you are just standing.
I throw the tiny guard.
As I
Bring out the tiny guard. You throw it. Who are you throwing it at?
The one that's above Randall.
Okay, Pepper, who's about to go for the face. She turns around, sees you, and then sort of smiles smugly as if to say, like, we beat you to it. And then I'll get you to make a ranged attack roll with an improvised weapon.
God damn it.
How much?
That's when they knew.
Time check for me, Heath. How long? How good we got before breaks and things?
Yeah. Good question. Let me just go in and have a quick.
I think we've been going for about an hour and a half.
About an hour and a half in the game, or is that including
That's
the introduction
stream.
stuff?
That's including the introduction stuff.
So we've got plenty of time.
How do I find my ranged?
It would be a dexterity check. Are you proficient in improvised weapons? You didn't say the tavern brawler feat or anything? No, so just a straight dexterity check to see how well you can aim this guy.
Yeah. Okay. 16.
16. 16's pretty good. It doesn't meet her armor class, but it does get close enough to like hit the bed near her. He gets tangled in the curtains of the four-poster bed.
As I've seen that happen, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look over towards and say,
Oh, no, you don't. That's our tooth.
and then I'm going to reach out my hand again, and I'm going to take 3 fingers and almost like zooming in on an iPad or something like that. I'm going to go like this. 3 lines of energy are going to appear like a triangle, and then I'm going to use vortex warp on her
love it.
to teleport her over here as the same triangle appears above her, just trying to like sweep over and bring her over here.
I love it.
Constitution saving throw.
It's a dope explanation of the Constitution save. Would be a 14.
14. DC is 16.
Fails. So as she to you, this triangle of light passes over her, and at the same time, a triangle of light passes. Where are you sending her? Just behind you?
Just behind us. Yes, behind us.
You. So
yeah.
out onto the hallway outside, and she appears out there looking down the stairs.
As soon as she's gone, I'm moving in to take her place and go for the
I will say this is initiative. Then let's
go.
Yeah.
Woo! That's what we do.
So good at heisting.
Come on. Do I use inspiration on this initiative roll?
Do it.
And if you
I'm
want,
gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Come on now. That's better.
That's way better. Hells
Total
yeah.
20.
Nice.
All right. Give me anyone above 20s.
22. I have a plus 9 to initiative.
Nice.
Nice. 22
So do
for
I just roll bad.
Banadin.
Oh,
Anyone above 15?
I got 20.
Oh, nice. So 20,
3
20
20s.
and a
Do
20.
we have 3 at 20?
We have 3
I
20s.
just know I'm dirty 20.
Dirty 20
Dirty
for
20. Do we
Elliot.
have 4
dirty
dirty 20s?
I'm 19.
Oh.
Okay. All right. So dirty 20 for Elliot, correct?
Yep.
Also for Valentine.
And for Valentine. So you guys will happen simultaneously, and you can kind of do like combo maneuvers and things. You can sort of loosey-goosey your thing turns together. Heath, yours was as well?
It was a dirty 20 as well, 19 plus 1.
Well. Awesome. So all 3 of you can kind of just like decide decide amongst
Dirty
yourselves who's
20s.
doing what. It's all
Adopt
happening
this
simultaneously.
Charlie's Angels sort of look at me.
And then
We
Terry
should start
19.
a band
all
called
right.
the Dirty 20s.
I was there with you.
Okay. So then it will be, and it would be Samson, and then there is Pepper, and then after Terry is what's her face? Joe. What's your sister called again? Where is it? Juniper.
Juniper.
And then Kibble is after Juniper. Kibble. Huh. And then when is Elena? Elena is in here. All right. So, starting it off, as she appears outside, that sends everybody into an initiative order, which is going to be like a silent fighting in these people's bedroom, trying to keep them asleep. Emerging from the shadow behind you, where they're pretty much you can guarantee there was not one before. A elven woman in a dark hooded robe, an elven person in a dark hooded robe, steps out towards you, Banadin, and tries to drive a knife into your back.
Oh, okay.
That's very rude.
That is going to be a 24 to hit.
24 to hit. Let me just check my spells. Okay. That's going to hit. However, I'm going to use my reaction, and as it hits, you start to see this like almost like this bubble or membrane appear over his body, and I'm going to use my feature, defensive matrix, I think it's called. Let me double check the name. Yeah. So I'll gain temporary hit points as well.
Oh, nice. So she still hits and does the damage then?
Yes, she does the damage, yeah.
Well, not the greatest. 6, 12, 14 points of damage.
14 points. Okay, cool.
And she reaches around to the front of you and grabs you by the chin and says, "Go to sleep."
No!
I will get you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Constitution saving throw. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna use my inspiration just in case. I got a 14.
14?
Inspiration
With
used.
inspiration?
No, I just used inspiration then, so it was 14. But I was like, no, I'm risking it. 24.
24 total.
Yeah.
All right. but it was 14. Then you inspired to 24.
Yeah.
Yeah. So at first, you feel like something pulses into you and disconnects your body, your mind from your nervous system, and you feel like you're about to lose your body to sleep essentially, and then you fight it off. No. Then she withdraws the knife.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
And then she steps away from you, and you do not get an attack of opportunity as she disappears back into the shadow.
That's fair. That's
then it's your turn.
All right, cool. She stepped away, which means that gathering myself, I shake it off. I look over towards where I believe Valentine might be. I don't know for sure because I don't have the same visibility. I'm going to move towards that room. I'm going to set myself in the door frame, leaving enough space for people to pass me by if they want to go run in there. But I'm going to ready an action to cast a spell. Do you need to know what the spell is?
Just give me what level it is.
Okay, it's going to be first level. Cool. And I'm going to the trigger will be when I see movement on the mouth, where I know that Valentine's in the room.
When you see movement
when I see, because I believe Valentine's going to go for the tooth, so I want to be like, when you see the
mouth get opened by something invisible, you're going to cast this spell, mark off the first level spell slot, and then concentrate on it. Concentrating.
Or if someone else goes towards.
Or if somebody else goes. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So mark off that spell slot, and that's your turn. It is now the dwarf in the corner, Samson, who says, "Don't wake them, for crying out loud, whatever you do." Whispers this in a stage whisper, and then focusing, he sort of passes his hands together and seems to like concentrate and hold them both with one hand. He's got like 2 discs of purple around his hands and 2 discs of purples over each of them's eyes. He then reaches down into his pouch, fiddles around with something. He pulls out a handful of dust and just kind of throws it in all of your directions. And
Pocket
each
sand.
of you to make what's the saving throw for scatter?
Counterspell.
Oh, nice. Okay. So what level are you casting it as?
Third level.
Third level. I'm just trying to double check what level. I'm pretty sure this is a 5th level spell that he's doing.
Oh, shoot.
Also, GM, I misread. It wasn't a reaction before, so I'll take the full 14.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep.
I don't get a 5th level spell.
No, it's actually a 6th level spell. So I need you to roll a counter spell, and in my games, it is always worth upcasting counter spell because the DC is calculated based on the difference between them, not just a flat roll.
Right. Okay. So maybe I will upcast it then.
It's up to you. You would know that as a spellcaster that you. Yeah. I'll say actually, can you make me an Arcana check real quick as a reaction?
Yes.
I want to see.
Oh yeah. 24.
Yeah, you definitely recognize that what he's casting is scatter, and he's using an object to cast it. It's essentially like a consumable item.
Okay.
And so you know that scatter is a 6th level spell. You could automatically cast it at 6th level to remove it. 5th level would be a DC 14. 4th, if you cast it at 4th level, it'd be a DC 16. If you cast it at 3rd, it'd be a DC 19.
All right, I'll do 4th level.
Cool. So it's a DC 16 counterspell check.
I add something. Do I add something to this?
Yeah, it's your spell. It's your spellcasting modifier as if you're making a spell attack. Yeah.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Yeah.
All right.
Because that was not a very good roll. No. Okay, it's a 15.
A 15, unfortunately, does not work. So I need each of you to make a wisdom saving throw, please. As the dust flies out from his hand, the arcane sigils in the air. You try and draw them quickly enough. It's just not fast enough. The dust flies out to each of you.
Am I included in this?
You are not, because he does not see you. Anybody who's invisible is not included.
17.
17 succeeds.
19.
19 succeeds.
22.
22 succeeds. It does not matter that you didn't counterspell it. Nobody's going to fail it. Terry?
Is that Dex save?
A wisdom save.
Wisdom save. 16 because of -1.
16. 16 just succeeds. That was his
okay.
DC. So he cast his once consumable 6th level spell. Try to counterspell it. It still goes ahead, and then nothing happens. Good job, Samson.
Alpha. I do one of those like I turn to him and I like silently growl, just like.
He just concentrates on the keeping them asleep instead. Okay. Then it is after Samson. It's Elliot, Valentine, and Joltar together. What are the 3 of you doing? What's your plans?
So when I cast counterspell, I kind of sent out the like energy to try and stop the spell, and it kind of got bounced straight back to me. But I absorbed it, and I activate my arcane ward. So that's part of my like special abjuration stuff. And then from there, I don't know. Oh.
What does your arcane ward look like?
It's like all like glyphs, just kind of like shimmering over, mainly like in the clothes. It's like Matrix style.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Runes like going down the black clothes.
Yeah, that's cool. I love that. All right, so your arcane ward's active. What's your plans? I can go down in just in initiative order if we want. Elliot, what are we doing?
What do you guys? Do you have anyone want to go ahead of me? I can.
I think the tooth is the most important thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, if the casters have anything that they want to get in before the tooth starts happening,
before the tooth starts,
then I'd say go before me, but otherwise I can just go at the tooth.
And Pepper is like behind you, right? Bannerton, like the cat burglar,
flying, and she's in the shadows.
That's
she,
right.
No, she melded into the walls.
To be clear, Pepper did not. Pepper is the cat burglar.
Oh, right.
She's a human thief. The high elf with the eye patch that you don't know anything about. You don't know what she is. You don't know what her background is. She just came out of the shadows. She was the only one that wasn't in the room when you came in. She was in the shadows. Came out of the shadows, stabbed you, went back into the shadows.
And then went away.
All right. I look at Pepper and I really badly want to send a spell her way, but I remember like, no, this is not the most important thing right now. I'm gonna cast Mage Hand. Okay, sorry, it's been ages since I've used the spell. So can I use it now, or I have to wait till my next turn?
You cast it as an action. I'll say you can use it. Yeah.
Well, all I want to do is use it to kind of open the mouth a bit to like make it easier.
Yeah.
As you cast this hand from you, you sort of like wave your hand, a silvery glove appears, and then drifts off of your hand, drifts over to the mouth, grabs him by the lips, and opens the mouth. Bandon, you were holding your reaction for this point.
Yes. Do I have to use it now, or can I wait for the precise moment?
You did see that. You said that the trigger was when the mouth opened, and you see the mouth open by this hand.
Okay.
I will say, make an Arcana check for me.
All right. Do an Arcana check. Okay.
We're a pro team.
Yeah, 22.
22. You recognize that it's being opened by a very faint, almost invisible silvery hand, not by an invisible person.
Yep.
So you know how much have you worked with Valentine before this?
I would say so.
Can you flash back to a moment that you've worked with Elliot and seen her cast invisible this mage hand before?
I flash back to a point where there was this latch that needed opening so I could jump up to it, and the mage hand needed to flick the thing so I could just jump up. And this is before I learned certain spells.
Yeah, and you turn around and say, I can't reach the latch, and then you saw Elliot do this hand flick, and this hand whispered up to it and opened it.
Quietly as
flashing
well.
back into this moment, you recognize it's probably Elliot that's opened the mouth, not Valentine. So you do not have to use your spell yet. You can hold on to that reaction. So that was Elliot. You cast the mouth, the hand. It opened the mouth. We've got Valentine and Jolta.
Nothing Jolta was to do pre-tooth.
If anything, want to do another Arcana check to see what old mate's doing with the Doctor Strange thing happening.
All right, do an Arcana check.
Yeah, no. I'm looking at the roof, I'm looking at the wall. I'm just not sure what's going on. It might be, maybe he's got a different flair to the spell. It doesn't look...
What was the total?
6.
For the viewers at home, that's a big 6.
You don't recognize what it was. You don't even recognize what school of magic it is. It seems like this guy.
I've just remembered I've got a library book I need to return.
I won't take that as your entire action. I'll say that was a bonus action to just check him out. If there's something else you want to do, we can. But Valentine happening simultaneously.
I'm gonna slip on over and get my hands in that dude's mouth.
So you slip on over simultaneously with like neck and neck with the hand. The camera sort of whips around and sees this invisible shimmer of a Valentine slipping alongside an almost invisible hand. They both reach the mouth at the same time. They sort of mimic the hands mimicking each other as the hand goes for the mouth. One of them opens it, the other one slips in immediately. You're just yanking, or what? What's your plan here?
I think I'm just yanking.
just yanking. All right, it is going to be a yank check. This is going to be a strength-based sleight of hand.
Go.
Strength-based sleight of hand.
Strength-based sleight of hand. So you use
know
your strength
what's great
modifier,
about that?
and if you're proficient in sleight of hand, you get to add that proficiency.
You know what's
bonus.
great about that is that I am not proficient. All right,
Here
let's
we
do it.
go.
Not proficient. It's just a straight strength check. This is the strong person of the.
That's
That's pretty good. It's not bad. Hey, it's pretty good.
What was it total? Sorry.
15.
16.
15.
15. You pull and wiggle and tug. I'm going to definitely see if he wakes up, because this is very much on the verge of this spell no longer working for him. Oh, you lucky jammy person.
No.
I gave it a 33% chance. I rolled a 34. He stays asleep by 1% chance.
Wow.
As you wiggle and pull on this tooth, it pops out in your hand. You have done that. That's definitely your action. Jolta, was there anything else you wanted to do on your turn on the same?
I imagine I'm not
simultaneously
invisible
while this
anymore
happened?
as well. I don't know what the rules about pulling teeth out of faces is. But...
Pulling teeth out of faces. It was a golden cap, so it's not exactly like it's causing him damage. So it's not really an attack. And besides, I'll tell you what. I'll roll a percentage. Let's see. There's a chance you're no longer invisible because this counts as an attack. I'll make it a 50% chance. I rolled a 97. You're good. You stay invisible.
Yes.
You're like trying to not cause him any damage so it doesn't count as an attack. And as it comes out, you're still invisible. And as soon as it comes out, the gold tooth also goes invisible. Yes. Simultaneously while this is happening, Jolta?
I've got an idea. You can action and bonus action, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, I've said your bonus action was like trying to check.
But
out
an
the
action
guy's
can be 2 bonus actions instead of 1 action, yeah?
Not in 5th edition.
No,
but
okay.
If you talk it up, I'll allow it.
I had this idea that if these guys know what I've done before, and a trick that I have is I have 2 Misty Steps up my sleeve. I could Misty Step to the cap, grab the cap, and Misty Step the heck out, and then everyone just bugs out, and we are home and free with the cap.
With that with that being casting 2 spells in a turn, I will not allow that one, but I will allow you to use your action to Misty Step over there if you want.
No worries, I'll do that. So you see Jolta go like this. No, this sort of his head tingles like a static sort of thing, and he literally Jedi's. It just drops to the ground and disappears, and then sort of almost beams back in over next to who's got the cap? Valentine.
Valentine, but you don't see Valentine. You just saw the hand go over to the mouth. You didn't see the tooth come out because as soon as it did, it went invisible. And you don't see Valentine because she's invisible.
Right.
So you Misty Step over there. You look into the mouth. You see, and because your turn is happening literally simultaneously, you see the tooth in the mouth as you look into the mouth. As your hand goes out to grab it, it disappears, and then your hand bumps against something that's right in front of you, and you realize what's happened.
As that happens, that's when Benedict will say, "Get out of there now!" Oh, wrong way.
Get out of there now.
You're going to hear this like hissing and popping, and then 2 pipes are going to come out from his shins, and you're going to hear this as I cast grease.
That's dope. I love it, and I also love that sound effect. I'll get you inspiration.
That was incredible.
Incredible grease sound effect.
Nice.
Grease on the floor around the entrance to the bedroom.
The most genius way to put it. So what's the most advantageous?
Whatever the most advantageous way is.
Because I can't see it. So I want to make sure that they can escape, and they can't. If they come in and try and catch these guys on their escape, I want them to slip and prone. Or
so to guarantee that they will slip on it if they leave the room after you, then it would be in the doorway. But your friends are also still in the room.
So is there a way that I can position it in a way that, like, if they try to run over to the mouth, they'll slip over, or if they make any movement?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I wanted to kind of
who try all of the other guys, the Team Alpha, if they go to running towards the mouth.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be under the condition of grease.
So
I would love nothing more than to leave Team Alpha with all the trouble. Like we make as much noise as possible as we leave.
Grease like this.
Grease is bound around the base of the bed and up to, but not including the directly beside Randall.
I love it.
That is cast. Then it is Pepper's go. Pepper is going to disengage so that she can slip past you and pass into the room. She was there and next to you as you're casting it, so she saw you casting grease. She knows where to avoid.
but the people who weren't watching you will not necessarily know what to avoid. She's going to nip around, skirt around the outside of the room past Kibble, and she says, "Look alive!" and she hits him as she goes past. She goes up the wall, uses her momentum to go up the wall, across, and round down to land behind the grease, which is basically face to face with Joltar and an invisible Valentine right between you at sort of hip level between the two of them. I'm going to make a perception check because Joltar went at the same time as Valentine. She might think that it was Joltar that took the tooth, and she failed. So she thinks it's Joltar that's got the tooth. She reaches out. She's going to make a grapple check against you, Joltar. I need an acrobatics or athletics check, your choice. Ooh, much better.
I've gotten so lucky with all of these GM rolls.
Yep.
12, that is a fail. I got a 15 on the dice plus stuff.
12.
She reaches out, she grabs you by the wrist, and she twists it back and forces your hand to open sort of violently. Causes you a little bit of pain, but no damage. And as your hand opens, she realizes that there's no tooth in it at that point.
Can I just
grapple you though?
Can Joltar go?
You just give her a wink. She still has you grappled. She doesn't let go of your arm, but now she looks around and she says to Kibble, "Where's your girlfriend?" That is her turn. Terry, you're up.
Terry knows this is not the place for violence.
But it's gonna do it anyway.
But it's going to, yeah. Terry looks over to her sister, sees her sister like involved in a career that she told her sister not to do, like
very out of her depth as well.
Like very not in her skill set, trying to be like Terry, I guess, and just silently rages.
Just silently.
Silent rage. As Terry,
I love the idea of silent rage. I'll give you
Silent
inspiration
rage.
for silent raging.
So great.
As Terry silent rages, you watch this bestial tail form out of the back of Terry. It's also white and spiked. It looks very almost dinosaur-esque with
nice.
Terry's height.
Yeah.
And I think
Pterodactyl.
Terry is going to
doesn't work. They're not even dinosaurs.
Terry hearing Pepper call out for Kibble.
Yep.
Is going to whack him out the window.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Don't do it though.
There is a window in here. It's a very large, nice window that has the shutters shut on the outside at the moment because it's nighttime and they're sleeping. But you can hit him with enough force to open those shutters. It will shatter the window. It will make a lot of noise.
As he flies out.
As he stands to his feet and his axe the axe shrinks back down into just the rod that he was holding before. He gets to his feet and you can see his lips kind of go taut as if he's like about to start raging himself. Whack! A big old hand comes through and tries to hit him. Make an attack roll.
So that is a 21.
21 hits. Roll an unarmed strike damage.
I've got my tail attack.
Oh, your tail comes around and whacks him.
So my tail is what's flicking it up.
All right, hit him with the tail.
I did.
I mean, the damage from the tail.
Yeah. So that is 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage. All right, so Kibble takes 11 points of bludgeoning damage from your tail. Is it bludgeoning, slashing, piercing?
Piercing.
Matter, piercing. So
yeah, the like spines go into him as it like
little spikes in him, and then like hitting even though he's less than 2 feet tall, it's like he's made out of concrete. He is a solid chunk of mass, and whack! As you smack him, he goes skirting across the floor. His kobold claws dig into the floors, and I rolled a strength save for him. He cuts huge grooves into the floorboards. And he reaches the window and like stops, and then he turns towards you. Is that everything you can do?
Yep, that is my bonus action and my attack and my movement. Yeah.
It is his turn next, or one of his turns next. He goes simultaneously with Juniper. He goes into a rage, and as he goes into a rage, his eyes go from usual kobold eyes with irises and pupils, and that his pupils dilate until that's all you can see, just black. He starts to froth at the mouth, and he just launches himself forward with a fury. His claws come out, and in the other hand, the rod grows into a mace with spikes that do not aren't too dissimilar to your tail, since he's been inspired. He is going to take a huge swinging strike at you.
I love Kibble so much.
That is, he's going to go reckless on it. So 19 plus stuff will hit. He is going to do rage damage.
Can I do my reaction?
You can. What is it?
So I'm going to like cast up some runes in front of me and form them into little darts that I'm going at him. So I'm using silvery barbs.
Yo.
All right.
So I magically distract the creature.
Another one.
They re-roll another d20 and use the lower roll, and then I am going to look to. Ooh, who am I going to give the inspo to? Because Kibble is attacking Terry, right? So I'm gonna kind of then turn to Terry and just be like, "Come on, you could do this," and then she gets advantage on the next attack roll.
Awesome.
Ability check or saving throw.
So it's something, some darts, some barbs fly across his path as he's launching himself towards Terry, as quietly raging as he can.
It just reminded me something I should have done with my reaction, and I'm really mad at myself now.
Missed abilities.
Missed opportunity.
So he rolled a 9, he rolled a 19, and then with the silvery barbs he rolled again with another 19. So he's taking a 9. He's taking the 9 because technically that's how the wording of silver barbs works. If you do it on advantage, they actually get double disadvantage.
Yeah, it's double
Pretty
disadvantage.
crazy.
It's crazy.
So he gets the double disadvantage. He takes the 9 plus 7, 16 to hit.
It hits.
16 still hits.
Yeah.
It hits you, and then the damage from the is 2 1s. That's great. 2 1s plus his strength of 4 makes it 6, plus rage is 8. 8 points of piercing damage, halved to 4 because you're raging.
Yeah.
As he smacks you with the maul, looks like a mace. It's got the stats of a maul. He lands next to you and then claws up with his other strike to make a striking attack against you. He's gone reckless, so he's got advantage on this as well. 12 plus 7 will hit because the 9 plus 7 did. His claws will be plus another 6 is 13 points of damage, halved, and I round up because I'm a mathematician, so 7 points of damage.
Let me know if Grease kicks off at any point as well, because this deck.
From his perspective, he hasn't gone next to the bed at all.
I smile at him. This is Terry's territory. This is like what Terry does. Fighting.
He went bonus action to go into a rage, so he can't frenzy this turn, but he looks like he's ready for you. And Samson goes, "For Christ's sake, Kibble, shut up!" All right, that is Kibble's turn. Juniper simultaneously sort of rushes over towards where the fight is happening, hits the grease, and dex save, is it?
Dex save, yeah.
That's pretty good, and she does have levels in monk, so she this is about a 20. I rolled a 16 plus stuff.
Yeah.
She hits the grease and she slides and does like. Have you seen that video where there's a guy just slipping on ice for like 5 minutes and he just can't get his feet to it? She's kind of doing this, and she's like her hands going up. She eventually grabs a hold of the curtains around the four-poster bed, and they start to tear, and then out comes like feet fired out of it comes a little guard. Who'd been tangled up in it the whole time. Let's see who he's going for. He flies towards, who's the third on the list? Samson. Oh god. Flies towards Samson. Let's see if he hits. He does hit. He hits Samson. Hits Samson in the face. Is it enough to distract him from his constant? No, thankfully he keeps the other two asleep. As he gets hit by a tiny guard who lands on his collar and is just like hanging off him. It's you, bastard! You did this to me! And he starts to scream at him, holding on with one hand, waving his little needle in the other hand. That's Juniper. That was a movement. She's got an action. She doesn't know what to do. She says, Wait, what's your accent, AJ? What are you?
Like
the
vague
Slavic.
Russian.
Slavic kind of thing. She says.
Yeah.
She says, "Can't we just work together? We've got the tooth. Can we all go together?" And
where are the alphas now?
And then you hear from the shadows. That's not how this works. And then it is back to the top of the round with Pelena's
Can
go.
I ask, did Juniper end their turn next to me?
Not next to you. You are Pepper did.
Okay, yeah. No, that's.
Is that good? Fine. So Pepper is next to you, and you are between her and Joltar. Pepper's got Joltar grappled by the wrist. You are on the left side of the bed by Randall.
Gotcha.
And then right behind Joltar is a patch of grease. Round the base of the foot of the bed is where Juniper is, just kind of standing there. Around the right side of the bed, over in the far corner, is the dwarf. And somewhere in the shadows around is Pelena, who goes now. Grease is not. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Pelena can see.
I don't know if I like that.
Oh no.
What's your stealth modifier, please, Dale?
Let me check for you. It is 10 plus 10.
10 plus 10.
10?
Right.
The modifier, right?
The modifier?
Yeah, just the modifier.
Plus
I
10.
want to know
I
what
have expertise. I'm a rogue.
Right. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
It makes sense.
Correct.
You hear from the shadows. I think the little one has it. She's invisible. I don't know where. I'll find her though, and then that's all she does on her turn.
I get smaller if that's possible.
Good luck. It is now Banadin. Banadin.
My turn again? Okay, cool. So on my turn, I'm going to use my bonus action to activate my defensive matrix. Force field, and that membrane sort of paints over me. And boy, what am I gonna do? All this time to think about it.
Are we going
I don't like being. I don't like
do?
being. I don't like being.
We can take a break in 20 or 30 minutes.
30 minutes, cool.
Something like that. Or if it's dramatic enough for you, call it early. That's fine.
I think 30 minutes is a good time for when I intended to sort of get things to.
Hell yeah. Okay, cool. I am going to. Oh boy, I'm going to cast mirror image on myself. So what's going to happen is I'm going to.
That works in tandem. It's not both concentration.
Neither are concentration actually.
Cool.
So yeah, that one's. So I'm going to hit a button. You're going to see this prismatic shake happening, and he's going to split into multiple versions of himself. Yeah, and they all sort of shimmer in a prismatic color.
And you're not sure which one's the real one.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
Right, cool.
That's your action.
That's my action.
For a bonus action movement?
No, I use my bonus action to. Defensive field, and then I'm just waiting to see what happens. So I'm not going to move anywhere. I'm waiting to hear the noise or sort of track. I don't know. Yeah, I'm staying where I am right now with mirror image.
All right. That is your turn. Samson's being attacked by a guard. Let's see what's he going to do. Is he going to use this guard as a ranged weapon? I think he might throw it back at you.
This poor guard.
Let's see. No, he's going to prepare. He can't concentrate on that because it would be concentrating on a spell. You know what? He's going to drop it. He drops the. He says, "Look, we have to get out of here soon. I'll be ready when you need me." And as soon as he says that, he drops his hand. The purple discs from over the two Gallagher's eyes disappear. They stay sleeping for now, but they are no longer magically held asleep, it seems. He instead brings his hand up in front of him, and this purple wall starts to appear in front of him, and he just seems to be holding something at bay right there, and he's readying and casting a spell. That is his turn. Elliot, Valentine, and Joltar together. What are your plans? What are you doing?
Can I just shout scatter and leap out the window?
Amazing.
You absolutely can. So what is Joltar and Elliot doing at the same time?
Well, That might change things.
What is your because you're happening simultaneously, it can't afford to change things. So what was your
No.
intention? And then like halfway through the action, it might change.
So I am going to bring my hands up over my eyes and form a pair of like arcane sunglasses. Then I'm gonna take them off and I'm gonna
Sponsored by Ray-Ban.
Please sponsor me. I'm going to throw one. Do I see the like shadowy elf person?
If you wanted to make your action to make a perception check, you could try and find her, but you
Ooh,
cannot
okay.
see her. You cannot see her passively.
All right, I look around for her and I see that I cannot see her just by a quick glance. So I'm going to narrow my eyes and I'm going to throw it at Pepper instead because I'm petty. And I'm going to attempt to cast blindness.
Awesome.
So it's a
Constitution
DC
save?
14. Yeah,
Can't save, right?
that's right.
That's a 13 on the dice. She's got a +2 modifier, so 15,
Oh.
unfortunately, just
I
fails.
grind
Just
my
succeeds.
teeth.
You don't have
That is
you don't have
infuriating.
you don't have a hero point still, an inspiration.
No, I used
You
it
can
already.
force- you can
What
force her
about
to-
what about a certain reactionary spell that's very powerful?
Who me?
Yeah.
What do you mean, silvery barbs?
Oh no. Actually, who had the silvery barbs?
Yeah, I do.
It's when
but
somebody succeeds on a thing.
Yeah. But
Oh,
they
when
failed
she
on it,
succeeds on a save,
Saving
you could
throw.
silvery barb her. Is
You
what
could
you're saying.
silvery barb
Ah,
her
okay,
with your
okay.
reaction.
But can I do that in this? No, I already had a
That's
reaction.
your
So
turn. Yeah. So your reaction returns.
Your reaction comes
starts
back on the
starting turn.
top of your turn. You
Okay.
can use it on your
and
turn.
I can
if
use
there
it
is
even though
something
I've already
reaction
used
to.
the spell.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Ooh. Sure. Why not? Yeah,
You
I'm
only
petty.
needed, you only
I'm
needed to
petty.
get 2 less
I'll
than
do
she
it.
rolled.
I'll do
All
it.
right.
Yeah.
So you fling the sunglasses just and follow it up with some silvered barbs just to make sure.
Yes.
And as it yeah, that'll do it. So as the sunglasses seem to approach her, she seems to dodge out of the way, but then the silver barb sort of like hits her in the side of the head, and it twists her head just perfectly for the sunglasses to hit onto her face. And as they do,
She
it seems
looks
to
great.
be
They're very
yeah, she looks
stylish.
fantastic. The sunglasses, as soon as they hit, seem to continue on past her face and into her eyes, and then the darkness of the sunglasses just remains over her eyelids. No.
Yes.
She's still
Suck
holding
it,
Joltar,
Pepper,
but she
I
is
say
now
quietly.
invisible. And as she says, as this happens, sunglasses are darting towards her, followed up by silvery barbs. You're also hearing scatter just from somewhere in between. So what is happening simultaneous to all that? You are held by Pepper. But what do you want to do?
Oh, sorry, go.
Also, I'll cast the advantage from Silvery Barbs to Valentine as they are.
Does it have to be someone you can
Yeah,
see?
you have to
Oh,
see.
okay. So I can't see her still.
You can't see.
Oh,
if
she's
still
invisible.
Yeah,
She's invisible. Sorry, I keep forgetting that. Okay, in that case, I will give it to myself
All right.
to make myself feel better about almost missing. Yeah.
All right, Jolta, simultaneously, what are you doing?
Okay, question on grappling. Casting. I have Warcaster as my cleric. That says shield and sword, but can it also be if you're being grappled because you no longer need the semantic
I'm cool
material?
with that as long as you have as long as you have your what's it called, your amulet on you, as long as you have your holy symbol.
So
on
I said he had it on the shield, and he also
Yep.
had it on his on a chain.
I'm cool with that. Because of Warcaster.
So, just trying to figure out. Actually, I might have to use Misty because there still is a material component to what I was going to use, freedom of movement, but it's got a material, and if I've got shield in one hand and my other hand's held, then I couldn't use that even with Warcaster.
I will say if you can make a spellcasting check and get high enough, I'll allow it. Because you're manipulating, you're sort of focusing your energy down to your shield, which is your material component.
Okay.
So you can't touch it because you don't have a hand free, and you're already using your Warcaster thing because your hands grappled.
Okay.
But I'll allow a little bit of squeezing of the rules.
So what check?
Just a spellcasting check. So add your spellcasting modifier and your proficiency bonus.
Where are we? Hang on, looking.
So wisdom plus proficiency.
I'm no good with D&D Beyond. I'm just going to roll a dice and we're going to see what
Yep, roll
happens
the
from
dice.
there. 16 on the dice.
Fine, you are fine. You can cast Misty Step.
Cool.
So as you as she's holding your arm, twisting it back, and she whispers, I think the little one has it. Where's your girlfriend? And then this fight starts to break out in silence. Moments later, you see her eyes just go black, and she looks confused and taken aback. And at that same moment, you hear from between the two of you, scatter! And then poof, you disappear into mist. Where are you going?
back out to the hallway. I had this cool idea of being on the other side of the window, hanging onto the rails, waving and then dropping. But you said they were shattered. They were shuttered.
They are shuttered,
and
but
they
not
were
for
not
very much
shattered.
longer.
They were shuttered, not shattered.
They'll soon be shattered.
That was going to be
As
the idea. If Kibble went out through the wall, I was going to follow with Misty Step to get away.
Nice. You Misty Step back out into the hallway right
Yeah.
behind where Bannerton was standing this whole time.
Yep.
And at the same time as you're surrounded by mist, the window shatters open. I will have. It's definitely like a. What's sort of it? It's like an acrobatic. How are you doing? Are you like barreling out? Are you like throwing something first to shatter it and then jumping out after?
I'm
What's
just
the plan?
like shoulder in, head tuck,
Shoulder
like
and
smash.
All right.
Like there's really not a lot of grace to it.
So this is just give me a straight. I'll allow acrobatics or athletics, your choice, and then I'm gonna roll some slashing damage from the and then some falling damage too.
I mean, it's not great. It's not a great result. It's an 8.
That is not a great result. You're right. The window shatters. The shutters do not slam open. The shutters, which are not just like they're not just closed, they're like latched. So it doesn't take a lot to smash them open, but it takes more than an 8.
No.
So as you come barreling forwards, shoulder badges the window. The glass pane shatters. You take 10 points of slashing damage.
Oh boy.
As the glass just comes showering down over you. I've had that happen once before when I fainted through a shower door and had just absolute slashes all across my back. So I know how much damage you can take from this. You've taken 10 points of slashing damage, and you slammed into the shutters, which it felt like it almost dislocated your shoulder, but did not. It cracked the latch because I was only looking for a 10. So you cracked the latch, but did not slam it open. And then you fall back down prone on the inside of the doorway. That was your movement. You can dash you can bonus action dash as a rogue to stand up again.
I sure can, and I'm gonna.
Oh, also from the oh no, you're not concentrating on invisibility. Someone else is. Oh,
Yeah, I am.
Bannerton, when you took the
stab
back,
damage. Oh right.
Did you
okay.
concentrate? Just
Let's do a concentration.
retroactively. You'll drop it now if not.
Dun, dun, dun.
18.
18, you're fine. You concentrated on it the whole time. Don't have to wreck on nothing. You bonus action dash. You stand back up again. Oh! You everybody knows where you are now.
Yeah.
Obviously, even if they didn't know what had shattered the glass, a lot of the glass just seemed to land over like this hobbit form.
Yeah. So that's movement. That's bonus action. Could I also use my action?
You can use your action to now try and get out the window as well. Okay, so you reach up, you just unhook the latch as your action and open the windows, just leaving bloody handprints on the windows though.
Amazing.
And then with the rest of your bonus action dash movement, because it's half to stand up, you just clamber up onto the ledge and drop off the other side. Do you wish to take? Can you give me an acrobatics? A dexterity saving throw as a reaction to see. Is it dexterity save? Yeah, dexterity save to see if you can halve the fall damage.
Okay, great. That's a 17.
17 from this height is what you needed.
Nice.
That's exactly it. So that is 8 halved to, it's 4 halved to 2. 2 points of bludgeoning damage from hitting the ground.
Now, I need to double check because evasion means that if I succeed on a dex saving throw, I take no damage, but I don't know if you can evade the ground.
Yeah, you can't evade the ground so much. I'm gonna say not on this.
Fair.
2 points of bludgeoning damage from like parkour rolling. you get down to the ground, it's about to come for you, and you dodge to the side.
You dodge out of existence like in a video game where you fall through the floor. Yeah.
You glitch. Oh, I wish I hadn't evaded the ground. I immediately regret this decision. All right, that is the 3 of your turn. I believe that was everything, right, Elliot, Valentine, Jalatar?
Just that I'd probably use my movement to start running.
Start running out the way. And you were over here. You're not gonna. You see, you going out the front of the door.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh, you definitely woke up the Gallagher's.
Great.
That's you then. Pepper is now there, blinded.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Never mind.
Pepper's go and then Terry. Pepper is blinded. Does she get to redo the save at the end of the turn? I can't remember.
Let me check for you.
Goes.
No, she's just blind for the duration.
I think the little
which is 1 minute.
What's she gonna do? not much she can do. She says.
Oh, sorry. At the end of her turn, she can make a con
End of the
save.
turn. Cool.
Yeah.
She says, "Could I lost the sentence?" And as she says that, he is going to release the held action he has. He a purplish energy shoots out from the wall that he was holding, encompasses most of the room, but it only sticks to those of his allies that he can see. There is a feint, for those who are in the room still, up in the shadows in the corner, like way up in the top corner of the thing, you see a purplish outline of a hooded elf up in the shadows.
Terrifying.
That is, yep, she is a real mystery. Pelena's a real fun one. As the purplish energy encompasses all of them, it shrinks down, and then all of them disappear from sight, including Kibble, who was about to rage at your face. He disappears and is whisked out of there. It is now Terry's turn. As the Gallaghers start to stir at the shattered sound from the window.
Shatter, thump, sort of groaning. Yeah.
Would they have high hit points? Can I knock them out? I think I'm gonna charge out the window and help Teeny.
All right, so you see the window shatter.
Yeah.
You don't see who did it, but you can work it out from context.
I think in Terry's rage state, very confused that Kibble is gone.
Excuse me. So
and then charges out the window.
Charge out the window. Just passing everybody on the way.
I'm gonna pick up anyone I can on the way.
Can I have a perception check from you, please?
Sure. I have or average perception. Oh, nat 20.
Oh, nice.
Me too.
Nice.
You see the fabric of the universe.
With that, it is enough to notice that as you're charging towards the window, the ground seems a little slick, and it seems to be. And because you were raging when he cast it, I was like, I'm not sure that you'll know that the grease is on the floor. Or
I think I'm gonna roof it.
You charge forwards, you see the slickness of the ground, you leap over the thing and up onto the ceiling like Spider-Man, up and down, around out of the window, and then are you just dropping, are you scurrying down the wall?
My 10-foot tail following.
10-foot tail whips out the window, smashes the shutter off as it comes. Silent in, loud out, that's what you said, right?
Was there anyone in the room like Elliot or Joltar who I could have grabbed on the way out?
From where you were, Elliot was further away from the window than you. Joltar was near the bed, but you'd have to go through the grease to get to him.
Actually, I was back out.
Bannerden was relatively close. He was behind you, though.
I thought I was back out.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, I'm right. You went out. You missed. You stepped out. So Joltar. Everybody was behind you or off to the left, further away from the window.
Okay, I'm gonna grab Bannerden if he allows it.
Yep.
So Kibble disappears. As part of your confusion, you spin around looking for him. You instead see Bannerden, who's there. So instead, you just reach out, grab him by some metallic pauldron, and just yank him along. He comes running with you, and then you jump up to the ceiling, and on three, an arm and two legs, you scuttle along the ceiling, and the tail, somewhat painfully pierces into you, Bannerden, from behind, and holding you on, and then drops out of the window. Outside.
You hear really weird sounds coming out of Terry's mouth.
Yeah.
And behind you, you hear from just as you're dropping, you're hearing, "What the hell was that?" Back to the top of the round with Bannerden. We still aren't quite out of initiative because Joltar's still in there.
I love it. What I'm going to do is like,
the others can take care of themselves.
I'm going to drop concentration on invisibility. And
about 5 feet off to your right, you see this just prone, this prone, very badly scratched, bleeding hobbit. Friend of yours.
I love it so much. Question, which is, whereabouts would the exit be? Can we see the gate from here?
Yes, you have smashed out of the back. You can't see the entrance actually, because you've smashed out the back window, because his master bedroom was if you were to have come in through the front door, you would have been into the entrance hall, see the master stairs in front of you, and right at the top of the stairs is his door. The window is on the other side of that.
I love it.
So you've smashed out on the back right corner of the house as you look.
Hell yeah. So what I would like to do is I'd like to get Valentine out of here because I think that we can take care of ourselves. It's like
all right.
So I want to. My fingers come apart
would
again.
Also like to get Valentine out of here.
And I'm gonna bring a vortex over Valentine, and then vortex warp her outside of the compound.
What's the range you can send her?
I can send 90 feet.
90 feet's fine.
Yeah.
You send her to the right-hand side of the pound, just on the other side of the electric fence. 90 feet's about how much you would need.
Get out of here!
Unless you're resisting it, Valentine, you appear on the other side of the electric fence with a golden tooth clutched in your hand. That's Banadin's action. You've got movement.
I've got movement, but I'm being carried right now.
Well, you've been grappled. You can break free of it because you're a willing grapple, so you can always break it.
I'm gonna say that I'm good for now. I don't mind being carried sometimes.
You're like, I'm good.
It's fine. I'm happy.
It's nice to be cradled by some strong muscular arms.
Exactly.
Wonderful.
Right.
All right.
I'm having a good time.
Stay where it is then. It is Elliot. Let's try and get you out of there.
Right,
And Joltar simultaneously.
I'm gonna see that they're waking up. I assume as I'm sort of dashing out the door.
Yeah, you see that his hand has immediately gone over to his side desk and he's opened up a drawer at the side desk. He's putting his hand in for something.
All right, I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself.
Yeah.
By bringing my hands together and I pull them apart and it's like an arcane cloak and then I push it around myself.
Nice.
Oh
yeah. I love it.
Oh, thank you.
Inspiration.
And so then I think I'm gonna go like stealth mode rather than trying to like quickly stealth.
Quickly stealth mode.
You know, that's a thing.
All right. I'll get you.
Because I have to go through the house, so yeah, I'm gonna go.
Scooby-Doo style.
Do I have advantage?
You do. With the invisibility, you have advantage in stealth, which was probably both very good numbers by that phase.
Oh no!
Look, I just got that inspiration. Let's go. Yes, there we go. 23. No, 20.
I need to know what 22. Your advantage rolls are.
Yeah, what was your advantage roll?
So I rolled a 3 and a 5 initially, and then I rolled a 17.
Wonderful.
Bit of a difference.
Right. So you very stealthily disappear. Jolta, you don't even see her coming by. As far as you're aware, you're the only one left in the house. No. What are you doing?
Oh, that's really shitty.
Just to refresh, how what floor are we on?
You're on the second floor.
Second floor.
Oh, first floor in British terminology. Ground floor, first floor, second floor. You're on the middle floor.
Nice. Can I hear anything downstairs?
Nope. The guard that was on duty downstairs in the lobby was knocked unconscious by Kibble's hammer.
All right, I'm
dead.
I'm gonna.
Not sure. Depends what what rating we want this to be. He was not moving and blood was trickling from under his helmet.
It's all right. He was a very bad man.
Yeah, he worked for crime family to pay the bills.
I'm gonna quietly make my way down the stairs.
Since his wife died in childbirth.
Oh no!
Sorry, go
on. Was there any windows in the stairwell, like when down the stairs we come up?
Windows in the stairwell, no, because it was a grand staircase that's like right up in the middle of this elaborate hallway with pillars on either side of it.
All right, and I can't, and there's no one downstairs. I'm just going to quickly make my way back down the stairwell, the staircase.
Downstairs, the quickest way out would be the front door because it's right in front of you on the hallway. But the way back, the way you came is back, sort of double back around and through the kitchen.
Okay.
Up to you. You've used your movement. You can use an action to dash either to get to the door or to get into the kitchen.
I'm going to dash back through the kitchen.
All right. Thinking for a moment, you double back around, past the unconscious guard that's slumped against the side of the stairs, into the kitchen door. That's your whole turn to get back into the kitchen. And I will say, because they're waking up, they're kind of a little bit... Terry, you can continue running. I'm assuming you're running for the side of the fence, and then with your athlete up and over. Because you are now carrying somebody who is made of... There's a train comes through. You are train running through. Steam starts to come out the back of Banadin's costume.
Time to go loud.
And I will have you make an athletics check to see if you can vault with somebody since you're carrying somebody.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, you have advantage if it's within a minute. Since I did my silvery
It's within a
barbs.
minute.
Oh,
Nat 20 plus 7.
That'll do it.
Oh yes.
Slow
Just
mo.
up and over. With it, the camera goes into slow motion and it follows you sideways profile as you launch out with your tail out behind. You're almost four-legged running. Spin around. We see Banadin just enjoying himself as a bird.
It's like the
Being
Dukes of
dragged
Hazzard.
over the yeah, Dukes of Hazzard. There's a crackle of a lightning electricity arcs from the fence up to Banadin's costume. He just kind of catches it and charges up his costume a little bit.
Yeah.
And then as you land, the camera quickly goes back into real time and whips back to the front door of the mansion, which bursts open. A cleric who's way out of his depth, not used to breaking and entering job. Sorry, the back door of the kitchen door bursts open. Jolta comes running out. Jolta, are you going back for the mammoth skin to get over the fence that way?
No, I have one last misty step left. If it's back to me again.
So you're just running straight towards the fence, wherever the fence is.
Yep.
And then as you're approaching it, onto the other side of it, just the mist passes through the fence, reforms onto the other side.
Yeah.
And you're away.
1.21 gigawatts.
You have made it out of the mansion with the gold tooth in hand. We cut back
Elliot's
to you.
just walking. The rest of us are like,
How's it going?
For the morning, do you?
How's it going? Nobody can see me. How's it going?
How's it
Y'all make your
I
way
have an
back.
hour.
We cut to the back in the warehouse, nursing your various wounds. For in front of you is what's his name? Beginning with a J. Jeremiah. Jeremiah is sitting there smoking a cigar with his feet up, and he goes, "Well, I'm glad to see you came through, Elliot. Not so rusty after all, are you?"
Everything went smoothly, not a hitch, as per usual.
As per usual, of course.
Mhm.
Right. Well, it seems that you've really proven your worth. Perhaps it's time I bring in the information to what this job really entails. I think you've got what it takes. And as he says this, the camera pans out of the room, and on the front door, it closes shut behind you, and there is a sign that says "Do not disturb," and that is where we're going to go to our break. And we'll be back after a short bio break to stretch legs, go to the bathrooms, all of that stuff. Everybody watching at home, thank you very much for watching. I know that this is technically an interactive Twitch stream, but I hope you're enjoying just being passengers for the ride on this wonderful heist movie. We will be back in X number of minutes, no more than 30 for sure, probably closer to like 15 because I've got a lot to get through in the second half, and I'm amped to get to it. So don't go too far. Make sure you stretch legs, get some food, all of that stuff. Thank you again to all of our sponsors, Wooten Forge, Dragon's Lair, see if I can remember them off the top of my head, Meeples and Dragons, and there was another gaming store. There was another
Hobby
gaming
Nights.
store. Hobby
Hobby
Nights.
Nights.
Thank you very much for the save there. Thank you very much to the sponsors. Thank you to the people watching. Thank you to the players. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Let's go!
GaryCon is an annual gathering of Gygax family members, friends of my father's, and fellow game enthusiasts from all over the country and the world. And we get together to remember my father and honor him by doing what he loved best, playing games. It's a memorial convention that grew out of an event after his funeral. He passed away March 4th of 2008. We had a relatively small funeral service. Then afterwards, I thought it would be appropriate to have a gathering in the American Legion Hall in Lake Geneva, which was the site of Gen Con 2, and a lot of fond memories for me and my family. My sisters brought some pizza, and we just had tables set up and played games, and people were shaking dice and playing various games and having a good time remembering my dad. And even though it was a sad moment, just being together with all those people was really cathartic for my family. I'm not sure who said it, but someone said, wow, Luke, this is a great idea. You should do this every year. And I think it was Jolly Blackburn said, you can call it GaryCon, because they have a character in Knights of the Dinner Table, Gary Jackson, which is a cross between my dad, Gary Gygax, and Steve Jackson. So, and they have GaryCon, which is supposed to be like Gen Con. So I thought that was fun, and so GaryCon was born. Lake Geneva is the mecca of role-playing gaming, because that's where my father wrote Dungeons & Dragons in the house on 330 Center Street. It's not just my hometown, it's where Dungeons & Dragons was created, it's where TSR was headquartered all those years, and there's a lot of creative people who still live in that area, and so that's really important that we're there and remember the foundation of the industry as well as what my father did for it. There's a feeling of camaraderie at GaryCon that I think you don't get at a lot of other conventions. It's about having a good time. There's definitely a family feeling, having my brothers and sisters and I hosting this event. It's really great that we get to do it. And so I think that is what's special, is that you feel like you're not just a person in a crowd, you're amongst friends. So bring a friend and come and play some games with us.
So I think people want something that's special, something that they could hold on to and keep forever. Maybe something they can pass on to their children and their grandchildren. And I think wood is really one of those materials that with time it ages and it builds character and it tells a story. And that's what we're about. Hi, my name is Aaron Wooden. I work for Wooden Forge Gaming Accessories, and we make quality-made Australian hardwood gaming accessories.
Wooden Forge started about a year and a half ago. I decided that I wanted to start playing Dungeons & Dragons again and roped all my friends into it. Aaron was one of those unfortunate victims. The next thing we know, he started a woodworking company because he wasn't happy with any of the tabletop accessories to store, the beautiful dice that he bought.
The first dice case I made was a beautiful American walnut dice case, and I showed my friends and family, and they were quite amazed at how it looked.
I thought he bought it. I thought he'd ordered it from a bespoke master craftsman, but it turned out he'd made it in his garage with tools that he's got from his granddad's workshop.
I think people that play role-play games in particular love telling stories, and we feel that our products also tell a story. Each piece is unique.
The point of these adventures is that we share the stories together. So you split it out, you give someone else the other half of the dice tray. Using one product, but you're sharing the story, you're sharing the roles, and you're sharing the experience.
Do I think there's magic in there? I think so. Honestly, I think a lot of the magic is there to begin with. We don't really make the products. Mother Nature has already made the wood. All we do is shape it and give it a purpose to make it into something that's uniquely theirs.
Past, Okorum was crisscrossed with waterways and burgeoning with fauna, a land replete with resources for its inhabitants. One group prospered exceptionally well. Eventually, through the systematic conquering and incorporating of neighboring peoples and their lands to its own, the Empire of the Idrisid was born. The Empire's might was its mastery of Dweomercraft, and through it, their dominion covered the entirety of Okorum in relatively short order. Over the course of many centuries, their influence extended even into other planes of existence, but at the height of its empire, they erred grievously and unleashed a cataclysmic elemental force in the heart of their civilization. Idrisid arcane might was outstripped by its hubris, and it cost them everything. Centuries have passed since the disaster that changed Okorum, creating the Blighted Land, the wasteland it is today. Though new civilizations rose from the Idrisid ashes, its secrets remain undiscovered. And while many Shentufi structures survived the wrath, its populace was decimated. Yet the city's populace teems anew, a mishmash of folk both human and otherwise, drawn by the grandeur of the surviving structures and the undiscovered treasures and knowledge of the former Idrisid Empire. Hidden somewhere in the desolate, dangerous reaches of the Blighted Lands, the Idrisid's ancient treasures await discovery.
Level Up Dice. We are innovators in semi-precious, aluminium, wood bone, and even heavy metals. We have so many exciting projects in the works for 2022, including new releases at GaryCon. You can also support GaryCon by following the link above to discover everything we have to offer.
This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. That's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
GaryCon is an annual gathering of Gygax family members, friends of my father's, and fellow game enthusiasts from all over the country and the world. And we get together to remember my father and honor him by doing what he loved best, playing games. It's a memorial convention that grew out of an event after his funeral. He passed away March 4th of 2008. We had a relatively small funeral service. Then afterwards, I thought it would be appropriate to have a gathering in the American Legion Hall in Lake Geneva, which is the site of Gen Con 2, and a lot of fond memories for me and my family. My sisters brought some pizza, and we just had tables set up and played games, and people were shaking dice and playing various games and having a good time remembering my dad. And even though it was a sad moment, just being together with all those people was really cathartic for my family. I'm not sure who said it, but someone said, "Wow, Luke, this is a great idea. You should do this every year." And I think it was Jolly Blackburn said, "You can call it GaryCon," because they have a character in Knights of the Dinner Table, Gary Jackson, which is a cross between my dad, Gary Gygax, and Steve Jackson. And they have GaryCon, which is supposed to be like Gen Con. So I thought that was fun, and so GaryCon was born. Lake Geneva is the mecca of role-playing gaming, because that's where my father wrote Dungeons & Dragons in the house on 330 Center Street. It's not just my hometown, it's where Dungeons & Dragons was created, it's where TSR was headquartered all those years, and there's a lot of creative people who still live in that area, and so that's really important that we're there and remember the foundation of the industry as well as what my father did for it. There's a feeling of camaraderie at GaryCon that I think you don't get at a lot of other conventions. It's about having a good time. There's definitely a family feeling. Having my brothers and sisters and I hosting this event, it's really great that we get to do it. And so I think that is what's special, is that you feel like you're not just a person in a crowd, you're amongst friends. So bring a friend and come and play some games with us.
So I think people want something that's special, something that they could hold on to and keep forever. Maybe something they can pass on to their children and their grandchildren. And I think wood is really one of those materials that with time it ages and it builds character and it tells a story. And that's what we're about. Hi, my name is Aaron Wooden. I work for Wooden Forge Gaming Accessories, and we make quality-made Australian hardwood gaming accessories.
Wooden Forge started about a year and a half ago. I decided that I wanted to start playing Dungeons & Dragons again, and roped all my friends into it. Aaron was one of those unfortunate victims. The next thing we know, he started a woodworking company because he wasn't happy with any of the tabletop accessories to store, the beautiful dice that he bought.
The first dice case I made was a beautiful American walnut dice case, and I showed my friends and family, and they were quite amazed at how it looked.
I thought he bought it. I thought he'd ordered it from a bespoke master craftsman, but it turned out he'd made it in his garage with tools that he's got from his granddad's workshop.
I think people that play role-play games in particular love telling stories, and we feel that our products also tell a story. Each piece is unique.
The point of these adventures is that we share the stories together. So you split it out, you give someone else the other half of the dice tray. Using one product, but you're sharing the story, you're sharing the roles, and you're sharing the experience.
Do I think there's magic in there? I think so. Honestly, I think a lot of the magic is there to begin with. We don't really make the products. Mother Nature has already made the wood. All we do is shape it and give it a purpose, to make it into something that's uniquely theirs.
Past, Okorum was crisscrossed with waterways and burgeoning with fauna, a land replete with resources for its inhabitants. One group prospered exceptionally well. Eventually, through the systematic conquering and incorporating of neighboring peoples and their lands to its own, the empire of the Idrisid was born. The Empire's might was its mastery of Dweomercraft, and through it, their dominion covered the entirety of Okorum in relatively short order. Over the course of many centuries, their influence extended even into other planes of existence. But at the height of its empire, they erred grievously and unleashed a cataclysmic elemental force in the heart of their civilization. Idrisid arcane might was outstripped by its hubris, and it cost them everything. Centuries have passed since the disaster that changed Okorum, creating the Blighted Land, the wasteland it is today. Though new civilizations rose from the Idrisid ashes, its secrets remain undiscovered. And while many Shintufi structures survived the wrath, its populace was decimated. Yet the city's populace teems anew, a mishmash of folk both human and otherwise, drawn by the grandeur of the surviving structures and the undiscovered treasures and knowledge of the former Idrisid Empire. Hidden somewhere in the desolate, dangerous reaches of the Blighted Lands, the Idrisid's ancient treasures await discovery.
Level Up Dice. We are innovators in semi-precious, aluminium, wood, bone, and even heavy metals. We have so many exciting projects in the works for 2022, including new releases at GaryCon. You can also support GaryCon by following the link above to discover everything we have to offer.
This is everything you need to know about our terrain in 60 seconds. We hand sculpt our pieces for maximum detail and artistry, infusing passion into every millimeter of our work. Everything is available beautifully hand painted so you can start playing right away. Or you can choose unpainted to paint everything yourself. Our pieces are completely modular so you can use the same sets to create a new adventure every time. We create everything out of Dwarvenite, our top secret PVC formula that's nearly indestructible. We pack our pieces with as many features as possible, such as swappable LEDs to quickly change the look of your scene. We offer magnetic accessories to add flavor or increase the danger. A 1-inch tactical grid is sculpted into our floors. We offer a range of environments, including dungeons, caverns, cities, castles, sewers, forests, mountains, streets, burrows, ice, and hellscape. And that's just the beginning. That's everything you need to know about Dwarven Forge in 60 seconds.
welcome back. Hopefully you can hear us and there's no more tech goblins. Thank you very much for joining us again. I'll give everybody a couple of minutes of me preambling so that if they're away making a cup of tea and they hear my voice, they can rush back.
Quick, get back now.
So get back now. Now we're starting now. You're missing it.
Come on.
All right. So welcome back, everybody, to the second half of Heist Aches with me, Robert Hartley, GM, and my lovely storytellers. Firstly, before we crack into it again, I want to re-thank our lovely sponsors for today, starting with Wooten Forge Gaming Accessories. Wooten Forge Gaming Accessories, I think, is their full title. AJ is showing them off right now, and they're an Australian company that makes all sorts of fantastic wooden materials for your gaming table, dice trays, and GM screens and the like. And they ship internationally, so although they're Australian, don't let that dissuade you. I mean, they're Australian, so let that dissuade you. That's what you get when you put a New Zealander behind the screen, yo! New Zealanders! New Zealand for life!
To clarify as well, they're made of Australian hardwoods that you can't get internationally, so worthwhile.
Cool. I mean,
that was really good snapping.
That was good snapping.
Yeah.
They're not New Zealand Cowrie, but I mean it's okay. They're next to it. Then we've got Dragon's Lair. I will come back to Dragon's Lair because they've actually got a giveaway for us, so I'll up them in a moment. Then we have I'm trying to train myself to do it without looking. Then Meeples and Dragons, who is an online D&D gaming store as well, helping to take role-playing game accessories to your table. And then finally we have, and don't tell me it was there, it was right there on my, it was no, it's gone away again. Heath?
Hobby Nights.
Hobby Nights, thank you very much, Hobby Nights. And I'm sorry that I forget your name every time. Hobby Nights, I'll remember that by the time that I do this again at the end. Hobby Nights. All right, like a hobby horse.
Do hobbies at night?
Yeah, hobbies at night with a
sword and a title.
Oh, that's what it is. Hobby Nights is a gaming store in Port Adelaide, I'm told.
Rosewater.
I live in New Zealand. In Rosewater, there we go. But thank you to our sponsors. Now, we're getting back to Dragon Lair, who is also a gaming store in northern Adelaide. Yep. They have actually sponsored us and given us a giveaway to give out to you guys in the chat right now. Hopefully I've rambled on enough times for you to get back to the screen right now, because you're going to need your fastest fingers first kind of thing. Well, not really, but you need to be able to type your answer in the chat. I'm going to give you a question about something that happened in the first half of this session. If you know the answer, type it into the chat. I'm going to give you 1 minute to enter, and out of the people who enter, I will be drawing at random, and that person is going to receive that gift box. The question is... You cannot phone a friend or ask the audience. Technically, you can ask the audience because you'll see it in the chat.
You are the audience.
You
are the audience. You can ask each other if you want. So.
The question is, how many hit points of how many hit points did Elliot roll for sleep when she cast sleep on the guard dogs? What was the total number of hit points that Elliot rolled for putting the guard dog to sleep? How many Z's? How many Z's did those dogs Z?
How many Z's?
Before they woke up.
Or Rob likes to say Zeds. You get in trouble when I say Z's. It's Zeds.
That's
the correct
because
word.
Zeds is the correct word.
It is the correct.
Objectively correct.
Whoever's counting the Twitch chat is going nuts.
Yeah. Hey Josh, remember how I gave you that task of writing everybody down?
Hey everyone, here's a flashback. Rob's like, hey, so who's going to count? Josh's like, yeah, cool.
I'll do it. I'll write them all down. I see him frantically writing now.
Yeah, I'm not writing. I was going to count them once they came in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait,
Fair
give
enough.
me a sec. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna have to do this a weird way. Okay.
I'm gonna have to do this in a random number generator.
Well, yeah, you're gonna
unless
have
it comes,
to.
It might come up to like 48 or something. In which case, I've got a D48.
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's 31 so far.
5, 6, 7,
so
8,
far.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
I was so hoping it was going to be 27.
Time. Anybody after this bit in the chat no longer counts. All right.
30. I don't know if Sparrow. Did Sparrow say something? No. Yeah, I said 39. 40 then. Did I say 39? 40. Because Sparrow wrote something else there as well.
So you're saying 39 or 40?
40. I'd say 40.
40?
Should we double check?
Okay.
I
shouldn't have put Dread in charge.
You said 29, and then you jumped
Yeah,
to
and then he
40.
jumped to 40.
30.
So I
Sorry.
definitely shouldn't have put Dread in charge. I'm going to
mean
count
30?
for myself. Thanks,
It's
Dread.
30.
1, 2, 3, 4,
31.
5, 6.
Ray says 31.
Did anyone
well,
here?
I can't-
Did anyone here do any sort of higher education in mathematics? They may need to take over from Rob.
26, 27, 29, 30, 31, 32. 32 people.
See, precise.
32, nice.
32 people. But Sparrow, one of those is Sparrow repeating herself. So
Okay, so that's where I
31
screwed
different
up.
people.
Was like I counted Sparrow twice.
So you counted Sparrow twice and
It was
then
two
jumped to
answers.
40.
And got jumped to 40.
Yeah.
That's how you messed up. You
All right.
Also
I do
how
not
I do
have
maths. I can relate.
I do not have a D31, so Google random number generator
don't-
it is.
you don't have
from
a
1 to 30.
D31?
I've got a D30, not a D31.
Make note. Find Rob D31.
The number is
Find
number 3, which is whom on the list is number 3? Back to the top.
Wabberjack.
Wabberjack Wagon.
Wabberjack!
You were so
yeah.
lucky that it was a low number and you didn't have to.
You didn't have to
count
count
all
all
the
the
way.
way.
to the middle of the
Yep.
pack.
Wabberjack
Very
Wagon.
long.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to Wabberjack Wagon. We will be sending you the gift pack, and you get that just by nature of being here in the chat and
Hells
watching.
yeah.
Thank you all for paying
So
attention.
Wabba passes on it.
Passes. Wabba's
Yep.
passed. I don't know why you entered the thing then, Wabba, because if you hadn't, you
You
would
wanted
have
to
been
answer
at
the
30, and I
question,
would have been
Rob.
able to use my D30.
Wanted to answer
Let's
the question.
let's
Use
should
my
we
30.
go
Can
to
you
should,
D30?
should we go to a
now?
backup
Yeah.
question? Should we go to a backup question or re-roll?
No,
Wabberjack's-
I'll
No,
re-roll it.
Re-roll?
You get
I don't want to
inspiration
waste my
for
time.
trolling.
It's re-roll.
You get inspiration for trolling
We'll have
Rob.
to count again.
So any of our games, I would like to say that Wabba should get inspiration if we ever play with Wabba.
3,
Top tier troll.
1, 2, 3,
Best.
4, 5, 6,
Ah.
7. Tree of Dave wins.
Tree
Tree
of
of Dave.
Three
Thank you very
Dave.
much. Paying attention, Tree of Dave. Thank you very much for being here. Sorry, I got too,
Imagine if they
too excited
pass.
when I knew the number. Pass, I'm taking it.
Yeah. We split it.
All right, congratulations, part 2. The electric boogaloo of congratulations. Thank you very much, Tree of Dave. Do you wish to accept the gift?
Accept
Tree of
the
Dave?
gift.
They did say wow. They did say
They did
wow.
say wow. Awesome.
Tree
Okay.
of Dave.
Hells
High five,
yeah.
high five, high
High
five,
five, high five, high five. Awesome.
There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I like
Now,
one hundred.
so thank you very much to everybody in the chat. Thank you very much to the sponsors again. Now let's crack back into it. Actually, let's just in case people are just tuning in, let's just go very quickly around everybody to let them know who we are. Starting with Dread, who are you?
Hi, I'm Josh, the Dread GM. I can count when I choose to. I fooled you all. Yes. If you want to know where you can find me, I'm on Twitch, Dread GM, YouTube, all that sort of stuff. But I'm just a big lovable goof, sir.
And I enjoy his content. Very sort of no rush D&D, very emotive and lots of time for role playing and things. AJ, who are you? Where are you from?
Hi.
What's your deal?
Am I muted? No. Hi, I'm AJ Winters. I'm from Winters Tales. I tell stories. I'm a world builder and DM over there. That's me.
Alrighty. Dale, where are you from? Who are you? What you do?
Hello, I'm Dale Kingsmill. I make YouTube videos. They're mostly sort of homebrew, tinkering style videos about D&D, but lots of other nerdy stuff in the mix as well, like mythology. And you can find me on YouTube at Monarch's Factory and most other places at Daily Dale.
Wonderful. Luna, who are you? Where are you from? What's your deal?
Hello, I'm Luna, aka Lou Buffin from Adelaide. I make videos about Critical Role on YouTube. I stream D&D things here on Twitch, and I talk stuff on Twitter at Lou
Awesome.
Buffin.
Nice and succinct. I love it. Heath, who are you? What's from? What's your deal?
Who am I? That's the question of the ages. My name's Heath. I am the Antipode D20. I'm also here in Adelaide, and I just love promoting all things Aussie and those things that catch my attention because there's, one can never have enough shiny objects.
Wonderful. And I'm Robert Hartley, GM. I'm a full-time dungeon master for the Viva la Dirt League guys on YouTube and in my own right on Twitch and YouTube as well. I'm also the writer of D&D Logic. But everybody shut up. We're getting into the second half. So, as the camera panned out and the door closed with a sign on the front saying "Do not disturb," immediately a hand comes up to the door and reopens it again. And as you all spin around to see who's disturbing this meeting that is part of a "Do not disturb" meeting, You see a handsome gentleman in a suit, very much a businessman by the looks of him, and Jeremiah Steele, is that his name?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Jeremiah, with his feet up on the desk, says, "Oh, he's here already. Allow me to introduce you to our new brain of the knowledge department, Eric." And as he turns around and points to the gentleman, Eric Trust, who has been acquired as the new head of the knowledge department of the this particular faction of the Displacers Guild, Eric walks in and says, "Thank you very much, Jeremiah. Who are all of these people?" "Oh, actually, I believe I know one of you." And he walks over and says, "It's been a while, Valentine."
Hey, sorry, I'm feeling my blood pressure's a little bit. It's up.
You are
just
looking.
Really tired.
You are looking a little bit worse for wear. You're covered in whatever your previous. Let me say, I'm disappointed that my training and subtle espionage doesn't seem to have stuck around for very long.
It's all my plan.
Yes, and he gives you a disapproving look as he walks around the table and takes a seat beside Jeremiah. Jeremiah takes his feet down and says, Eric here is our new head of knowledge. He's got experience with espionage and acquiring knowledge, and particularly things of that nature. So Eric, tell us about what you know about old Emaskin's tower. And he goes, "Right, yes, well." And he puts his hands out in front of him and just kind of waving them around, waving them outwards, he sort of conjures this file in front of him, this sort of manila envelope almost, which he places on the table and then opens up and says, "So Emaskin is a very powerful wizard and as such has a very powerful home. For years now it has stood as the eyesore that it is out in the forest, about 20 minutes walk from here. It is known as Moonsin Manor. Each of you, having lived in this world and grown up in this world, would know of the various pantheon of gods. So you would know that Moonsin is the name of the god of weather, particularly thunder and lightning. He says it's known as Moonsin Manor, and for good reason. There is always very peculiar weather around the tower. All that we know about his current dealings is that he is secretive about them, and we have word from the inside. I'm not at liberty to divulge who yet, but we have word from the inside that he is perhaps conversing with higher powers, and they are giving him perhaps information that has been lost to humans for some time. And with that, we worry that he is to become a little more powerful than he should. We would like for you to acquire more information by entering his abode, finding this device by which he is encountering other powers. Acquire it if possible. That's more of your department. He gestures to Jeremiah. I'd like you to get it if you can. Try not to use it, but definitely acquire it. He says, yes, be careful. It will be dangerous and possibly trapped. As on that topic, his entire place will be trapped. There is lots of caution needed to enter his abode and to stay alive inside it. It goes without saying that you do not work for the Displacers Guild if you are caught, interrogated, captured, or killed. Understand? If you are to succeed in this mission, for you, I believe, he turns to you, Jota, for you, I believe an extrication from the Displacers is what you wish.
Yes. I mean, yes!
It's disappointing to hear. You seem to have talents, but an out is an out, and everybody gets one.
A talent without a choice is not a talent.
For the rest of you, you will gain in reputation among the Displacers if you can pull this off. You would know in game terms, if this wasn't a one-shot, obviously this would make more of a point, but if you are within a faction like the Displacers Guild, you can gain renown, and then that's how you go up in the ranks and get better jobs and things like that. So you will be gaining renown within the Displacers, and then there's usually a monetary payoff as well. Skipping forwards, the camera sort of out the window as the boring part of the meeting begins. at any point, if you need information that you feel like would have been divulged in this meeting, you can ask me for it. But we'll skip to the interesting parts. You are then given as long as you need to go about your business of reconnaissance and finding this out. He anticipates that the job should be done as soon as possible, with time being of the essence. But he also doesn't want you to rush there and get in there when you're. So he anticipates maybe take 2 days to a week or so to do some reconnaissance and check it out. I will have each of you roll a roll of your choice, as long as you can justify it to me as to how doing that roll would help you out at some point over the next few days. So if you wanted to do a stealth check, maybe that's because you're stealthing around his tower and watching it from afar. Maybe it's a charisma check to talk to the people in town, learn some things about his tower, that sort of thing. So you choose a role and tell me how that role leads to you acquiring some more information. This is the information gathering part of the heist.
Hells yeah. Anagen's is quite easy because he has a +8 investigation, so he'll spend the several days looking for clues, looking for information, looking for chinks in the armor of this place for us to break in. A little bit more tactfully, wanting to plan a tactful exit as well, because he's not a stranger to things breaking or coming apart, but he always tries to improve things, and that's how he approaches things as an artificer. So he's like, we can make that better. We can get out of there quiet. So he's gonna plan an exit strategy, multiples.
Exit strategies and things. Sure thing.
Yeah.
I will have you make an investigation check then. This is accounting for several days of work, so things like guidance wouldn't be able to apply to it.
Oh, so I got a 16, but am I allowed to use inspiration?
You're allowed to use your inspiration for it, yeah, but not things that are specific checks.
100%. The 16 stands.
16 stands. All right, with 16, that is a success. I'll come back to what that means for you. Who else is going to do something to aid in this part of the preparation?
I think, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, you please.
I think Elliot is specifically interested in the magical traps that may be around that can be determined from the outside. I also have the spell Arcane Eye, which is like a security camera I can make for an hour, but only up to within 30 feet. So I don't know if there are any open windows I can
You can certainly find out.
I can
All
try cast it through. But...
So with you investigating the outside magical forces and also trying to investigate inside if possible, that'll be an Arcana check. So make an Arcana roll for me.
Okay, here we go. Oh, natural 20, baby.
Yes. All right, so it counts as 2 successes. We'll move on to the next person, and we'll come back to what those mean.
Yeah, I would love to just be kind of tiptoeing around the perimeter, trying to just find little weak spots in terms of, where we might be able to sneak through, where we might get in, that sort of thing.
Sounds like a stealth check to me, or maybe a perception check. Which
Wonderful. I would love for it to be stealth.
Then make me a stealth check.
That is better. That's a 1, but I'm a halfling.
Yeah, reroll that.
So I'm gonna go ahead and reroll
Halfling.
it. That's a 21.
Yeah.
Very nice indeed. All right.
That's some luck there.
AJ, Heath.
Go ahead, Heath.
No worries. Sorry, in between all other tech things here, Joltar has a rather decent score in survival, and I thought that he could sort of maybe have a look at the area, check the time of the time of the year. Is it going to be boggy? Is it going to be rainy? Find out the lay of the land.
Get the conditions. Get sort of weather.
Have a look at it.
Watch about that crazy weather.
Now,
awesome.
I will leave that up to you to whether the roll stands or not. Not being one to muck around with D&D Beyond too much, I actually clicked on the 6 and it rolled, whereas I just wanted to click on the word survival to see if that's what it did. So it rolled 11. It rolled 5 plus 6 makes 11. So
11 total on.
I'll be honest and say
so you clicked survival and got an 11. Is that what you're saying? Yes, then that is an 11. All right, and I will explain the results of that in a moment. AJ, what you doing?
Terry can't really do intel. So I think
there are other ways to learn things.
I think there's going to be a training montage where Terry teaches the others how to defend themselves a little better.
Awesome. All right. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think
what are you thinking?
Love that so
like in the
much.
morning, I think Terry does like a morning workout with everyone. Like this
good.
is a 1-2 punch. I'm hoping that this can like help them.
All right, and this is going to be a what, an athletics or
Athletics, yeah.
You reckon athletics? All right, give me an athletics check.
Cue Eye the Tiger.
Yeah.
Okay. Plus 7, 23.
That's
23.
so many.
23 is a lot. All right, so because you got an at 20, which was 2 successes, the 21 also counted as 2 successes, the 23 also counted as 2 successes, and then Dreads counted as a success. You got 8 successes. Heath, that was not a success, but everybody else made up for it because these things are combined to each get you 1 more piece of information about it. So the things you learn with your studying of the arcane nature of the tower, you learn that it is protected. There is a 2-meter tall fence around the perimeter of it, and a garden area between that and the actual tower in the center. You learn that the tower in that garden area is protected by an aura that is, you would know it's a very powerful abjuration spell. You are an abjuration wizard, so you've heard of it. It's a spell called Prismatic Wall. This is a very weakened version of that, but it does have lots of layers to it where if you were to try and pass through it, you would probably get different amounts of damage passing through this
I'm really
wall.
glad Elliot made the call on what she was doing
Yes.
before I did.
Stealthing into it. I'm just going to get right up to the wall. And...
Oh, look at me.
So you learn that piece of information. You learn that the tower is protected on the inside by the Forbiddance spell, which in layman's terms just means that you cannot teleport inside it or out of it. No teleportation once you're inside the tower. You were able to get your arcane eye into the... do you have to be able to see where you're conjuring it? Because there's no windows.
Let me just double check. I think that's right. Range of 30 feet.
If it doesn't specify, then the default is you have to be able to see.
You can create an invisible magical eye within range. That's all it
Within
says,
range. Okay. If it doesn't specify like in with Dimension Door, which says you don't even have to be able to see the place, then usually the default is you have to be able to see it. So you don't manage to get the arcane eye inside of it, but you do learn that there is a door at the base of the tower, no windows on the tower, except for a window in the roof of the tower, the conical roof. Heath, if you wish to put the artwork of the tower up,
yes, indeed.
now is a good time to see it. This is, don't expect much. I hand drew it myself, and I'm not an artist by any means.
I'm excited.
I'm a storytelling artist. I'm not a drawing artist. It is a large tower, about, there we go, it's just an outline sketch of it.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
Great, are you kidding me?
It is, how tall is the tower? It is about 70 feet tall, give or take, about 40 foot in diameter, cylindrical except for the conical 10-foot roof, and an outcropped conical tower with half walls around it. There is about a 10-foot tall squarish base with a door in the center of it. No other windows except for the one at the top. With your arcane eye, I'll say you can look through the window at the top and discover that you can't see anything in it because taking up almost the entire window, the entire sort of circular window, is the circular lens of a large telescope.
It's like the one in Stardew Valley.
Yeah.
The other piece of information you've learned with all of your successes, the tower is frequently experiencing crazy weather, and lightning strikes it often. Aperiodically, but the weather could be completely fine, and then within a minute it storms over and lightning strikes, and then within another minute it's gone again. That sort of sporadic nature. While you're watching it with your survival as well as your tile, you're noticing that it's just there's definitely no magic, no natural weather patterns here. It's affected by something else. The other things you learn is that that Amaskan has a necromancy license. In my world, necromancy is illegal, but you need a license to do it because healing magic is technically necromancy as well. So people like clerics like Joltar would have a license to heal with necromancy, but not to raise people from the dead. Things like that.
License to heal.
He has, a license to heal. Amaskan does have a license to practice necromancy, like in its full form, like to bring people back and make zombies and things. But he's only he's only allowed to do it for the purposes of study, apparently. You also learn that each floor and the walls are each at least 1 meter thick, maybe about 5 feet or so. And you learn that from people, you talk to people around the town maybe, or you know from studying the tower and the design of the tower, your breaking and entering work, you know that the structure of it's very strong. The next thing you learn is that Amaskin is never seen entering or leaving his tower directly. He is often outside in the town, and sometimes he's seen leaving his grounds, like through the gate, but he's never seen leaving through the door. And finally, the last thing you learn is that he will be overseas for about a week, starting in 2 days' time.
Ooh. We got our window, baby.
You got your window, and if you hadn't rolled so well on all of those checks, you wouldn't have learned that he was about to go overseas. So well done, you managed to get, and that's literally everything that there was to learn about it. So
How were the fitness training sessions? Did they go well?
I mean, that's up to you. That you did roll very well. That's up to you as you guys as characters as to whether or not you enjoyed the fitness training
Let's
session.
all roll an
I feel like I
athletics
did not help at all.
I'm gonna roll an contribute.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll an
Yeah, roll an
athletics
athletics.
as well.
See how
I got
well
a
the training
7,
went.
so I hated it.
Yeah.
He did it.
I got a
Very
2
good.
minus 1.
Oh,
I
dear.
tried,
My
but it's not my thing. I'm just
going
like,
really badly over,
Just so you-
over on D&D.
Just so you guys know, I have a -2, so let's find out how that goes. I got an 8. I also hate it.
Everybody hates
Hey.
it. Terry's having such
Poor
Terry's having such a
Terry.
good time being like, yeah, we're having fun. Everybody's like, I hate you, Terry. Why would you
because
make
we
us
love
do
Terry.
Why does everything
Terry, we just don't like exercise.
this? Yeah, you're doing it. You're doing it because you love her anyway.
Yeah.
Jolto, what was yours? I wanna know, did everybody hate it?
Yes.
Yes.
My favorite part about that is I'm just imagining like Terry doing like 100.
I rolled a
push-ups.
3 plus 1 is 4.
And all of you just being like, Terry, stop.
At some point,
The camera, as this part of this like montagey thing of everybody doing their thing, keeps cutting back to Terry doing like, yeah, and then like the camera's on this side of Terry, and as she's going up and down, you're seeing on the other side somebody just like sitting there watching Terry. And then Terry like looks towards the camera, he's like, yeah, like starts doing one-handed push-up, putting thumbs up to the other person, and then puts that down, puts the other thumb up to look the other way, and in that moment, that person who was sitting up just like lies over and does this, and he's like, yeah, and then the camera zooms out, and you realize that everybody's doing the same thing. Whoever she's looking at is doing the push-ups. Everybody like encouraged, yeah, everybody's doing it, but nobody.
Doing the push-ups, that's a bit... doing the
just
push-up.
just the push down.
at some point, Bannerden will also just turn on his autopilot and he'll just do the exercise for him.
His autopilot machine
Yeah,
is doing
it's
it
like-
for him. I love it.
It's great.
I love that I actually have a +4 in athletics and still did badly. Like,
Nice. All right. Well, to round out the last of your preparation week, this montagey bit, another trope of the heist is that, of course, at some point during the heist, something will seemingly go wrong, but then we get a flashback to some way that you've prepared for that moment, and you bring it out in a moment. So to account for that, because you took time to prepare and you all actually contributed, you all get a natural 20 that you can sub in for You get a nat 20 that you can sub in at any one point if you can then give me a flashback moment to how you prepared for that moment.
Yeah, I love flashbacks. I'm
All right.
here.
So the time is now yours. The day comes where he is leaving for his trip. You kind of camp out waiting for him to leave. What are you doing?
do we amongst us have some ways to dispel magic?
I've got dispel magic, but I don't know. Would I have a sense of how powerful that prismatic wall spell is?
You would know that the usual prismatic wall is like I think 9th level spell.
Right. Okay.
You would know that it also lasts like an hour, so he has dumbed down the power of it, but increased the duration to permanent.
Right.
You would also know that in my games I've homebrewed a rule called Extend or something like that. I can't remember what I've called it. That if you cast that at the same time as another spell, you can increase the duration of that spell. It's very expensive, but someone of his level would have access to it.
Yeah,
so he's increased the length of this spell, but he's dumbed down the power. So it would be a lot lower than 9th, but probably above 3rd.
Yes.
Okay.
So sorry, just to clarify. So that spell encompasses the tower because it's surrounding the gardens.
Encompasses the tower. You know that it doesn't stretch inside the tower, but it stretches for like 6. It stretches for 30 feet from the gate.
Cool. So, I mean, I can try and dispel it with 4th level spell slot. That's an option.
You would also know that Prismatic Wall, dispelling it would only dispel one of the walls.
Right. So we'd have
and there are, with it being prismatic colors, there are several.
Yes,
of them,
there are multiple
layers.
Okay.
Joltar has dispel magic as well. and has three slots available.
So you
But
could
that-
spend
but
all
the-
of your
but
dispels
that-
to try and get into
but
the
that-
tower.
but
but
that
then
would-
you're-
I'd-
then
I'd be down a
then
lot
you
of
go into
healing
the tower.
potential.
Right.
Now, are we okay to take that long rest as well?
Yeah, of course. It's been several days.
Awesome. Just making sure.
It was assumed that
We
you
might
hadn't
be
been
worn-
walking
we might
around
be worn out
every minute
by-
of the
by-
day.
We might be worn out by Tara's athletics.
That's true.
Yeah, you've all got 3 levels of exhaustion.
Yeah!
3 levels of exhaustion.
Glad I brought it up. Amazing.
Okay. All right.
So you are assuming that he's gone. He did not disappear from, like, he didn't come out with a briefcase and a suitcase and lock the door, press the button, and beep, beep. He didn't make a point of leaving, but as a wizard, he's probably teleported out to wherever he was going,
Yeah.
which would indicate that perhaps the forbiddance is not in every part of the tower, if that is what it is done.
Yeah. That makes sense. It's probably got a ring in there or something.
You've stood outside the tower for long enough the day before he was due to leave to make sure that he hasn't left out through the front door or anything.
Mm-hmm.
If Terry can get to the tower, I can climb through the roof window. But we've got to get.
Although
there.
the window is blocked by a telescope.
I
So
can
you'd
break
have to
telescope.
break the telescope. In.
And you'll shrink as you go down the telescope.
Amazing.
That's what happened to the guy.
Why would I shrink?
Because it gets skinnier.
What?
I love the idea that this is an exchange.
It's an in-game conversation. It's happening now.
Well, it was because if you want, because if
I
you
mean, I
have
get
you ever
it.
seen the
It's a really
telescope?
funny
'Cause
joke.
it makes things bigger. But if you look through it the wrong way, it makes them smaller. So the joke is that it gets smaller.
I do not understand.
That's okay.
I will break the telescope.
All right. It's a 70 foot tall tower, and you're currently standing outside the gates, knowing that there's an abjuration between you
Yeah,
and
the
that.
other option I've got is polymorph. Could turn into something and fly. I don't know if I can fly. I'm sure I can fly at 9th level.
Give me a luck, and I can get through it probably. But this is kind of outside my wheelhouse.
Yeah, most of what I do is teleportation, so.
I'll have Elliot, being that you're an abjuration wizard, I'll have you make an Arcana check to see what you can glean about prismatic wall.
Can I punch the wall?
15.
You can definitely try. With a 15.
Do it.
15, you would know that. So you think about dispelling it, and you think about your studies into high-level magic, and you really wish you'd paid attention.
Yeah, I wish I hadn't dropped out.
And you're pretty sure there was something about it not being dispelled easily, or like it was partly dispelled easily or something, and you're trying to remember, but it's not coming to you in the moment.
Okay.
And
What
then
exactly will
and then you
happen?
remember, it was just the last wall that can be dispelled, and that triggers you to remember each wall has its own trigger for how to get rid of it. You have to do a specific thing to each wall to get rid of it.
Oh, okay. I will share that with the group. Okay, so each wall. So.
Meanwhile, Terry has walked up to the front gate and is looking into the gate. So to you, Terry, it looks like a really thin mist, sort of like just morning mist, not even like a fog. It looks like thin mist, but you can tell that it's just red. It's just like a red mist. Which, as a barbarian, you're probably very well acquainted with red mist, both from the rage and also the blood that is sprayed in red mist from your
I was
attack.
gonna say something really dumb, like, can Terry taste whether it's blood? But I feel like licking the prismatic wall is a bad choice.
You can if you think that's what Terry would do.
For science!
I feel like if we were having a conversation, I think Terry's gotten out each of her weapons. Can a Great X knock down the wall?
You can try.
What about this dagger? I'm just like asking everyone.
Just asking people, getting them out.
What about this?
Can I do an Arcana check to
A rock?
see
What about
how
a rock?
damage, like physical or magical, interacts with the wall?
Yeah.
That's going to be an 18.
With an 18, you're more about objects as an artificer than study of spells. So you would like 9th level spells are like really up there.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people know how they work. So you don't know exactly the specifics of the wall, but you would know that with the magic of this, the interaction with a weapon either will trigger something to happen, or it just won't do anything at all. There won't be a middle ground. It'll either be the weapon does everything that walking into it will do, or the weapon doesn't do anything at all.
Well, I can tell you that it's either going to do something or nothing. But what I will say is, whatever we discover will be interesting.
Oh, I really want to lick the wall.
Well, it's dangerous, though.
Lick the wall.
Lick the wall.
Yeah.
I'll give you plot armor for licking the wall. I will assure you I won't kill you for licking the wall.
Can you describe what plot armor looks like, please?
I will when she licks the wall.
I feel like Terry is definitely like it. Maybe it's blood. Maybe it's me.
So you reach forward, tongue out, and this is how plot armor looks. Have you seen the episode of The Simpsons where he's eating the chilies and he drinks candle wax?
Yeah.
Maybe I do, Ralph. The tongue comes out and it's got a thin layer of wax on it, which will reduce incoming damage. As you stick your tongue into the red mist, your face gets very hot and hotter. In an instant, it is burning hot, and you take 2 points of fire damage reduced to 1 because of your plot armor of doing it. And you realize that the first layer of this mist will cause damage from fire.
I'm in danger.
The wall is spicy.
No, banana.
It's a spicy wall.
The spicy wall.
Spicy wall.
Hot wall. Okay.
Hot wall.
It's hot. Yes.
This is the first one is a hot wall.
I don't like that.
You felt, Terry, like you could walk through it. It would hurt. You'd be hurt by it, but it's not. It's a wall of mist rather than a solid wall.
Could my tiny friends walk through?
They could probably push through it. They would feel very hot.
You look at Valentine, and I'm just looking skinnier than ever. Like,
I think we can walk through, but it will burn.
I'm game.
I don't know whether. No.
I'm game. I'm over this wonder wall.
And I'm going to wander into the wall and see what happens.
As you walk into the wall, you walk the first couple of feet into the wall. Your armor gets very hot around you. You take 3 points of fire damage.
Okay. 3 points of fire damage.
You continuing to walk forwards.
Yep.
You continue to walk forwards. The visor of your helmet. You're looking through it and seeing this red mist. The red mist is slowly turning orange. Someone's just changing the RGB value slightly. It's turning orange, and as it gets orange, you take 6 points of acid damage.
6 points of acid damage.
It gets more burning across. You can feel it burning your armor. Are you continuing to walk?
Yep.
The mist starts to turn orange into yellow, going through the prismatic colors. You take 5 points of lightning damage.
Love it.
You continuing to walk?
Yep.
All right, you walk further. You take 2 points. You take 2 points of poison damage as the yellow turns green, and you can start to feel through the vents through which you breathe. Poison is seeping in.
At this point, that's when I'm going to use a bonus action to activate my defensive field, and that goes around me. Hell's yeah! And continue to walk.
And then continue to walk. You walk a little further. The green turns blue, and you start to get very cold. You take 6 points of cold damage.
Love it. Okay, that brings me down to 2 temporary hit points.
And then, as you walk, it turns purple, and you take 2 points of psychic damage.
2 points of psychic damage. Okay.
And then you are past the purple mist fades, and you are about 20 feet from the edge of the tower.
See, I don't want to do that. See, I don't. Did you?
I could throw you.
You know what? At this point, I'm game.
How do we know how tall the wall is?
I was just thinking that.
Nope, nobody's tested yet.
If I do a run and throw, I reckon I could get you to the tower.
I would like
Teeny. What do you say?
seeing them talk about this. I'm going to. Am I able to cast a spell?
You are.
Okay, cool. I'm going to take out a length of rope, and then as I do so, I'm going to look up to try and determine how high the wall is, and I'm going to try and position my spell to be about as high as possible. 60 feet, I think, is the direction. I'm using rope trick. I
Awesome.
throw
I love it.
the rope up.
The camera pauses because Robert forgot to describe something. The camera goes the scene that's been oddly edited out of order in the editing process in a non-linear storytelling fashion, like Reservoir Dogs or something. Reservoir Dogs? No, Pulp Fiction. A scene of you arriving at the gate. Robert forgot to mention that the fence is 2 meters tall and iron. The gate is the same but made of bronze with a large letter A on it for Amaskin. And when you approached the gate, an illusion of Amaskin's face, a bearded man, an old bearded man in a pointed hat, appeared and cast Magic Mouth, saying the following. Hello, welcome to my abode and place of work. If you have an appointment, speak the passcode and enter. If not, I'm afraid I'm not taking visitors at this time. If you attempt to enter regardless, you will be trespassing and may possibly die. If you are still enticed, well, good luck. Don't say you weren't warned. And that's what you were told. So there's a passcode to enter, but none of you know it.
I mean, I would have tried the phrase a passcode just in
Passcode.
case.
Passcode.
Nothing happened.
1, 2, 3.
What a shot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Amazing. That's the same combination I have on my luggage.
It's like Green Dragon with 3s instead of E's.
I don't have a better solution.
You want
So
me to
sorry,
throw
yes. You rope trick up and so you're intending to go up from where you
Yeah,
are?
I wanted to like scale up so that they could possibly like climb up because if there was just the wall and not a dome, they would probably have it at a height that there's nothing for them to really climb on top of. So it's just like almost like one of those like shock fields, like and then you can't really walk into that area if you're holding the shock collar or whatnot. So
yeah. So your intention
no
with rope
obstacles.
trick is you're going up at an angle to like above where the wall is, and then
yeah,
throwing
so
the
that
rope
they can
across
climb
to them.
up and then climb down. And hopefully, me walking through was just so I can get the most advantageous positioning. So,
All right, I think I see what you're trying to do. Make me an it's an athletics check. I want to see if you can.
Athletics?
Actually, no, it's a dexterity check because I want to. It's more about aiming than throwing. Because the
go.
rope does the throwing for you with the spell. You're just aiming where the spell should be.
I used my inspiration as well. No.
What was it?
It was a 7. But I'm wondering, can I use my own flash of genius on myself?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did it in your games as Krell when I got like
Yeah.
a 33 on a history check or something.
I don't know if it will help though, so I'll leave it because I don't think it'll help.
All right, so you cast the spell, trying to force it to do something that it's not really meant to do because it's meant to be right above you. And as you throw it out, it goes about 5 feet forward, and then the rope just immediately goes upwards as the spell intends, and then makes a hole above you. And so you've got the rope on your side of the 30-foot wall.
There's that.
And the rest of you see him do this. You're like, I've got a plan. And then he throws the rope out to you, but it also just like curves up and gets above him.
It's amazing.
You're like, I'm not sure we can reach that rope, but we have to get through the wall to reach it.
Amazing.
You
I
could
love it so
could
much.
now try and throw the rope through the wall to them, and then maybe they can climb through only a couple of the walls before they just nip the corner of it.
No, because I'm gonna put a
How
pin
far
in
can
this.
a mage hand get? We've got.
Mage hand can
Elliot's
get
got
through the
mage
wall.
Oh,
hand,
that's
right?
true. Yeah. I could...
Mage
But
hand.
won't the rope just swing back once someone climbs on it? Like, isn't that how physics work?
Yep.
When he said it as a plan, I was like, I mean, we can try this. I
You're
guess.
just climbing vertically.
It's like a tightrope now.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
I pick up Valentine.
All right, Derek picks up Valentine. What's the plan? Over the top?
Yeah.
You know where the top is?
I'm gonna make myself as aerodynamic as possible by just tucking into a ball.
Acrobatics check,
I help put you in a ball.
I love it.
Bounce it a few times.
Bring your knees to your chest.
What's that from? Is that Space Jam? What's this where a cartoon gets all squished into a ball and they
That
play?
does sound like Space Jam.
Space Jam.
I think.
I think that's Space Jam. What is it? Athletics.
Athletics.
And I'm acrobatics.
As Tara's
and you're
winding up,
acrobatics.
I'm gonna say in that moment before launch, she'll be like,
Aim for the rope.
The great news is that I rolled a 1 because that's better than if I rolled a 2 because I'm a halfling. Yes,
Halfling luck.
Thank goodness, 19.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 16 plus 7.
So good.
Okay. So 23 to throw. And 19 for acrobatics. You're going to pass through 3 of these walls as you clip the front corner of it.
Oh no!
You take 5 points of fire, 2 points of acid, and 5 points of lightning for a total of 12 points of damage. But you are thrown at such an angle that you miss the last 3 walls, and then with your high acrobatics, you manage to grab on like a Cirque du Soleil silks artist, grab onto the rope that's hanging there, and do not take the fall damage on the other side of that launch. And then you can climb back down the rope, and now you're on Vanadin's side of the thing.
Just like I planned.
Yeah, the wall hurts.
You two are a lot bigger than Teeny, so I don't think I can throw you.
So to clarify what my knowledge is, so do you think I can Misty Step here, or is it just inside the tower that teleportation doesn't work, or is it
inside the tower is cast forbidden, so you cannot teleport into the tower. You could teleport into the grounds of the tower.
Okay. I will use Misty Step to teleport
You get
as
up,
far
you get
as
right
I can,
up to the wall as quickly as close as you can to the wall until it starts to get very uncomfortably hot, and then you Misty Step and you swirl and you will catch the end wall because of how dimensions work. You get 3 points of psychic damage as you land in the purple nature of the last wall and then fall out and then push yourself out of it, and you are on the inside by the rope. We've got a Terry and a Heath. This, just getting into the tower is going to take the rest of the session, isn't it?
I love that we're not
anticipated a lot more like, let's just do it.
Especially given the first half.
I think once I've thrown Valentine, I'm like, okay. And I
just charge on in.
Just run
All
through.
right. Oh, there's a lot of... Oh, no, that's about average. So 1 point of fire, 3 points of acid, 6 points... I'll give you the total at the end. 6 points of lightning, 5 points of... whatever the next one was, poison, 4 points of cold, and 2 points of psychic for a total of 10,
21.
15, 21. There you go. 21 points of damage. You get through though, and there's parts of your skin that are freezer burned and parts that are burned, parts that have got acid coming off. Just pat them down. Easy peasy. Leaving Joltar on the outside, the healer.
Well, catch you later.
Oh, apparently I have cold resistance.
Yes. No, they have resistance to. I think it's cold. I think it's resistance to.
It is cold.
Is it cold damage or is it just to cold altitudes? Like.
I think it's just altitude.
It is cold damage. Okay.
Cold. It's just cold resistance, not cold damage.
There you go then. All right.
Yeah,
Joltar, what are you doing?
Joltar is also going to use Misty Step, similar to Elliot.
Seeing it work, you get right up to the wall and then onto the other side. You land in the psychic and take 3 points of psychic damage, and you're all inside. You've solved my getting inside puzzle. Getting inside the grounds, mind you. You still
Anyone
gotta
else
get into the
not
tower.
looking forward to leaving?
I begin to climb the tower.
Okay. All right. You walk straight over to the tower.
I think I've had a run through the things. I pat myself. I continue running.
Continue running
Climb the tower.
up the side of the tower.
We might be able to open the door.
I can open it.
Terry, are you going for the outcropping bit that's a half wall situation, or are you going up to the window in the roof?
Terry's gonna get inside and die.
I think I'm gonna go into the tower. I'm gonna go all the way up. I'm gonna kick the telescope, and I'm gonna.
So you're gonna go into the window through the circular window in the roof. You get up to the top. The rest of you notice that as Terry climbs, the clouds start to get darker above.
Oh no!
Terry, running up this wall, you get to the tile slates on the top of the thing, and a couple of them slip. But you catch yourself. You get over to the window. You see that it's a very thick glass window. How are you getting in? Just punching, not even using a weapon.
No, I'll get my great axe out.
All right, great axe out, and you take a swing. Make an attack roll. In fact, for the sake of brevity, because it took you longer to get through than I expected, you hit and hit and hit. You essentially take 20 on this thing, and you realize that this is abjured by magic. This glass ain't gonna break.
That face.
It's like, I really wanted to get
The window just cracks.
More smash.
As you are standing up there wailing on this thing, the lightning clouds have gathered tremendously, and then there is a thunderous as one cracks down and hits the top of that very tall lightning rod that is sticking out of the secondary tower off to your side. It's not close enough to hit you, obviously, that's the purpose of the lightning rod, but you realize you're very close to lightning, probably the closest you've ever been to a lightning strike.
Well, that's not good.
I climbed down defeatedly.
Back down the tower as all of you are watching, waiting for it to come down the tower and just open the door from the inside, presumably.
I was looking at the door for traps.
All right, make an investigation for traps.
I will do this thing you ask of me.
If you are,
You got a 16.
I believe how it works with the Xanathar's rules especially is that if you're proficient in investigation and thieves' tools, then you get advantage.
Oh, heck yes. Woo! Not only am I proficient in both, I actually have expertise in both. So.
Yeah.
21.
Yeah.
What's your Arcana modifier?
Like 2. Plus 2.
Yeah.
Could I give it
as you check out this door for traps, you recognize that there definitely is traps. There is an abjuration spell of some kind on there. With your Arcana modifier, you can tell that there's something not quite right about this door, not just because of the trap. Roll me an Arcana check just in case you do roll well.
I did not roll well. It's a 9.
A 9. Yeah, it's not. It's flash.
I
of
use my
genius.
flash of genius. Yeah.
Adding
Give it
in
a +5.
+5, so that takes it to a 14. With a 14 Arcana check, how do you help with your genius knowledge of magic in? How does this work?
Okay. I don't know. I just like, I'm just like with arms crossed. So I'm gonna say,
check again.
My expectations are always so high for Dread's descriptions because they're always so amazing, and then like, I got nothing, man. What do you want?
No, it's great. It's like I went for subverting expectations on purpose. So.
And you do check again, and you realize that there are abjuration spells on this thing. There is also a small evocation spell, rune around where the door handle would be, and there is a faint other type of rune within it that you recognize from the school of illusion.
And now that's when you realize that there was this lens that membraned in front of your vision that you didn't see, and it just dissolves.
Little breakdown.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I think that this one's. I think that maybe the whiz kid and the priest maybe would be maybe the rabbit. Anyone else?
Just anyone. I've done my part. This door's trapped.
Look, it's trapped. It's trapped.
You deal with it.
I haven't prepared identify today, but I can use 10 minutes if we have it. Otherwise, if someone has it prepared, perhaps cost that.
You have a week.
Okay. If you say that out
we'll
loud,
camp out here. We'll camp out. It's a 70-foot tower. If each floor's like 10 feet, then we've got a day per level.
I'm gonna move over, and there's this arcane digipad, like the diagnostic tools that come up, and I start like looking at things and moving around and trying to identify best that I can.
So what are the rest of you doing in the 10 minutes that he's casting? Just hanging out, playing cards?
On my way down the tower,
yeah.
I think Terry, frustrated as Terry is going to like try and find or make a window. Terry is just like crawling down.
You do a once over of the tower and realize that there is no window. However, you do notice that on the back of the approach to the house, out towards more of the forest area, you notice that there is a coal shed. That's the only other thing that's on this land within the wall, within the prismatic wall.
We saw him.
There's no windows, and as you grab at the stonework and things, they're not like even wearing away as you're like trying to wear away with them with your axe. They seem to be abjured in the same way as the window.
Terry is on verge of rage, accidental rage.
Another lightning cracks beside him. Heath.
Hey, we saw him leave, but we didn't see him leave through the front door. Let's look at this coal shed.
I'll go do that. I can't help with the magic.
you head, as the
I'll go
others
help you with the.
as the others walk to the front door to check that out. You head towards the coal shed. I will have you make
Terry
an
is
investigation.
steaming. When you see Terry, it's just like hot air coming off.
There is lightning with no rain, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
So investigation check with advantage because your thieves tools things on the coal shed door.
Right. I'm so glad that there's advantage involved in this because that was a 3. That one was a 1.
Halfling luck.
Yeah, halfling luck.
It's really okay. The 3 was the highest.
Yeah, technically that was a 3, not a 1.
It doesn't even matter because
3 plus.
The reroll was a 2. I cannot believe so. It was an 11.
So 3
total.
plus 11 total. Okay. It does not seem to be trapped. It is locked, not trapped.
It's locked, but it's not trapped.
It's got a keyhole though.
All right, I'll start working on the
Picking the lock. All right.
that
As you make me a thieves tools check, is anybody going up to this front door, checking it out, doing anything? Oh, you were identifying. That's right.
Halfling luck again.
Yeah.
Wow,
I love this shot.
Nat ones.
You can imagine the screen having some sort of stinger that has a splice of them both
Yes,
working on something at the same time. And it sweeps over to
Both
the
watching
diagnostics.
doors.
Yeah.
Doors. D&D's true enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also have identify, so I feel like I've got mine out, and I'm just like comparing like how the
Comparing
spells,
notes.
you know, like, yeah, exactly. Because I'm like always interested in like
I love
improving
it.
my spells. Yeah.
So as you roll that, Dread will come back to you as your identify goes off with your arcane diagnostics. You ascertain that there is no door here. This is an illusion of a door, and if you were to go for the handle or try and interact with this door in any way, the evocation would go off. The abjuration would acknowledge that you're approaching. The evocation would then be triggered, and something bad would happen.
Ah, clever. Too bad I'm more clever.
And then with your lock picking check, camera picks.
It was not great. I got a 13.
With a 13, all right. So with this sort of thing, you the DC, you're going to eventually pick the lock unless there's any time consume happening. So the reason I asked for a roll is just that it tells me how long it takes you to get in.
Yeah.
So it takes the remainder of his 10-minute identify. 13 is actually sufficient to get in without too much time. It's
By the time you all get over there, I've got like picks sticking out of my mouth. I'm like, no, I've got it. I've got it.
Tried a whole bunch of it's not right. It's not the right
good.
caliber. I'm trying with this one. It's not going. Eventually, you all arrive just as it goes click, and then the door swings open. And just as it does, you see a small, thin silver thread across the top, the component for the alarm spell. And as the door opens, it snaps, and a very loud bell starts to ring out. What do you do?
Do I see the bell, or is it a spell?
Just the sound. It's a spell. It's the sound of a ringing bell. Terry is not having fun. Why am I here for a wizard tower?
Well, this door's an illusion. We can just walk through it.
Let me go knock out some teeth.
Looks like. What are we doing? You have to act fast.
Just to make that very clear, the door is an illusion on a wall.
There was no door, right? So
there's no door there.
Okay.
The door is an illusion of a door put into the wall.
I love it.
But the wall is just a solid wall.
My gut instinct on hearing the alarm is to run, but then I like turn around and I see that prismatic wall that's still there.
Not getting out of here.
And probably an angry Terry.
Jolta.
Just
Joltar makes a sorry.
Joltar what?
Joltar makes a gesture and casts dispel magic on the alarm
magic,
spell.
The alarm rings out for a good 6 seconds at most before Joltar, the symbol of the 3 mountain peaks on the shield light up, and then the alarm spell stops abruptly. Ding, mid ding, and the door is open to the coal shed. Only it's not a coal shed. On the inside, you see a nice set of wooden stairs that leads down under the ground and curves around towards the tower.
I'll head over and
yeah.
No time like the present.
All right, you start heading down the stairs. As you do so, there's nothing triggers on the way down. The wood creaks normally under your feet. You get to the bottom floor and turn, and you see a nice stone corridor that looks like it's been well carved out. Torch sconces the second you step foot on the floor. light all the way along, lighting their way to a doorway in some stone foundations of the tower. The moment you also step on the thing and light up these torch sconces, another illusion of this magic mouth of a maskin appears in front of you, just his floating head with a long beard and top hat, a pointed hat, and he says, "This may be rather startling, but I'm only an illusion. I will give you the riddle, and you will give me the solution. The passage ahead is now ordered, but if you wish to enter the tower, I'm a 9-letter word, but my child is one fewer. My grandchild is one fewer again, or so that I have heard. 8 generations there have been, and each of us a word."
Such a good riddle.
Now,
Harry punches the illusion.
your hand goes smashing through it and hits nothing.
You sure Terry's not from Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Because there's a correlation here. The fitness, the third person.
Correlation to Terry, yeah. So, as far as riddles go in D&D, some people hate them. If you want to bypass this, you can ask me for intelligence checks, and I'll give you hints. If you want to hear it again, the magic mouth does repeat. So just let me know, and I'll repeat it.
AJ loves riddles, but I have an intelligence.
Tell you what I'll do. I will copy it and paste it into the chat, here. And I'll just put it into the Twitch chat.
This also, by the way, this gives chat an interactivity as well.
Interactivity chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, if you know the answer, keep it to yourselves in chat until these guys have said that they want clues or whatever, and then we can.
Riddle, give me solution.
This may be rather startling, but I'm only an illusion. I will give you the riddle, and you will give me the solution. The passage ahead is now ordered, but if you wish to enter the tower, I'm a 9-letter word, but my child is one fewer. My grandchild one fewer again, or so that I have heard. 8 generations there have been, and each of us a word.
I am very bad at riddles. I feel like Elliot would be much better at them than me.
If you wish to, yeah, that's perfectly.
I'm happy to leave it open for a bit though.
No, that's perfectly okay. If you want to roll me an investigation or intelligence or Arcana check, something like that, I'm happily to give you information that Elliot would probably pick up on.
Okay, great. Well, I rolled a 4, so it's 10.
It's 10 total. Which an Arcana check.
Arcana, yeah.
So you recognize that this spell is being cast as Magic Mouth, and you also with the. Can I have your perception check as well as like a secondary thing to see if you notice something else?
8.
You didn't notice the other thing.
I certainly didn't.
You recognize that the spell is Magic Mouth. You recognize that this is clearly a riddle, and he's asking for a password. The answer is a word, and giving that word, much like he did when you first arrived here, if you say a particular word, he will turn off his abjurations, and this apparently is.
How do we feel about me using my intelligence modifier for a skill check to try and get a clue?
Just a clue, yeah,
Just
exactly.
A clue, right? Because I want the satisfaction of cracking it. I want to win.
Yeah.
All right, clue.
Yeah, so give me an investigation check or an Arcana check.
I'll take investigation.
Whatever you want it to be. Because
okay, investigation.
I'm telling you that the clue that I will give you will dictate based on what you've said.
Investigation.
Investigation. All right.
It's going to be a 27.
27 investigation. All right. I will give you a clue. Okay. The investigation, because it was investigation, it's about the wording specifically, not about the spell that's being cast.
Yeah. Okay. I thought so.
I'm 9-letter word, but my child is one fewer. He's saying that. If you take away one of the letters in his 9-letter word, it makes another word.
Right. Okay.
If you take away another letter from that, his child,
it makes
another word that is 6 letters long. If you do so again and again and again, it stays as a word all the way down until there's 9 words, and he is the 9th letter word. What 9-letter word? What 9-letter word?
Solution is there, right?
Can you take away a letter and it still makes a word?
It's not solution though. It'll be solutio.
You got a 27 as well. So I would say that you would know from that as well. You'd intuit from that it is not an anagram. It's saying like if you have a word spelled out and you remove one letter without rearranging the other letters, it still says a word.
Okay, it's not startling, is it? It's not illusion.
I mean, you can turn startling into starling, but
Starling?
I don't know whether you can do it. Well, starling is a bird.
Oh, but it doesn't say where you take it away. So you can take it away from anywhere. So starling works.
Any one of the things. And then if you can take a letter away from starling and make another word, then...
Okay, cool.
But I don't know whether we can.
But starling works, right? Like you take away the you take away
Yeah,
any
but
letter.
you need to be
You
able
need to be able to
take
go
away
all the way
the
down to
whole
one
way
letter.
down to one.
Okay, cool.
So a one
Because
letter
there's been 8
word, there's not that
generations
many
of them.
options.
Is I, right?
A or I.
Or A, yeah.
Correct. That was one of the
So-
clues I was going to give you if you rolled for something else. I was going to say,
Aha.
oh, you would know that
Two
it would have to end in an A or an I.
I love that we clearly are a riddle solving group of players because
Seems
we're
like-
all
seems
like,
like it,
I
you're all enjoying
refuse
it.
to roll.
And then
If
two
anybody's
letters.
not having fun, I'm happy to move on at any time. So just let me know.
2 letters is like is and
Okay, staring.
on. No,
Wait,
A or
wait,
I.
wait.
Sorry,
Wait.
Good.
So, startling, staring.
Yeah.
I don't know. This could be a dead end, but I'm just saying I'm
Yeah.
2 words deep.
The thing again, we don't. It doesn't have. We can be in any order, which means we can
I made
take
this one
the
up,
last.
by the way.
This is a brilliant one.
It's
you can
good.
take. I love it.
I'm
you
enjoying
can,
myself.
You can take away any letter. So as long as we end on A or I, it counts. So we can still use the word.
So you could work backwards.
You could work backwards.
So
and
if
just
you
leave
ended
it
on an A, what
or
would
an
the
I.
2-letter word have to be? At, as, an?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or in, or if, or...
AJ and Heath, how are you guys doing? Is this fun for you at all?
Yeah. No, my brain is trying to go through combinations of letters and stuff.
If this is fun, I'm happy to move it on.
No, I want to help, but my character wouldn't.
You can
So
definitely
like
help.
I'm
So the way I run
I'm writing notes, but like my character is angry.
In my games with riddles and stuff, anyone, even if you're playing a 6 intelligence person, there's something in your history that's happened that you by chance know this
as
answer.
well.
And like, yeah, I've heard this one. My granddad used to tell me. I don't understand.
like that.
I don't understand the rule, but he said it was this. Like, you can always contribute, even if your character's dumb.
How you doing, Dale?
Not good.
I haven't got the pen and paper out yet, so
I can now interact with the chat a little more while I'm waiting for you guys. Been a while says it'll end in S most likely for a free extra letter, but it does not end in S because you do not rearrange the letters. The word, if I'm saying like if they had startling, if that's the one that they're looking at, that would begin with S.
Got I in sin skin.
You have the
Skins.
sin in I at the end too.
Skint. I don't know if that's a word.
If it ends on an A, the next word up could be either am or ma. Could be. Ma would be, pushing it a little bit, but technically a word, I suppose.
How did you guys get to skin?
Well, I went.
There's no skin. There's no skin.
Oh, you're going
I
up.
in sin. Yeah, I'm trying to go up, but but then I got stuck about 3 levels up.
ING is an issue, y'all.
Ooh, I'm on
I will say
roll.
that I will say, just to keep moving this along, it does end in an I.
Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. I've got no, I don't. I was working on A. Never mind.
Well,
Forget what I
if
said.
you're on ing, you take away the G for in, and then you take the N away for I, right?
Yeah, but at what point do you take away the G? Because you don't, because
All right, so
you need to make sure it ends. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8.
okay, I'm getting a pen and paper out as well to help.
This is what Wordle has been training you
Yeah.
for.
I'm loving it.
You put
I'm
a
enjoying-
Wordle puzzle
I
in
like you
here.
enjoying it.
A
Amazing.
chat getting closer?
It's anti-Wordle.
I wanna know whether the chat is
No
getting
comment.
closer.
No comment.
Because I've got them turned off right now.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm not
speak,
looking
chat.
either. I've got the
If you,
How
I'll
many
tell you.
layers? 9.
I'll tell you if you want to know the word. Chat has got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
I've got in pin, pint, pints, points. What about point with an E on point?
You can see the pure ecstasy on Rob's face as he looks upon the misery. It's feeding me.
You should see my notebook right now. It is
Feeding
a complete disaster right now.
I'm so glad. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I did come up with this one, and I was like quite proud of it.
You should be. This is amazing.
Oh,
And I
what's
initially just
brilliant-
wrote it out, and then I was like, I think I can make this right.
To inflate your ego just a little bit more, Rob,
Oh,
what's
please
brilliant
do.
about this is that you can apply any other word to it. So this is a riddle that other people can use in their games, which is like it's so good.
I mean, okay, but what if we got one more clue?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay with rolling it, but I also understand that other people like
I will,
rolling
at this
dice.
point, I'll just give you it if you want another clue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another clue.
We'll take another clue.
All right. Which clue would you like? Another letter, like the second word up, or would you like what would you like a letter that is in the word? What sort of a clue would you like? What would be useful?
Can I request a letter from the third word from the bottom?
Third word from the bottom. So the word that is 3 letters long.
Yes.
There is a letter S in the third word from the bottom.
S.
Interesting.
So were we correct on sin then, do we think? Because if you what
We
can you
were
do with
looking at
I?
sin.
Or you can do if, but then it would be sif. That doesn't make sense. So
I mean, unless we're getting into Norse mythology, but that's me.
we are not using proper nouns. Norse mythology.
I mean, I would be aiming for sin at that point. Also, what was the name of this tower? I feel like we've heard the word sin today already.
Oh my god,
Moonsin.
Yeah.
Moonsin is the name of the tower. Moonsin Manor.
How many letters is in that?
Rob,
not
hey,
enough.
hey,
Not enough.
Rob.
Not enough. I was like, we've got it.
Transparency. I have to stop because I went back into
You
Twitch
went to the chat?
to mod and I saw it and I
You
went.
saw Penguinista spell it all out.
So I'm out. I can't answer
Penguinista in
anymore.
the chat has got it completely
Yeah.
correct
I mean,
and spelled out every.
to that person.
Penguinista.
Penguinista.
I know Penguinista.
Penguinista has spelt it all out correctly. Well done.
I'm stuck on the 4-letter one, right?
Oh, spin maybe? Sin, spin, skin.
You want another letter? I'm happy to do
Dim.
it. If we want to move this along, there is a
Yeah,
lot
we
of
might
things
need to
in this
move it
tower.
along.
I think we have to do it. I would
to,
love
because
to
we're-
sit here forever.
I will
but-
say that you spend another 20 minutes. You were on the exact right lines. You just weren't getting there. You would have definitely got there. The word is startling. It's in the clue. He says,
Oh,
"I
you
know
were
that this is
right!
startling."
Yeah, I thought it was startling as well.
If you take startling, you can turn it into starling or starting. You can turn that into staring. You can turn that into what is it?
String.
String, thank you. You can turn that into string. You can turn that into sing. You can turn that into sin. You can turn that into in. You can turn that into I.
I was stuck on string.
Startling,
That was my missing piece.
Startling,
is so
starling,
good.
staring, string, sting, sin, sing, sin, in, I.
It's
I'm
so
so
good.
sad that
Startling.
we didn't read it.
And
Well,
as you're standing there thinking, what is this word? The magic mouth is continually repeating, this may be rather startling, but I'm only an illusion. I will give you and you're like, startling! And as soon as you say that, the magic mouth grins, the image fades away, and the wards and guards spell is temporarily
That's worth
dispelled.
it though. That's worth it though. Wards and guards ain't not fun to play with.
You would not have gotten anything
Yeah.
out of this tower if you hadn't got this password.
Like my
So-
heart rate is up high.
Oh yeah.
So congratulations to you all. Well done.
I just wanted
Well
to
done,
sit
Kat.
forever
I will give
solving
each of
that
you
riddle.
inspiration for taking the time to
Yeah.
actually tackle my riddle.
Yeah.
And you make your way along the corridor towards the door to the tower. The tower, you very quickly check it. It does not actually appear trapped from this side. It's very possible that it is trapped from the other side, but nothing that you would be able to dispel or do anything about on this side. It is also not locked.
Oh, I don't like that.
Why
no
are we
worries, Rufus.
hesitating?
If we
go
want to
through the
take
door.
10 minutes, I can
I'm gonna-
detect magic.
I'm just gonna open the door. I'm just doing
You
it.
open the door.
Do it.
As you open the door, you see that there is a basement laboratory essentially in front of you. I will have each of you make
Yep, there we go.
a wisdom saving throw, please.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Are you sure you don't want it to be a different?
Joltar has advantage on this.
Yes. Again.
Oh, you beauty. I rolled a 19 for a total of 21.
Nice.
I got 14.
Okay, that's Luna 14.
I'm disappointed I keep rolling well. I feel like this should be more interesting.
I'm so sorry you keep
Don't worry
rolling
about it.
well.
There's plenty of time.
I had a -1 to wisdom, but I rolled an 18.
Wow.
I mean, you can choose to fail if you want.
Actually, I really want to fail.
Don't worry, there'll be plenty of time for that. Jaltar, what'd you get?
25.
Cool. And Banadin got a 14. Did you say? No, 19. What did you say? Banadin, Josh.
Oh, sorry, 19.
19. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So as you open the door, you see that there is something on the inside of the door that does trigger. But as soon as it triggers, it dissipates, and so you don't know what it was. It also doesn't seem to affect any of you.
All right.
you walk into this room. You see that there is a basement laboratory. It's about 9 meters square. Shelves on the walls. There's a table over in one corner with a lamp on it and an hourglass with sand in the bottom. There are 2 chairs around that table, one of which has weird wires coming from it. There is a ladder in the far corner of the room and a trapdoor above that. There are various things on the shelves, but you can investigate those if you really care.
I feel like I was starting to cast Detect Magic when Bannerton just opened the
Just
door.
opens
So
the
by
door.
the time you finish opening the door, I have cast it. So I'll have it up for 10 minutes.
All right.
what
In
you
that
want.
case, with your Detect Magic, you can see that there are numerous things in here that are magical, as you would have expected. There are lots of magic coming from a series of vials, glass vials and jars on one shelf, on several shelves from floor to ceiling along one wall. There's also what else is in here? There's on the other shelf there is several books, only a couple of which are actually magical inherently. Lots of them seem to be about magic. Then there is magic coming from the chair with the wires on it, and magic coming from the what did I say was on the table? A lamp.
Hourglass?
Not magic coming from the lamp or the hourglass.
Okay.
There is, as you look around, you see that there is some magic coming from the trapdoor itself above you. But as that draws your eye to it, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Oh. It like hovered on a 19 and then fell on a 9. So that's 12.
It's actually
There
only a
is-
17.
Oh.
Flash of genius.
There is, and you can help me out after the fact to see how you do this. But there is, as your eyes scan over the room, you land on the trapdoor and you see embedded in it is a very nice looking red ruby. And as soon as you see it, you feel drawn to go towards it.
Oh,
as you are incited to go in towards it, how do you
Check
stop?
again.
Again. You are drawn in towards it. This tiny little rabbit hand comes out and stops you. And this vision comes over your eyes. The red ruby is still in there, but you are no longer compelled by its insight greed spell.
Flash of genius.
Flash of genius.
Everyone avert your eyes.
I would like to flip the sand timer.
You walk over to the hourglass. You pick up the hourglass and you turn it over. It starts to pour sand out of it.
I would like to just be looking around for any documents to really get a good look at, because this is like what I do. This is my job, is that I read the documents, I look at the sort of alchemical setups he's got, and I just memorize them.
You walk over to the table where the hourglass setup was, and you walk around the corner of the from where you entered, around the corner from behind it, and you can see that there's a small crate with just loose papers in there, and you start rifling through them, and you don't have any levels in wizardry. You got 2+2 arcana, way above you. Some of the things you literally can't even read. They're not in languages you
Just
understand.
memorize them so I could draw them if I needed to.
Some of the things, because you're not a wizard, are literally only readable by people who have studied wizards and are actually literally moving on the page. There are a couple of things that you can read, but they're not spells or anything of that nature. It's just work on, and because they're kind of loose in there, there's some that are a bit out of order and you're not getting context for. It's definitely studies of compelling people to tell the truth, compelling people to do your bidding, the limitations of what you can ask a person to do, whether it works on animals, all sorts of stuff like that. Very much enchantment related.
I'll take some of those fancy moving words ones over to Elliot. See what Elliot thinks.
Well, while you go over, Elliot is just over by the bookshelf. Taking out any magical books.
All right, Elliot, as you touch a
putting them
magical
in my-
book, I will
Yep.
have
Oh,
you
no.
make
Yep, I knew this was coming.
I'll have you make a wisdom saving throw, please.
But she can't help herself. I am going to use my hero point.
Yeah.
I really want a shiny book. Yes. Wisdom save 22.
22. You pick out one that is that's just called the Big Book of Jokes, and you flip it open, and there's some in there that are quite funny. In fact, they're really you start to laugh, and then you think, no, and you slam it shut, and you realize that it was very close to casting hideous laughter on you.
Nice.
But you have a book that can cast hideous laughter.
Excellent. Pop it in my
AJ,
cloak.
the sand, seemingly, like, there's lots of it in the top and very little in the bottom, and then you flip it over, and it's suddenly changed. There's like lots of it in the bottom now, and there was little in the top. That's not how it was before. But then you flip it back again, and it's flipped back again. Like it's like it's teleporting sand from the bottom to the top.
I want to use my flash of genius
on
Tara.
On Terry.
Terry to investigate exactly what this is.
You really
giving a plus
flash of
giving a
genius.
+5. Giving a +5.
You realize that it trickles out at a consistent rate regardless of how much is in the top or the bottom. So it could probably be used to like time out something. Once that sand runs out, it would probably be like the same amount of time as when you flip it back. It'd be the same amount of time.
You then watch as Terry goes 1, 2, 3.
Counts out the hourglass. That is literally an hourglass.
Yep, good for timing reps, you know,
Oh,
like
starting
1
timing
minute
out
of
this
this,
hourglass.
1 minute of that.
All right. What are the rest of you doing?
I'd like to use my investigation to see if there's any clues that might be pertaining to hidden items, traps, or whatnot, and or anything that we should be like.
Make an investigation check.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what you would learn just from looking around the place, and then depending on what you get, how much more you get.
Natural 20.
You definitely. I will just read
28.
out. I will just read out everything in
28.
this room. Okay. What else? So you see that at the base of the table is a small loose piece of stonework. As you pry that up, you can see that there's a lockbox inside it. The lockbox has a magical runes of abjuration around the front of it. Between you recognize it as the arcane lock spell. You can pick it, but it's very difficult because it magically changes the tumblers as you're trying to pick it. You also recognize that it has some enchantment runes around it, so if you fail to pick it, it will probably cast some sort of enchantment magic on you. Lots of paperwork scrolls. You recognize that you take the scrolls over to Bannerden, and he, with his crazy, stupid high investigation and knowledge of artificer stuff, you recognize them as all enchantment scrolls. You start to very quickly put together that this entire room is based on the study of enchantment magic.
Yeah.
You also are drawn over to all of the vials and jars on one of the floor ceiling shelving units. You see that each of them contains, most of them are tiny vials, and most of them contain like a wisp of electrified chaos, just like flat sparks of, almost like a strand of hair that has been electrified.
Yeah.
And it's kind of moving and wisping on its own, and then swirling like it's gas, and then becoming like a small lightning, arcs of lightning. Most of these have labels on the shelves beneath these vials, and some of them even have labels on the vials themselves. They're things like the study on rat behavior 7601A, the study on rat behavior 7601B, and there's whole sections of that. With your 28 investigation, you also notice that there is a shelf of differently colored vials, which are all labeled with the word blank. And these ones are sort of like they're colorless. They don't have this blue kind of lightning color to them. They're colorless ones. And you actually got high enough to also find out that there is a shelf with a section of it, a small section towards the end, that has no label at all. And with your crazy high investigation, you got the next step down as well, which is that you can tell that the label, where the label would be, is a slightly discolored patch, as if the label has been very recently removed. The vials, all of those have this bluish energy in as well. You recognize some of the spell scrolls that are brought to you as the derivations of him working out the spell Gaius and the spell Feeble Mind. And then you can also, what did you get? 28.
28, yeah.
28 is literally the Arcana check for the last thing, which is that you can tell that he is also working on, but has not yet written out the scroll for it, Power Word Kill.
Ooh.
I don't like the sound of any of this.
Okay, but before this, getting all the information, open it up, and I'm like,
I was like, nobody's gonna get this one.
No one's gonna get that.
28.
28. I did it. So I'm like,
jackpot. Whoa. You guys gotta see this.
Joltar will wander over to have a look.
Moving stuff out for people to inspect and go through, and that's when we start to see them like tracking the scrolls and realizing what it is.
This is some serious stuff. What do you guys think?
Yeah, y'all look around it if you want to. You've got detect magic up, so with your detect magic, you can focus in on each of these things. Everything in here, with the very few exceptions of like the abjuration of the arcane lock, is enchantment magic.
Yeah.
Including the things in the vials. Make an Arcana check for me, Elliot, being that you've semi-studied it before dropping out of Wizard Academy.
I was just looking before that, like, even if I got a nat 20, I wouldn't have been able to hit that 28 Arcana. But I did get a 24 for that check.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh.
You recognize that these things could well be thoughts. You are aware of an enchantment cantrip called Encode Thoughts that can take a thought from a person's mind into a physical object. And you are aware of this spell. I would have told you before with Banadin, but you're not. You've not studied magic in that
but
way.
I love that I got it right from the start when you did the description. I was like,
oh, nice.
That's Encode Thoughts. Yes.
I'm glad you picked up on
I picked up on it.
You being being a wizard, you do recognize that it is a spell, Encode Thoughts. He has encoded the thoughts of his experiments. He's also got some that are labeled blank, which is interesting, and some that are labeled as are not labeled, have been recently removed.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab the box as well and then say,
Valentine, do you think you can pick this?
Yeah, I mean, I can give it a go. Yeah.
I also have a spell that can help with it if you can't get it open.
Oh, excellent.
oh,
Okay.
hells yeah.
All right, so
Very loud spell.
Oh, it is very loud. Thank you for that. I'd forgotten about that little aspect of it.
Let's try it the quiet way first.
Yes.
Oh, it's a good one. It's a 28.
Oh boy.
28 is very good indeed.
I'm going
It
to
was
flash of
a-
genius it just in case.
Nice. It was a DC 25 to pick. So you do manage. These tumblers are giving you some real trouble, but it only takes you about 2 minutes to recognize that they're kind of on a pattern. And you're like, okay, you watch it for another minute after that. Once you realize the pattern, now you recognize the pattern, and you start to move the tumblers around, hold them in place, move them, and click, in it goes. As it opens, you do not get the spells that would have been cast on you if you'd have failed. You recognize that there is quite a sum of money in here. It is obviously going to take time to work out, but there are some spell scrolls. There is a sum of money that's probably around about, give or take, 100 gold, and there is a vial of red liquid. It's a relatively common item, especially among adventurers. You would recognize it as most likely a potion of healing.
Yes. However, in my studies and my travels, I know that sometimes they're not. Is there a way that I could find out whether or not this might be a potion of poison?
You could identify it if you wish.
I will spend the next 10 minutes identifying
You spend 10 minutes? All right.
Yeah.
So he's going to start identifying. Rest of you are taking 10 minutes.
I got the scrolls. I'm like, anyone? Anyone? Is it all?
Is there any
I
other
want to keep
ones
the
there?
box.
Am I good? Stop putting
I
them
don't
in my
want
clothes.
his money.
I think we all want the money. I would.
Elliot doesn't care about the money.
As he's taking 10 minutes to cast identify, you can take the 10 minutes to count the money.
Count the money. That's actually great, though.
Yeah.
I think Terry has realized she can't count very high.
Oh my gosh.
All right, in the 10 minutes, you cast identify on this thing. It is a potion of greater healing, which is actually, in my world, it goes potion of light healing, moderate healing, greater healing, superior healing, and supreme. So there are 5 stages in my world. This is the middle one, greater, which would be
the mediumest
64
amount
plus
of
6.
healing.
64 plus 6. And in my world, if you take an entire action to drink it rather than a bonus action, you can just take the maximum.
Nice.
So you get a potion of greater healing. You also find spell scrolls. I'm literally just going to randomize them. So they're all sixth level spell scrolls. Sorry, no, there's 1 6th and 2 5th level spell scrolls, and we can roll a randomizer if you actually want to use them. They would all be enchantment spells.
I'm going to offer the potion to the party.
Who wants to take the potion?
I can. Joltar can look after it. I can.
Yeah.
The hourglass has gone
I didn't
about.
give it to the cleric.
Yeah.
The hourglass has gone about this much down into the sand now in the 10 minutes that you've been counting, but you haven't you lost count very early. And then you turned it
now
back.
Terry's trying to like trick time, being like,
Put it back again.
Hold it sideways.
Whoever's counting the gold, there is 121 gold pieces because, haha, fight among that with 5 of you. then for argument's sake, I need one of you to just like get upstairs because Jesus, you're in the basement.
I was going to ask. We saw Elliot almost be charmed
Yes.
by the
Yeah.
gem, right? I will avert my eyes as I
Avert your eyes from it, and you walk towards the trapdoor, and you climb up, and you push the trapdoor open without looking at the gemstone in it. It pushes back and falls onto the other side, so nobody has to look at it. Nobody else has to be enchanted with insight greed.
I go with Teeny, but take the hourglass.
You go with Teeny, but take the hourglass with you. Okay. So you take the hourglass in one hand. You can be fighting one-handed with an hourglass in the other.
I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna
Oh, you can
attach
put
it to one of my belt loops.
Amazing.
Nice, I love it.
Hey, you've got time now. So.
Yeah.
I'd like to do an investigation to see if I can, but remember what exactly we were looking for in this place and whether or not what our score, what we're trying to get is
I will
here.
say you spent a week trying to study this place and for this job, so you know what you're here for. You're here to try and work out why he's apparently been conversing with higher powers, and they've been giving him knowledge that he shouldn't have, which may be related to Power Word Kill, may be related to something else.
Yep.
You are here to take away his ability to do so by whatever means he's doing that. He's somehow conversing with things from other planes.
All right.
Yeah.
Is there any
learn about
or
it,
something
learn
in
about
here?
what it is, and how to use it, how he's using it, and then acquire it.
Investigation and to see if there's any clues here that sort of lead to that.
I will, for brevity's sake, say that you look around and this on this enchantment floor there is not. But as you push the trapdoor open, you pass through about 5 feet of stonework between the floors, realizing that these are very well insulated from one another.
Thankful that Terry had us practice pull-ups.
and
Yeah, exactly.
I think from underneath you on the ladder, I just lift you up.
I'm like, I'm doing
Push up
it.
a
I'm
little
so
bit.
strong, and you're just
just lift elevator. As you get into this next floor, Valentine, you are greeted by a sound you don't like. It is the sound of in the darkness. The room is not well lit. You do not have dark vision as a hobbit, so you look around and you can just hear. And there's
let me back down.
there's
Let me
a
back
there's
down.
a choir of it.
No. I want to come back down. Terry.
But you're being pushed further and further up.
No, get up.
You get pushed up onto the floor as Terry comes up behind you. Terry, as a Goliath, you also have no dark vision, I believe. So you also hear nothing, but don't see
Would I
anything.
recognize like snoring beast?
Oh, you would recognize the difference between a snoring beast and an undead. You've fought both, and these are undead noises.
Ooh.
Oh, lovely.
Well, then Joltar would recognize them straight away.
Yeah, Joltar, as soon as the door opens and people start to move, there is just something in the back of your mind that's like, oh, I don't like, something's going on here. You move over to the ladder, and as soon as you're at the bottom of the ladder, you can hear.
Tiny.
There's no exit. It's dark. There's no windows.
I can help, and I
There is dead.
Make some like signals with my hands. Make some signals with my hands. What am I saying? I'm gonna cast light.
Do some semaphore.
I'm
Do
trying
some
to do it.
semaphore. I usher the plane into landing.
I'm trying to do a full description, and my brain just gave up.
I would.
Please
No, I'm
no,
cool with
where
it.
your
You're doing
exits
a
are.
good job.
All time.
You flip one of the gold coins, and it turns into.
Please mind the undead.
Do some signals with your hands, and these arcane lights appear around you, and then fire up upstairs. You're casting light. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. As soon as the room lights up, you almost wish that it didn't, because chained to 3 of the 4 walls around the neck, inches from you, reaching out, just several humanoid zombies of various different races and creeds.
Back up against Terry.
Just moments from you in the darkness. You look around and you can see that there is also, it's a 9 meter wide room, square-ish. There's a stone gurney about in the center with very stained table with obviously blood where it's been an operating theater. There's a tools table just next to that. There is a wall. There are 3 walls of zombies chained around the neck, and there is a cage built into the end wall with a large hulking, maybe 10 foot tall but hunched against the 10-foot ceiling, a troll. That is very clearly undead and regenerating, and every time that the troll's regeneration stitches its flesh back up, it then falls off in another place. It turns towards you and reaches its claws through the bars, but it can't get very far.
I'd like to hack at some of the limbs so they can't reach Tiny.
Easily enough done. They're reaching out. They're not really sentient enough to stop. As they're all reaching out, they're just giving you the target, and you're like, all right, wham, 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 all the way down the line. And before long, very few of these zombies have any arms, and they're reaching forwards with nubs.
Is there enough room for all of us up there now?
There is enough room for all of you as you all clamber up. You can also see that on one wall by the ladder up to the next floor, there is hanging a mask on the wall that looks like a skull.
Okay, Joltar grabs his holy symbol and says, "Go with peace of the three peaks," and does turn undead. Anything.
Your level is it
8, so anything CR1 and under is destroyed.
Most of them, with the exception of the troll in the cage at the end, who instead is just retracts his hand and moves to the back of the cage. Seems like he's not having fun with that, but the rest of them turn to ash, as well as the crawling hands on the ground that were now coming for you.
Big Terry was having fun, is now disappointed they're all gone.
These
Valentine's just like hugging your leg.
It's okay, Tiny. It's okay.
What do you want to do?
Well, what now? Do we fight that thing? Put it out of misery?
Do we see any way out of this room that isn't the trapdoor?
There's a ladder up to the next floor and another trapdoor above.
I'll start climbing.
Hesitant to look at it.
This time I'll go ahead and I'll lead the charge.
You lead the charge, you look
Try
up
not
to
to
the
look at
trapdoor,
the-
there's nothing
yeah.
embedded in this one.
Okay, cool.
You climb up past the mask on the wall and up in the thing. Detect magic lasts for just 10 minutes, doesn't it?
10
Not an
minutes,
hour.
that's
yeah,
right.
So that's
Yep.
gone. You can cast it again if you have the spell slots, but it's not up at the moment. You following? Everybody following?
Yeah.
No investigation of this one?
Yes.
Up out of the necromancy room and past the 5-foot stonework up into the next floor. The next floor it opens out to the trapdoor slams open, and as you step out, you are completely discombobulated about what you look back down at the size of the room beneath you, and look back up to the room that you're just entering into, because you're in the corner of what seems to be a 30-meter long by 20-meter wide. That's like 100 feet by 65 feet wide dining hall, like a great hall. There is a wide, large, roaring fire in the huge, extravagant fireplace down the far end from where you are. And along the length of it down the middle, a long, heavy wooden table and chairs. AJ?
Is there food?
We'll find out. Because on the table are silver goblets and plates with cutlery on them. There are enough food on the cutlets and plates. However, in the center of the table, there are more golden goblets and plates and bowls and things. There is one fine wooden bowl in the center that has a large wooden stalk growing out of the center of it, seemingly attached to it. And in the platters on either side of it, there are domes, metal domes covering what could be food. As you charge towards it, I will continue describing it for the rest of you. You see that flanking the sides of the fireplace are 2 suits of armor, one of which is dwarven armor, suited for a dwarf. The other one is human. On the walls, swords, axes, and tapestries. And then down the far end, marble steps that lead up past behind the fireplace up to the next floor. You open up one of the platters, and disappointedly, no food. You put it back down, and it doesn't quite go back down. You bring it back up again. There is food on this platter, a lot of it. This is a nice dined food. There's like all sorts of what would Terry most like right now? Roast chicken, roast turkey,
meat
and 3 veg. You've got just like this glorious roast
meat
pheasant.
From the meat man.
Meat from the meat man.
Yeah, there's purple meat. There's a roast pheasant in here. You grab it, tear it off.
I can imagine that with that hourglass was captivating enough for Terry, that this illusion of this room within is blowing her mind.
As you did so and put it back down, and there was meat underneath it, You noticed at the corner of your right, Terry, that the stalk that was growing out of the bowl seemed to drop something from it. And looking across, you see that along its length are 10 berries of sorts, one of which has now dropped. As it dropped into the bowl, it kind of like rotated around and then just disappeared.
That's weird.
I'm gonna cast detect magic again. I got the slots for it.
As it goes out from
But
you,
I'm assuming the whole
the walls, the weapons on the walls light up with transmutation magic.
Mhm.
The goblets and plates and things all light up with transmutation magic. The thing from the center, the stalk, lights up with transmutation magic. The two suits of armor light up with transmutation magic. And I believe that might be it.
So everything in the room.
Yes, except the table and chairs. And the room itself lights up with a faint transmutation magic from the fact that it's been extended. What's it called? TARDIS style.
But the table and chairs are just a table and chair.
They're just a table and chair. Sometimes a chair is just a chair.
I sit
It
down
is
on
very,
a chair.
it is very delicious pheasant, by the way, cooked to perfection. What are the rest of you doing?
I'll sit down on a chair.
I want to keep my eyes on the
Sit down on
armor.
the
Do
chair.
they show any movement
They do not.
at all?
Okay,
And this
It is. It's literally a character trait of mine, a personality trait that I enter a room and I look
Always
for the
look for the
exit. So I'm looking for the exit.
Yeah, which is why I've made it a point of describing the ladders up and down every time. You see the one that you entered through, and the marble staircase at the other end that goes up and out of the behind the fireplace. Those are seemingly the only ones. There's no windows or doors in or out of here that you can see.
Gotcha.
Hey Rob, out of Bannerton and Terry, I believe are the two that pushed through the prismatic wall back at the start.
Mhm,
Who looks
correct.
the more beat up of the two?
I'm sitting about 43 out of 59.
If you were to put it on a scale.
Yeah, number.
You know, on a scale of 0 to 59, let's say.
43.
I think I took more damage, but I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
In comparison,
I looked at your health
I'm
when I was
good.
preparing for this, and I was like, wait a minute.
Is there a decimal
Terry-
point in here somewhere?
Terry's fine.
Okay. Well then, while this is all happening and we're looking around, Joltar comes over to Bannerton and says, "May the three peaks guide you," and just does a bit of healing on him.
Oh,
Nice.
thank
What,
you.
what is it? Cure wounds?
Yeah, just cure wounds. So D8
Alright.
plus spell casting ability. I'll click to make it work.
Okay. And then you sitting down at the tables.
Well, I want to investigate. I want to go look at the staircase while I've got my
Alright.
detect
Yeah,
magic up and see if it's
I want to go
trapped.
with Elliot. Yeah.
Yeah. As you walk over to the staircase to investigate it, you can see that the stairs themselves have some transmutation magic on it. Possibly because, just it's fitting it
Mhm.
inside of a tower might be that. It might be something else. You're not sure.
Okay.
Josh, you get back 7, and because I'm a disciple of life, I get back 3.
Hells yeah.
Nice.
I'd like to use my religion just to know what I know about the three peaks.
Yeah, make a
possibly as
religion
well.
check. The basics that you would know is that it's Kivarez, god of
Yeah.
the Underdark and god
Hells
of
yeah.
caves.
So that's a 13.
13.
Yeah.
You don't know too much more with that. They're considered a significant member of the pantheon. They're one of the greater gods. They're god of all things rockwork. They're also the gods that a lot of masons worship. People who work with stonework. It's very much worshipped by the dwarves quite often.
Yeah.
A little unusual that a half elf would be worshipping them, but not too out of the realm of ordinary.
Someone in chat has just told me the voice I'm using. I give him the 1.21 gigawatts.
All right.
But yeah,
so
if I look up the stairs, can I kind of see like where they're going?
curves
Yeah,
around,
curves
not without
around.
getting on the stairs. If you want to go upstairs,
Yeah,
you can.
I'll go up the stairs.
I just want to check for non-magical traps
as you
before
go
step
out to
on the
put
step.
your foot on the steps, Valentine grabs you and says, "No, no, no, no."
Let's just check first.
All
Good
right.
point. Good point.
Investigate for traps.
Has advantage, doesn't it?
This one does not have a.
It doesn't. Well, then the first one was an 18.
All right. With an 18, you can see that there is indeed traps on it, but it is magical. They are not they are not that sort of thing you can easily disable with thieves' tools. There are runes on the sides of the stairs.
I turned to Elliot. I'm like, it's trapped, but it's your deal.
Oh, okay. I thought I'd see it with my. Okay, it's.
It's
I got
you saw that
cocky,
you saw
alright.
that it was detect. It
No,
was
no, no, yeah,
transmutation magic. You didn't see that it was like a trap
That it was
necessarily.
trap.
It's not detect
Absolutely.
traps.
no, it's fine. This is Elliot speaking, not me.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I'm gonna try and cast a spell magic at third level.
All right.
That does not
make me
does not seem like it'll be enough for a wizard tower, but okay.
make me a dispel
I
check.
believe. I
So
believe.
your spellcasting modifier and proficiency.
Sorry,
I
that's
maybe
the noise I
believe
make
less.
sometimes. It's a 6.
As you do your runes to dispel these things, it scatters across the stairs, and then you see the runes sort of lighting up as if they're about to get dispelled, and then they are triggered. The stairway that you did not step on suddenly into a slide, and then the two armored suits of armor by the sides spring to life, as do all of the weapons on the walls, which come off of the walls. And I'll have initiative from each of you.
Snap.
I get up from my chair.
Hey, Terry gets to hit something now.
Terry gets to hit something with a leg of pheasant.
And
Half
also,
eaten.
while I
Loving
failed in that,
loving your acting out, by the way. AJ, you get inspiration if you don't already have it.
I also activated my arcane ward when I cast.
Awesome.
I've received a lot of inspirations and never used them, so hopefully this battle.
I try to give out inspiration for just having fun. So
Yeah. I feel
like I
use
need
them,
to use
use
it
them
more.
as
I
soon
need
as
to
you
use
can,
it
and then
more,
you
yeah.
I'm gonna
get
use
another.
mine. I'm just gonna do it. No,
I
I'm
forgot that I was
holding
gonna.
on
I
to it.
forgot that I was gonna put inspiration points in the OBS so
Don't
we
worry
could
about
have.
it.
It's fine.
Don't worry
No,
about
it's
it.
Fine.
Too many
You got it.
things.
So yeah, exactly right. You got it.
I either forget to give it out for like entire campaigns, or I give it out like 40 times in a session.
Yeah.
Given the choice, I'd rather forget to put it up than you forget to give it out.
Yeah. All right. What's the initiatives? Anybody above 20?
Yes, 21.
21 for Heath, and then anybody above 15?
17.
17 also.
Oh, you'd like to double up. So we've got 17s for AJ and Dale, but what did Elliot get?
16.
16. Okay, 17 for.
It's always the three of us.
Yeah.
Elliot. I'm changing your names around here using some real, some not. Joel Tar. There we go. Elliot and Terry, and then 16 for whose character? I'm looking at Zoom, and you've not all got your characters in this. Dale. Also, it's Terry and Valentine, and then Elliot. And then what'd you get, Bannerton?
I rolled really low. I got
What'd you
a
get?
5 for a
5
total of
for Bannerton.
9.
Oh, 9 for Bannerton.
No, total 14. Sorry.
Oh, total 14 from rolling a 5.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, and then
That alert feat though.
Alert feet though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're alert in different ways. You're just prepared for things.
Yeah.
I am afraid of everything.
I love it though. It works. And together, we are aware. Hey, I have a pun for you. What do you call a wolf with the alert feet?
Oh no.
Yeah.
I can't do. I don't want to say it.
Wolf with the alert feet, observant, pack, howl, bite.
Aware.
It's
A werewolf. And a werewolf. That's good. I like that one.
Yeah.
All right.
I could have answered. I wanted that to linger. That was good.
Awesome. Joltar, you are up first as these two suits of armor come to life, as do the weapons on the wall, which seem to fall from their brackets and just hover in the air.
Okay. Would I know if this is all one effect or individual effects?
You would not know.
Okay.
As a cleric, you've not studied the arcane.
Okay. That's cool. Just checking.
Unless you're proficient in arcana.
Let me have a look at the sheet here.
Unlikely that you would.
No, I'm not. All right. He is going to use Dispel Magic and aim it to one of those suits of armor, and hopefully, if it's a group effect, then it takes it all out. But
There is a human, there is a dwarf. Which one are you aiming it at? Obviously you're hoping for more than one, but if it is not.
Okay. Joltar says in Dwarvish, "Sorry, brother," and aims for the dwarven
All right,
armor.
I will have you make a spellcasting check, please. So roll at your wisdom and your proficiency.
Oh, click. Dang, hang on. Bear with. So what was the roll, sorry?
Roll plus your wisdom plus your proficiency. You're making a spellcasting check.
Yeah, 6 on the dice. I'm not sure if that's going to...
You probably won't have enough for that. So you try to dispel the magic that is holding this thing up. It does not see. It seems more powerful than that.
Yeah, no.
That's your action. You've got movement bonus.
Depending on where I am in the stairwell lineup.
Yeah, whereabouts are you guys so I can picture you?
I'm right by the
Sitting at the
stairs.
table.
Same.
Yes, right by the stairs with Valentine. Where was Bannerton and
Bannerton was
Joltar
sitting at a
within the
chair
hall?
at one of the tables. I'm
Like,
pretty
on
sure
the same
that.
side as AJ?
Yeah, and but I would also say that he would be near where he got healed as well.
Okay, so
yeah, sorry, Joltar would have been near Bannerton because I just healed him.
So Joltar
Sorry,
and
yes.
Bannerton near where you came into the room at the chairs on that side of the table. AJ on the same side of the table but further up.
Yeah.
And then further up on that same side, not at the table, is the other two.
So yeah, he would have cast then, not moved or anything, like being next to Bannerton, we can sort of work together.
That's fine. Then it is the dwarf's turn. The dwarf armor. The dwarf armor will. Oh, sorry, not the dwarf. Oh, that's gonna get confusing. That's fine. I'll remember. The human armor will go, and it will look across to the dwarven armor and hold up its hand, and then it will just like make a circular motion. And as it's moving, its hand seems to move faster and faster until it's just kind of like vibrating, and then he will walk over and touch the dwarven armor, which will instead start to vibrate with a lot faster energy than it was before as he casts haste on the other armor. Then it is Valentine and Terry together.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Terry's got indigestion.
I think Terry just mid-chew just drops all the food and gets out of it.
There's something to hit!
There's something to hit.
Moving back, the chair scrapes against the floor. You can see that there are axes and weapons that have come off of the wall. Axes on your side, swords on the other, and there are 3 of each. And then there are 2 suits of armor down the far end that are probably from where you are about 50 feet away.
All right.
45.
I will bonus action rage.
Not silently this time. You know, I'm silent. Awesome.
Grow my big spiky tail once more.
Tail this time, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm going to run full speed at one of the suits of armor.
Which one?
The one that just cast the spell, the human armor.
All right, you run towards the human. They're both next to each other at this point, but you're aiming for the human.
Yeah.
You got a speed of 40, haven't you?
Yes.
They're 45 feet away, so give me an athletics check, see if you can push yourself 5 feet further than normal, so you can still get off your attack.
18 plus 7.
Yeah, you're fine. You push yourself 5 feet further than normal this time. Means you've still got your action to strike. Get it. Make me some attacks.
That is a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 hits. Roll damage.
I love this for you.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that is 8 plus 4, 12.
12 points of damage to the human.
Yeah, so the heavy great axe like cleaves into the suit of armor.
Awesome. All right.
I think I'm gonna go for the
second
waist.
attack.
Try and like split it.
It definitely slams into the metal, dents some of it. You've got a second attack.
Yes, and then for my second attack, I will spin around like as I'm pulling the axe back out. I do a backspin and hit it with my tail.
All right, do it.
And that is 17 plus 7.
Hits. Roll damage.
Hits. And that is 8 plus 4. Another 12.
Another 12. Nice consistency. As you slam into it, wham, wham, both of them seem to hit and do damage.
I'm gonna stay
Where you are.
I don't
All right.
have anything to-
Valentine, simultaneously, as these stairs seem to trigger, everything comes to life. Terry comes rushing across the thing, and as she's rushing up the room, what are you doing?
Everything's terrible again. How far am I from the end of the table?
From the end of the table, about 10 feet.
Okay, great. I would love to slide under the table, and use my cutting action.
The camera pans past Terry as she's coming charging down. It overtakes Terry and sees Valentine, and then immediately retracts as Valentine runs back towards Terry. The camera comes to the side and sees both of them as they cross one another's paths. You slide between her legs as she's running under the table.
And I would love to use my cutting action to hide.
Under the hide,
Nice.
make a stealth check for me.
Oh, come on now. I mean, it's a 12. It just was almost on a 20 and it flipped over to the 2.
I mean,
It
if
was
a
very
12 beats
upsetting.
their passive perception, we'll
Hey,
see.
don't you have
so
the disc of plus 20?
Oh, I do. Wait, I
If you want,
have
if you guys want to use you've got your inspiration, and
I'm
you've got a
gonna
nat
use my
20 if you want to
inspiration.
use it at any time.
All right. Okay, well, that is a 13 instead of a 12.
That is objectively better.
You know what? Well, listen,
Scientists have come back on that. They're all in agreement.
the numbers check out.
And then your action to try and do something with them.
I would like to use just like 5 more feet of movement to come out from under the table.
Yeah, you hide across the other side and then pop up between the chairs on the other side.
And I would like to aim my short bow at probably the hasted dwarf armor.
You did beat his passive perception, so
Oh,
you get
thank
to roll with advantage.
Oh, boy. Oh, well, that's a 1.
Oh.
Halfling?
A halfling. So that's
How
a
many
4.
ones do you always roll halflings just because of all these
I
ones?
do- this is the first time I've played a halfling, and boy, am I glad I chose it. So wait, so with the first one being a 1, do I still have advantage?
Oh yeah, because it was a 1 or something else, right?
Okay, so I re-rolled the 1.
Yeah, so you roll with advantage.
Okay,
So it was a 1 or a.
a 1 or a 4. So
1 or a
total of
4.
11.
So unfortunately, you don't re-roll. I don't think you re-roll
Literally
with
don't know how
halfling.
this works. Okay,
I
well,
think halfling luck is only if you get a result of a 1, you can then re-roll it. Somebody in the
right,
chat
that
can-
makes sense.
can
That makes
correct me.
sense. I like that.
So
That
if you'd
makes
have rolled 2 1s with advantage or disadvantage, you can re-roll it. But I don't think that's how it
Unfortunate.
works. Because it doesn't count as you even having rolled the 1. You rolled both and take
wait,
the higher.
but I would like to use my 20, my disc of 20.
You can use
whatever
your
we call it
disc of
then.
20. All right. So
I
you
would-
at this moment with this heist, we flash back. What do we see that prepared you for this moment?
The thing that prepared me for this moment is going through and getting sort of what's the person from James Bond who does the tech and stuff?
Q.
Yeah, Q. There's like a Q type person who's just amping up our equipment just a little bit,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
gave me arrows that are like
Magnetic?
super.
Oh.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah. I like that.
Swerve in the
Magnetic
air.
arrows, just so that it's like.
Yeah, and they were like, in case you're fighting anybody with armor, this is you just need to trigger this little thing. You say the magic word, whatever, and it turns on the magnetic. It becomes a seeking arrow. So as you come up, you remember that, you say the word, and as it is about to go completely wild, it flies past the dwarven armor and then turns around and slams him in the back. It's an automatic crit with your sneak attack. And the way that I do crits is that I max out everything you could have rolled, and then I roll 1 more time on top of that.
Holy moly! Okay.
Nice.
Let's see. Short bow is 1d6 plus sneak attack is 5d6.
So that's 66, which is a maximum of 36, plus
I'm so
another
glad
66.
you can do maths. Plus another. Plus another.
So roll,
six-
yeah,
okay.
roll 66 plus 36.
Eh.
Oh boy, this dwarf ain't going to be quite as big of a challenge as I thought it might have been.
The dice tell me that that's. I'm doing maths. I'm doing it. 23 plus whatever my.
23
guess
plus
is,
30.
So 4.
So 4, so 27. 27 plus 36 is 63. 63 points of damage from the dwarf. Oh, in fact, that takes him below half his health immediately, and so he has to roll a con save. In my games, I use massive damage rules. He makes it. If you do more than somebody's half their hit points or more in a single attack, there's a chance that something else happens, like they go into shock or something.
Yes.
He did make his con save though, so that no further effect happens. It slams into him. The arrow comes piercing out. It cuts a bunch of the leather straps that are holding some of the armor on. The pauldron comes going down to the ground. Clank, 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 clank. He's now showing signs of being bloodied. That's your whole turn. Movement, bonus, and
That's
attack.
it.
Very good. And you did that. So you went across in front of Terry, under the table. Terry took a strike, and then as Terry's spinning around, the axe is coming out. The arrow flies past the head of the axe, gets pulled in a little bit by the gravitational magnetic pull of the axe, and then that slams into the thing, and cinematic as all hell. All right.
Yeah.
It is now the dwarven guy. Yeah, dwarf. He's just been slammed for all this attack. He is also hasted. He turns around to Terry. He holds out his hand, and the closest axe that is floating there flies over to him. He's going to take hasted attacks at you. That is 3 attacks total. Because he's going to attack and then his hasted action attack as well. Hey, 2 19s and a 10 on the dice. So that is a total of 17 plus 20, 26, 26. So 26, 26, and 17. 17 hits, I believe.
All 3 hit, yeah.
All right, with great axes, that is wham, wham, and here's another d12. There it is. All right, not great.
That was a good noise.
4, 8, 12, total of 24 halved to 12 points of damage because you're raging.
Yep.
12 points from all 3. Slam, slam, slam. That is all that he can do. Then it is.
Is that the one that got hit by Valentine's arrow, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one that's looking bloodied. His pauldrons have fallen off, and he's got a big dent through the back of his armor, a hole through the front of his whatever.
Cool.
Then it is Elliot. You're up.
Okie dokie. I'm going to.
I hope Elliot said okie dokie as well.
In
Yeah,
the moment,
sure, 100%.
she goes,
Okie
dispel
dokie.
magic. Triggers the whole thing. Everything starts to go into crap around you. Like, okie dokie.
I'm gonna try and save some face and trace the same arcane runes in the air. Try and cast a spell magic. I'm gonna do it at 4th level on the armor that is not looking as badly hurt.
The human armor.
Yes, the human armor.
All right.
Yes. Do
Cast
I roll?
that spell. Yep. Roll that.
Yep.
It is.
Oh, come on.
How are we doing for time, by the way? Time check, Keith.
Probably 15 minutes and then 15 minutes cooldown. We can push through the cooldown to a hard finish in about half an
So
hour.
we've got half an hour hard finish. All right.
Half an hour hard finish.
We're gonna be skipping over some floors.
I got 19.
19. 19 is actually a pretty good roll. So as you,
existed.
yeah, this floor's never existed.
Yeah.
As you dispel magic on this guy, the human armor, his head lolls, and he stops moving.
Excellent. I try to
What's more is
pass it off as cool.
What's more is the dwarf stops moving so fast.
Ooh, excellent. I'll get hasted.
Then movement bonus.
I'll just make sure I'm in a position where I'm not gonna get like hit by something, but yeah, otherwise that's it.
All right. Well, the other 5 weapons that are in the room are going to fly out, one to each of you. And as these are animated weapons, I'm going to take some attacks at one of each of you. So the first one against Banadin, that's going to be a dirty 20 to hit. The next one against AJ is 25 to hit. The next one against Elliot is a 17 to hit. The next one against Joltar was only a 10 to hit. And the one against Valentine was a 18 to hit.
Damn it.
So of those that hit, who did it hit? I imagine it missed Joltar but hit everybody else? Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
Alrighty.
It's my
Joltar's cool with that.
arcane ward, so it's like my ward starts cracking.
That is 14 points of slashing against Banadin. That is 8 points halved to 4 against the barbarian, 5 points against Elliot, and only 6 points against Valentine.
Not bad, not bad.
And that is the weapon's turn. Banadin, you're up. You are silenced. Silenced. Can't hear you. You, Josh, are silenced.
You have to mime it.
Banadin, what are you doing?
I thought the silent wizard wouldn't affect me, but apparently he's. and just got me with his silence. Okay, seeing that the dwarven one is the only one remaining, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move forward, and as I do, as I'm moving forward, parts of my plate are like kicking up, and you see these like almost like these speakers or these membranes start appearing, and they glow that a dark ruddy red. As I bring my hands forward, they start to connect, and the same membrane appears in front of me, and I'm just gonna cast Shatter.
Yes.
Nice.
That's a dope. That's incredible. You can't keep getting inspiration from me. you guess Shadow. Make the roll.
Okay, so it's gonna be 3D.
You can't exclude people from the effect, right?
I can't, but I'm hoping I can position it in such a way that I can.
Because of the radius of this thing, it's like a 20-foot square.
Yep.
There is this one and Terry fighting side by side. Terry's on this side of it. About 5 feet gap between him on the other side. Elliot and the weapons that are fighting. So you can either get Terry or Elliot.
Terry or Elliot. Okay. We're going with Terry.
Terry can take it.
I'm gonna yell out to Terry. I'm gonna go
brace,
Terry.
All right, roll the damage, and then it's con saves, isn't it?
Con save, yeah.
All right, so that is 3 things are caught in it. Oh, nice. That is a 14 is the lowest, and then a 17 and a nat 20 on the saves for the weapons and things.
Okay, 14 is the lowest.
Yeah.
DC 16.
Okay, so 14 fails, the other 2 succeed.
Yep.
How much damage was it?
It's going to be 11.
11 points of damage to the dwarf.
Fail for half.
So 6 points of damage to the dwarf, and then 6 points to the axe that is attacking Terry. Axe, 6 points, and then another 11 points to the sword that is attacking Elliot. And then did you make a con save, Terry? DC 16.
15 plus 3.
That'll do it. Yeah, you succeed. You take 6 points of thunder damage. Thunder, right?
Yeah, thunder.
Shadow.
Yeah.
All right. In my world, thunder spells, anything that deals enough sonic damage to actually cause injury, must be pretty loud. And so I home rule that it can be heard up to a number of feet, 100 feet per point of damage. So you did 11 points of damage, you heard 1,100 feet away.
Yeah,
if you weren't inside of a very thick stone tower, so that would definitely muffle some of it.
boom!
Everybody in the room is definitely affected
On the bright
by
side,
it.
this tower is always getting hit by lightning.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
Oh.
that's normal.
I don't know if you roll with disadvantage for the
Oh yeah, objects.
Yeah,
Yep.
objects.
Thank you. The ones that succeeded still got an 18 and a 15. Actually,
Okay.
this set haven't got, so they still
it's all good.
succeeded.
It's all good. Yep.
Bam, 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 bam. That was your turn. Then
Yeah.
it is the back to the top of the round with Joltar.
All right. So humanoid arm. Sorry, I've been doing other stuff as well as listening.
good.
And that the human
There
armor
the
is
humanoid's gone.
the dwarf's
humanoid
still
armor
there.
is the dwarf is there but looking wounded, and then
Yep.
all of the weapons are still there but haven't really been attacked too much.
Okay. Again, would I know how many weapons, or is it like
There were
treated as
five weapons total, because one of them flew into that's the one that the dwarf is actually holding.
Okay, so
5 weapons, independent weapons, and then the dwarf.
Right, so Joltar's been watching this. I'm glad he has. He grasps his holy symbol again, and again turns to the dwarven armor and goes, "I am the fire in the mountain," and casts Sacred Flame.
Oh, nice, cool. Which one? The dwarf, sorry?
So the dwarf, needs a
All right,
a
he is no
deck-
longer hasted, and because the haste finished, he's actually incapacitated, is it?
Okay, so he needs a deck save.
So he fails his deck save.
And it'll be 2d8, which means 10 points of damage.
10 points of damage. Oh, damn. For brevity's sake, because we are running out of time and I want to show off some more of this tower, he was within single digits of dying anyway. So let's say you rolled higher than that and describe
Okay.
the kill. What does it look like?
the armor starts to glow from within, and you see these little slight tendrils of flame. You imagine the flame from the heart of the mountain surging out of this armor, and sort of gets brighter and brighter before the armor is no longer visible, and it just almost explodes, but not in a, doesn't knock us back, but
like
just,
each individual pieces explodes
Yeah.
from the form of it,
and then falls
and then
down
falls
like
into a pile of armor.
ash, or ash and metal.
As it does so, the other weapons that are fighting drop to the ground.
Oh, thank goodness.
And you've managed to avoid being attacked by these things for too long. The steps also back into steps. Banadin, you walk over to this armor and you recognize that the things that were holding it open are not too dissimilar from your suit of armor and the magic that runs within yours. This was the dwarven one in particular, seems to have been the work of someone that you remember from being incarcerated with them. What are the rest of you doing?
Now it's gotten personal.
I'm going upstairs.
I'm sorry I touched the stairs. I will restrain myself in the future.
All right. You all head up the stairs. Jolta and Valentine, you've got passive perceptions of 18. So on your way up the stairs, you notice that there's something feels not quite right about them. You curve around, following the stairs, and then there's a moment of like there's a kind of like you've gone over a hill, and there's that tummy tickler feeling of you're leaving your stomach behind. And you feel a little weird as you take a step. You take a step back down and you feel it again, this same sort of weird sensation. There's one step in particular that's making this sensation happen as you step across it.
Don't step on it.
Don't step on it.
Just don't step it. Keep going. So it's you.
Simply just. I would like someone else to be going first.
I stride forward.
Terry goes first.
You stride forward. You don't like
Terry
it.
goes first.
I get pushed by easily.
Neither of you guys notice. You just continue on up onto the next floor. The two of you stay behind, wondering what's happening to these guys. The two of you walk up onto the next floor, where you see that it is a large circular room with a 3-meter teleportation circle embedded into the stonework of the floor. There is also a red cape hanging on a wall. There is one ladder across on the other side of the room up to what seems to be the outer section, the actual part that's getting hit with lightning. You can go out into that room from here, and then there's another ladder that goes up into what seems to be the attic space. I believe that's everything from here. Yeah.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Well,
Hey,
there's some sort of teleportation circle here. This is how he must leave and enter the tower.
Right. I grabbed the red cloak.
You grab the red cloak. It looks like a very nice cloak. Probably a little bit short for you, but it'll be all right. Looks like it's well made, well fancy.
It makes me concerned that he's come back, that the cloak is hanging here. It's like a cloak you put on when you leave. You take it off when you come back.
Or it's like a bathrobe.
Plus,
You put it on when you get home.
The characters don't notice this, but as you're holding this cloak, the camera zooms into it from behind, and the audience is shown that this is the same cloak that we saw the man wearing in the very opening scene of the movie.
I put it on just to try it.
You put on the robe, and you feel like this this sort of shimmer down your body, as if this cloak has some sort of magical powers, but you're not sure exactly what.
Does it look good, Benedin?
Looks pretty dope.
Suits you. Looks
It's got
pretty dope.
it's got quite a high collar, and then an attached hood that you can put up or down. Put the
Red
hood
really
up.
makes your eyes pop.
Looks really nice.
Thank you.
With the bright white skin.
Yeah,
and
it's
the
like
bright red. It's
bright. It's
very
like
Snow
coppery
White.
red eyes.
Red Riding Hood, obviously.
Yeah.
I would like to very quietly approach the ladder first to.
So you've gone
sort of-
over the step that's making you feel weird.
I have.
You step over it again. You avoid stepping on it, but as soon as you like pass over it, it still makes you feel a little bit weird. But you ignore it.
And
you
I
head
don't
upstairs.
enjoy it. Yeah, and I would like to just, as quiet as I can, first go up the ladder into the little zappy zone.
All right. So you go up into the ladder into the zappy zone, you notice the first thing that this is kind of in the style of a mezzanine. It's not quite, it's between the two floors, the attic above you, this floor that you're on. It's kind of in the middle of the two. Climbing up into that exterior room, you can see that it is a much smaller room. It's got the quality of like an eyrie, like where you house a rookery sort of thing, like where you house birds. It's got half walls all the way around. As soon as you step up, there's a lightning crack from a thunder crack, not lightning though. In the center of the room, you see that through the conical ceiling is the lightning rod. It seems to extend into this room, right down into the floor, and around the base of it, a large, maybe 3 foot wide blue gemstone that is just pulsating faintly with energy. On the other side of that blue gemstone, you see this creature, almost humanoid, about your size, seemingly made out of lightning. It's crackling and moving, and it seems to look your way as you come up and starts to move around towards
And I'm going to start climbing down again.
Start climbing back down again. It gets to the top of the ladder and looks down.
The strong people.
Moves back around. Moves out of sight.
What?
There's a thing, you know, but like lightning, but it's like shaped like a person.
That doesn't exist.
It looked at me. It does exist. I saw it. It looked at me.
Do I have any sense of what this might be? Is it like a?
If it's been, I mean, how did you describe it? From how it was described, you would probably guess that it's a lightning elemental.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna go up.
Probably a lightning elemental. Well, I don't like it.
Head up. Who said the head up? Sorry. Yeah. Jerry, you up the stairs. This thing, as you approach, seems to retract away from you. Seems to cower away behind the gemstone on the other side.
Why is it doing that?
I'm gonna walk up and reach for the gemstone.
As you do so, he, like lightning, moves from one side to the other of this room, and it grabs a hold of you.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna die. I'm in danger.
That was a nat 20.
Oh no.
Oh, I'm not there.
Here we go.
Can't do anything.
Have you got inspiration left, Rob? Not Rob. Josh.
You do have your magic
You've got your
20.
nat 20 as well,
20.
but it was an attack roll from me. So
Yeah,
that's true.
20. So max that out. 24. 30. 35. 40 points of lightning damage.
Okay. Now, I didn't prepare it, but I'm wondering if I could use my hero point to perhaps quick prepare it. I think I have.
Prepare what? Absorb elements?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll allow that.
Thank
Use
you.
your hero point. Expend your hero point. It's for doing heroic things. So you expend your hero points. Your what is it? You've got something on your suit that like quick prepares
exactly.
certain things.
Yeah.
You hit a button like the emergency button, like the
A bunch of
blinkers.
Dampening rods kick out of my armor.
It's earthing rods slam into the ground from your thing. Some of the lightning gets absorbed. You take half of it, right? Is it resistance?
So you get resistance to the triggering damage until the
40
start of your next
so
turn.
20 points of lightning damage.
Yeah. And I also
and then your
get...
gloves start to crackle with lightning. Not that it's going to hurt this guy.
Hells yeah. Okay, cool. So how much did I take, sorry?
20 total. Boy. It's 40 and you have.
I'm gonna immediately step up towards the creature and put myself between it and Benedin.
Yeah, you can do so. If you want to push sort of between the two of them, I will say you take 5 points of lightning damage because you're kind of pushing into its space. It was adjacent to him. What are the rest of you doing down in the other hall downstairs?
Panicking.
Can I do an Arcana check just to be certain what Josh is thinking this is? I just want to see if
it's a lightning elemental.
The gem itself, though.
Oh, the gem. The gemstone seems to be attached to the lightning rod and charging.
Okay, cool.
It definitely seems to be powering. It seems to be like a battery.
Right.
Battery.
Right. I think
and as you're kind of thinking this, there is a lightning that runs down, hits the lightning rod down into this thing, and then the blue gemstone starts to light up tremendously. As it does so, this creature looks back over to it with kind of, you can't really see its eyes, but so you can't really make out an expression, but it looks back in that direction.
Terry, the gem.
I hit
You
it.
do.
What's the way up? Is
The
it? Did you
Terry
say it was just a ladder,
solution.
or what did you say? It was
Ladder up
stairs?
to the room that they're in, another ladder up into the attic floor of the main tower. They are now in that side bit of the tower that you can see in the drawing.
We get the gist that
Maybe
they're
just
encountering
run?
something.
You definitely hear the sounds of cracking lightning and the yelp of pain from the rabbit friend of yours.
Okay.
After the lightning is done, I hit the crystal with my axe.
You turn around and you smack. Make an attack roll. We're almost out of time. I need you guys to use your nat 20 things so we can get some cool flashbacks.
I rolled
Some cool heist moments.
18 plus 7. So
18 plus 7 definitely hits.
You're
and,
rolling so high today.
I know.
I know.
So high.
It's
You're
crazy.
absorbing all your ones.
Smash into it. This lightning elemental crackles with fear and anger at you doing so. It seems to not like that you've just done so, but a huge crack has appeared throughout the gemstone. What are the rest of you downstairs doing?
Look, at this point, like, from Valentine's perspective, it's get whatever we came here for and get out. So she's climbing this other ladder. She doesn't want to, because every time she climbs a ladder, things are
Something goes wrong.
But she's going up the ladder.
Up the ladder you go. As you move the trapdoor aside, you see that this attic space is conical and vaguely familiar to the audience. It has a table in the center with a single chair next to it. On the table, in a 3-pointed setting, is a large crystal ball. Aside from the table, the only other thing fitting in this room is a huge brass telescope. On the desk next to the crystal ball, a spellbook. Jolta, what are you doing downstairs?
The commotion from Banadin and Terry, you're saying lightning and yelping, and that, does it sound like there's something up there, or can I see that there's something up there?
Oh yeah, that sounds like they're fighting something, but it
Okay.
sounds like they're fighting lightning.
Right, but they're fighting something.
Yep.
Okay. Joltar again reaches for his holy symbol and calls forth the guardians of the mountain. And Guardian of Faith appears.
Nice.
And this
Ooh,
thing,
Guardian of
the
Faith.
the ground kind of ripples around, and if the floor is stone and cobble, ripples, and then kind of opens, and up shunts this Guardian of Faith. It looks like a stone golem, but obviously it's Guardian of Faith. And
so you're casting Guardian of Faith, right?
Yep.
And let me just look that up real quick. Is that a conjuration spell?
Yes.
It is. As you cast this spell, the Guardian, you've used this a couple times before, this Guardian, and you're used to what he looks like. Instead of the area that you're casting it, like at the base of the ladder for him to climb up and into the room that they're in, you aim at that space, but then your spell seems to be diverted to the center of this room where this large teleportation circle is. The entire thing seems to crack and bubble. And then a Guardian of Faith that you conjure is about twice the size of your normal Guardian. It can barely fit into the room.
Yeah.
He steps forwards, and you realize your conjuration spell has somehow been amplified by the fact that you're in.
1.21 gigawatts.
Seeing this, GM, I'd like to use my preparation description thing.
Yes,
if
please.
possible. We flash back to me to Banadin working on his armor. It's like maybe some sort of what's the word for brain? I forget. Like
brain.
Temporal brain. The other word,
Cerebral
mind
cortex.
amplification. Yeah, cerebral amplification. Make some preparations, and it's that when I'm gonna like use my my resolve elements to inject the lightning into myself to slow down time, so I have enough time to figure out the perfect move, to figure out how to get just the most like optimal path to victory.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll allow that. That sounds cool. You adjust the moment of the electricity, and it's perfect for heist movie style, where you think something's happened that's bad, but that's actually what they were planning on all along. So you get struck by this lightning, and you're like, "Oh no, lightning!" But then we kind of look around. We follow around to the back of your suit, and you can see that the lightning has been diverted around to like a battery pack on the back, which then kind of sparks the genius within yourself. And what are you trying to do with that moment? You're trying to nat 20 attack on it?
Yeah, so I'm actually wondering if I could use my final flash of genius to give everyone a +5 on something of their choice.
I'll allow that. You're using your nat 20 token in order to use your flash of genius.
Nice.
An AoE flash of genius.
Yeah,
And
area of effect, flash of genius. For the next minute, you have you can add a +5 to one thing of your choice.
So that membrane that I described before appears in front of everyone, and I'm going to say one final time.
Check again.
Yes! You boy!
Let's go!
All right. We're not in initiative. We're just loosey goosey. What are people doing?
So I feel like I'm following Valentine up the ladder, and I'm like, be careful, up to the other guys. I'll run up the ladder, and I see this crystal ball.
Yes.
Since we're gunning here, I'm gonna use my flashback to in a bar with my best friend Elsbeth. We're leaning over some notebooks. I'm kind of telling her about this job, without giving too many details, and being like, I don't really know what we're going to be up against. We're sort of swapping notes. I want to do an Arcana check on the crystal ball to see if we can take it safely without it killing us. I don't really care what it does at this point.
Yeah, Elspeth in that moment says, he's a wizard. He could have anything, all sorts of divination. He could see you coming. There's crystal balls that, they're not magical in themselves, but they can be used as powerful conduits to talk to things. If that's what if you've said he's talking to a plane, it's probably some sort of crystal ball. It could be any manner of things like that. They don't tend to be magical themselves. And so you started looking into crystal balls because she said that. Sure enough, you are presented with a crystal ball. You know that taking it in itself will not be magical. The crystal ball won't hurt you. However, if he has abjured it with traps or anything, you will notice that he does so. As you go to grab it with that knowledge, and because you're using a nat 20 for this, you do notice that there is a rune beneath it. However, you notice with your study of magic that it is simply a magic mouth rune again. There is going to be something said when you pick up this ball.
All right, here comes this mom, and I'll pick it up.
As you pick it up, the appearing almost as if he's sitting in the chair with the hood up above him, but the rest of him kind of disappearing into nothing. You see the wizard say, "A is around the stack as it rises to the skies, but before you fade to black, what has led to your demise?" And then the entire tower starts to shake.
Oh no. I think that's our signal to leave.
Yep. Go time? Yep. Okay. Time to go.
And you are
let's go.
presented again.
Can I use?
You want this spell book?
Rob, can I use? I have not used my 20. I'm going to solve this riddle using my 20.
Yes! Fuck yes! All right.
I knew there was going to be another riddle, and I saved
I'm
it.
holding on to it. As we flash back. What is it that's helped you in this moment? What were you doing in your preparation for this
Oh, it was like 10 minutes ago downstairs when we did the first riddle.
We flashed back to earlier in this very show.
No, Joltar remembers in his training one of the masters that he served was quite fond of riddles and would test him even when he just didn't want to be tested with riddles, and one of those riddles is the riddle that was presented and he remembered the answer.
Can I, as Dale, ask whether the answer is abjuration?
Ooh, you are on the right lines, but it is not. You've thought of. So talk me through your thinking there. We've got a couple of minutes, so I want to hear your thinking.
What my thinking?
Why abjuration?
Well, it's A around the stack as it rises to the sky, so the tower, and I'm guessing that prismatic wall is an abjuration spell.
It is, yes. So what you have gleaned from your time in this tower was that every floor, including the abjuration outside, was dedicated to one school of magic. You had abjuration on the outside, you have enchantment on the ground floor, then necromancy, and then...
I hated that one.
You skipped over that. And then transmutation was the next spell, and the automatas. And then it was the steps that you skipped over, and as you realize you've gotten to the top, you've not seen illusion. Then there was conjuration. Then there was the outside bit is evocation, and the attic is divination. Okay. So with your A is around the stack. As it rises to the skies, it definitely indicates that we're looking at we're looking at letters here. We're looking at something to do with the letters of the. We're looking at the letters of the different schools of magic, and then you realize as it rises to the skies. So he's saying from bottom up, and so you realize that there's an order to this thing.
Oh.
What has led to your demise is the question.
Is it his name?
What is the? Spell it out. What are the what are the letters?
Take it away,
the,
Jolta.
What are the letters of the different schools of magic? Enchantment, necromancy, transmutation.
I'm blanking.
Illusion.
Sorry, because I've been getting ready for the handover. Sorry, someone else, please.
Enchantment, necromancy, transmutation. You skipped over illusion to conjuration, evocation, and then divination. And the spell on the front gate said, "If you are still enticed to come into my wall."
Nice one, Rob.
Woo! As you pick up this thing and shout, "Enticed," the tower stops rumbling, and then a voice behind you says, "Excellent, very good indeed." And then dropping the invisibility on himself. The wizard of this tower says, "Thank you for testing all of my security measures. Now I know what I need to work on. For your fantastic deeds, I will offer you one item to take with you. If you wish to take anything from my tower, speak now. However, of course, if you wish to hold on to simply a favor, that could also come in handy."
Elliot,
We
ask for
hired
his
to
wizard's
test the security system.
Yup.
Yes, it's been a while since I've tested them. So I had my assistant, and he waves his hand. An illusion of your friend Elspeth appears next to him and says, "I had my assistant drop a few hints to the displacers."
Yeah, you.
Knowing that, and then we get that same flashback of her saying, I think that crystal balls aren't inherently dangerous themselves.
Oh, she's gonna hear it.
As she was dropping certain things throughout the light, and we get back to the initial starting screen with the cold open of saying she was too scared to tell me her name, but she indicated that he was a very dangerous individual, and he's been dropping hints and leading you astray all from the beginning. So. As you guys decide on what it is you wish to keep, he says, "Of course, if you want to take one of my items, you can. If you wish for me to owe you a favor, you can also. But I also have a weapon that I'm not in use of anymore." He conjures his hand, and as he waves it, out of this sort of pocket dimension near his wrist, this hilt of this sword comes out, and then grows longer and longer. And as he grabs the hilt of the sword and brings it out of this pocket dimension, the sword says, "Swing!"
Oh
says,
God, no!
And the sword says, "I've finally been. You've procured me again, Asmodee." And he says, "No, Salazar. My time with you is through.
Get that thing away from me.
You're onto a new master soon." As Dag's character from this time last year, it was a sentient sword. He brings Salazar out and offers you, Salazar, if anyone wants to spend a year with Salazar. Baladin reaches out, grabs Salazar, and in that moment, Salazar says, "I've found a new master. We will have a fun year together." And then the camera zooms up past the telescope, into the telescope, distorts as we exit the top of the tower. Another lightning bolt strikes, and then credits start to roll.
Yeah!
Thank you very much for joining me, everybody.
Here we go. We gotta bring him in. We've got to bring him in. This Dag made an appearance.
This was an absolute blast. Thank you all for joining me. You were oh my god, so much fun to DM for, and this was a lot of fun to write.
Thank you for DMing.
Amazing.
If people, we don't have a lot of time for wrap up, so quickly, if people have liked what they've seen today, they liked your performance, your incredible descriptions, your creativity, all of that, where is it that they can find more of each of you? Let's go in reverse order this time, so I'm not showing any favoritism. Heath, where can people find you?
at the Antipodean D20.
The Antipodean D20. Find it everywhere. Then on my screen, who was next? I think it was is Elliot next on the main screen? Let me go across. Yes, Elliot.
I
Luna,
am Luna.
rather.
You can find me everywhere on the internet at Luboffin. You can click on my name in chat right there to find me on Twitch.
Wonderful. Above Lou Boffin there, where can people find you, Dale?
You can find me on YouTube at Monarch's Factory.
Monarch's Factory, there you go. And you should definitely check it out. I love your content, by the way. Then Winter's Tales, what's that? Where can people find you?
Winter's Tales is me. I run a company that does world building, and we do D&D too. You can find me through my Disc chat and Twitch link thing there.
Good words.
Or anywhere at Winter's Tales Co, because I am consistent in all my social handles. Yeah.
Nice.
Right, you
and
don't
last
have to rub it in.
last but not least, Josh, where can people find you?
Unlimited power! I had to stop. I wanted to do that with the sword, but I didn't get a chance. That's fine.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, that's fine. Click, follow there. I run Dungeons & Dragons on Twitch. Thank you so much. One of the best games ever. Thank you. Very, thank you.
Thank you very much. And if you like me, you can find me in the chat as well by clicking my name. I'm Robert Hartley, GM. I'm a Dungeon Master by trade. This is what I do full time. I work for Viva La Dirt League, running a long ongoing campaign on YouTube with them, half-an-hour episodes a week, so easy to keep up with. And I also am a Dungeon Master in my own right on Twitch and YouTube and things. This was a lot of fun. Thank you so much to GaryCon Live for inviting me on to be a Dungeon Master again. I hope to continue this tradition this time next year, where I might have some of the same characters, some sort of hints to what happened before in this tower and things. It was an absolute blast. And thank you again to all of the sponsors. I'm going to remember Hobby Nights. Thank you very much, Hobby Nights. I'm going to remember Meeples and Dragons. Thank you very much for you guys sponsoring the show. Thank you also, a huge shout out to the big sponsors whose names I'm blanking.
Wooden Forge and Dragon's Lair.
Wooden Forge and Dragon's Lair. Thank you very much to all of you guys. If you want to check out any of their stuff, the links are everywhere, I'm sure. But until next time, play more games. Bye.
Thank you very much. See ya.